Guten Tag. I don't know where that came from. What is up, one and all? Welcome back to another day of Age of Empires 4 action. That's right. Time for more competitive AoE 4 because we've got a bunch of Master of Realms series to do. I mean, we done well. We got through a decent amount of them yesterday, but there's still just so many to do, right? We've still got to cover the Baltoon games. We've still got to look at Zertan's games, Avali's games, Cores, Gullies, CSOs. And we got some Trash Panda in there as well. Not to mention a bit of Lash. And I think there's still a sprinkling of Killjadi that we need to explore, which is why I'm glad that we got him to open his profile up. So, we're going to be kicking off with Recon versus Lash today. That's not actually how it's meant to look, but there we go. I don't know why it broke the first time there. But we got Recon, Lash, and the BO3 to kick us off. I am actually drinking some more Protein Works today. I admittedly used one of the many containers that I've stockpiled over the years from a different brand because I was lazy and didn't wash up the Protein Works container today. The little springboard thing works really well if you just put it in different containers though. So today, I done an interesting thing. I mixed again, and I mixed white chocolate and raspberry with Millionaire's shortbread. It's not too bad, actually. You can... I'd say the raspberry ends up getting lightened, but you basically kind of get white chocolate mixed with Millionaire's shortbread, so like shortbread and caramel. It's not too bad. I do know that Recon put in an order for a few of those yesterday, by the way. Let me know if anyone else has actually ordered and what you've got coming through. I'm kind of curious to what concoctions you're all going to brew up. Because honestly, like my recommendation, get two flavors that sound good to you, that also sound like they might mix well together. That's the beautiful thing about these that always makes them so fun. It's the experimentation of mixing the brew, right? Like, you know, there is the artistically put together flavor by the brand themselves, and there's an opportunity to just mix and match your own stuff that I always like to take advantage of. So let me open up Recon's data. I like how all the players are just sweating it up in scrims now. I don't know what I'm going to do for content on Thursday and Friday, actually. Am I just screwed? Maybe. I don't think many of them are playing pub games right now. Because if you think about the map pool, a lot of it isn't in pubs, right? So let's have a look here. Let me find Recon's Lash series. Oh, sorry. Actually, let's try Lash's profile. I might have it. Any gains from all that protein shake? No, it's not really targeted at being a protein shake. It does have a decent amount of protein in, but it's a meal replacement, dude. So I haven't gone for the whey proteins. That would also involve going to the gym. The whole goal here is that I don't have to walk off as much to go get snacks because I have that to consume to keep me going. What the hell? Dude. Uckleaf, I'm going to say it now. You're not allowed to redeem that until you get plat with the Japanese. Stop. What you're doing is illegal. It's not allowed. Alright, where is Recon's games, dude? They should be viewable still. Alright, we may literally already have to change up the plan then. That's annoying. Dude, the match history system in this game sucks so hard. Alright, one sec. Let me scrap that original plan. We've still got plenty of other options. Let me just quickly, before I update the stuff, see if Killjadi versus Sassy is available. I think it should be. I believe we have a Killjadi Sassy series, so that'll do. That'll do, pick. That'll do. Let me update those names then. Unfortunate that we couldn't see the alternative, but blame the abhorrent match history system for that. I admittedly should have checked beforehand, but all Gucci. So I was told that this series is actually quite close between Sassy and Killjadi, which is a little bit surprising to me. I mean, no offense to Sassy, it's just Kiljardi's on another level right now. So this one will be fun. Looks like we're going to be kicking off. So what's the draft? We've got Dry Arabia, Archipelago, and Hill and Dale. We're going to kick off with Dry Arabia. Ooh. We get to see who's the true Roman Empire. Oh, these bloody push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so let me get ready to take us in-game. By the way, reminder, I will not be streaming tomorrow. I never stream Wednesdays, but Thursday, Friday is still in the plans. As for this weekend, I believe I'm meant to be working on Sunday. That's being figured out now. There was a switch around last second because I found out there's actually a wedding going on last second. You're backing B as the pro player for the next tourney? I'm not sure he's going to do that well. I haven't really seen him playing the game much at all. Maybe he's just been smurfing it up, but as far as I can see, I think that ship is kind of already sailed. All right. Let's get in the game. Be nice if AoE forward load. There we go. Okay, where's... Dude. I don't know why it turns off like that sometimes. Time for more Master of Realms qualifier action. 2 familiar faces take the field in a best of 3. We've got Sassy down here on the Byzantines going up against the HRE of Kiljardi to discover who is the one true successor to the Roman Empire. Remember, these are single elim formats. This was from the first qualifier, so if a player fails here, there's at least 1 second chance the next day. But a tight field, actually. I kind of noticed this when I was making notes for the EGC event to give over to them on players to watch. The list of players that I had as potentials was insane. I think it was over 20 people that seemed viable. I think I had about 16 that seemed very likely, and then I had about 4 to 6 surprise factors that could easily turn up. That's wild to think about, right? Like, only qualifying 8 players and having that many that could easily make it through. God, it's exciting. Well, this is going to be a fun one, considering that we've got the Imbecivs facing off against each other to kick off the series. I looked at the rest of the draft, kind of interesting. Sassy did go for his Mongols. No surprise there. Juji in Japanese in is a little bit shocking, considering that, if I remember correctly, the map pool did not include Holy Island. So I'm not really sure what the thought process was there. Kiljardi, meanwhile, kind of baffling here. Not only did he get the HRE, not only did he get the English, and not only did he get his Abbasid, which, by the way, despite his aggro play, he quite enjoys, but to really put the cherry on top, can you believe that Sassy allowed the Rus through? Yeah, you heard that correctly. That's kind of wild. We don't see Rus making it through very often. I'm expecting them to be banned almost every single series, in fact. So kind of curious as to what Sassy's thought process was and what he thought could beat Rus, considering they still seem to be the non-unbeatable Civ in competitive play. Sheep opening does look reasonable for Kiljardi. Actually quite good when you consider how quickly he's been ramping through the gathering rates here. So he definitely got the lion's share of the sheep on offer. Sassy on the other side is about to kick the tech up. I don't think you can ever go Hippodrome, man. I think Grand Winery is way too good in its current state. It is going to be a little bit risky, though. And the reason is if Kiljardi decides to play aggro feudal, which I think he will because most games he does, that Ford Berry and Gold Spawn is a death sentence. Sassy got an absolutely atrocious spawn here. Meanwhile, Kiljardi got the jackpot for feudal aggro play. Berries and Woodliner, both right next to each other for the Ark and Chapel buff. This is perfect for ending the game in 15 minutes. And wow, Sassy, I think that's a reaction to the Grand Winery spam. Or position, rather. Because of the Ford Berries, if he goes Grand Winery, I think he understands this is over. So this feels like a pivot based on the spawn. I'm curious if Sassy had this in mind going into the game, because I'm not really sure I even rate Imperial Hippodrome that highly against HRE, due to how quickly they can ramp into Spearmen and how fast those Spearmen are. It's very difficult to micro away and keep anything alive, really. Yeah, I think Kiljardi's like getting a growing fan base. I think he's still kind of seen as a bit of an underdog. Obviously, Louis MT is a bit more of a front runner. I put Louis MT in like the top 6 players in AoE4 right now. He's that good at the game. So Kiljadi, we're likely to be seeing what? Rax opening now? Yeah, because he just scouted the Hippodrome. So this should be Rax in conjunction with an archery range opening. That's going to be very difficult to contest with Horsemen. The biggest issue I find with Imperial Hippodrome is good to shift gears into a different strategy. It's terrible when it's the be-all end-all. And the reason for that is that, quite frankly, if you're waiting around for Triumph to take good fights, you're in trouble, right? Your goal should be to use Triumph to get a 1-up in the initial fight, and then you want to keep your opponent on his toes dancing around his own base. I just don't think that works against HRE due to their production rates. Like, I would have expected Byzantines to try and play a more defensive-oriented approach here and to find their way up into Castle. But I don't think Kiljadi is going to give him that option. Rax now getting added in. Sassy, now the Hippodrome online. Level 2 assistant is being dropped. Should have just enough stone to connect this. Love that wall around the back from Kiljadi. This is to protect between the berries and the wood. It means that it's very difficult for the Hippodrome spam to harass both, unless they want to dive underneath the TC, which is very dangerous in the early phase of the game, especially prior to having Blacksmith techs. Blacksmith techs that I wouldn't expect to come through too quickly here. The reason is, you know, you're not going to have much olive oil to work with as the Byzantines here, and you're spending a premium per unit because you're building horsemen as opposed to building Limitane or archers, which would be cheaper. So you add those details together, it means you've got less overall surplus resources to flex into blacksmiths, because that would compromise the bulk of your army. So Kiljadi already has the spearman in position. This is usually where I like to see a Byzantine player go into the stone. It's a little bit tough in this matchup because it can backfire quite quickly, but the whole logic now is that you've got, what, 2 scouts, 3 horsemen. There's no way that Kiljadi should ever get information on your base unless you screw up, right? Like, it would take a ridiculous amount of luck or ignorance for him to sneak out and find out whether you're going to TC or not. And that's the logic, right? It's like, if you act in that way, here's another thought. If this is meant to be 1 TC all in, you don't want this scout discovering you're not doing a second TC. Because then Kiljadi can optimize appropriately, right? Like, he can go, okay, I'm just going to mass more spears. It'll be double racks, which is very rare, by the way. That's kind of a crazy detail. If Sassy had hidden that info, and this had been double archery range instead, there's a way in which Hippodrome Triumph can win. But now, with all cards face up, I don't see how Sassy makes this work. It's got 4 olive groves now. Grand Winery isn't there, so a little bit less value-wise. Is he going castle? There's no other play here, right? Like, he's already gathered 320 gold. I mean, you could go for the blacksmith drop now. I just don't see the value. This is so frustrating, man. Trying to move away from the HRE. Luckily, Kiljadi fluffs it a bit there. Interesting chase pattern. You'd think they'd run ahead and cut off, but instead, they play follow the leader. Scout has been revealed. I mean, it's so sad for Sassy if this has just been removed straight away. The whole game state is different. Berry gathering underway. He is at least in range of the system, so he's getting buffed up. And it looks like it is just gold to get the techs. So we're not seeing a Castle Age rush here. We're seeing a prolonged feudal. Archery range now being dropped. But now you're playing away from your advantages and into the HREs, right? Like, you're now going into archers. There's no way you do archers better here, unless you can get longbows. Scout going down as well, so another expense for Sassy. And the other awkward thing about going archers here is just how easily the HRE can weave their units in and out of each other, right? Because of the movement speed difference. So it's very difficult to catch the spearmen in range for long, and it's very easy to get caught out of position by the enemy archers. Has he changed his mind? I'm going to just be real about it. Sassy's build is starting to look very lost. If he was trying to go castle, this is way too late. If you want to go castle here, you could not buy a single eco tech. Or you need to rush people on the gold. Now it's too late. Guys, I actually think he's trying for castle. Really? With the amount of pressure already here, this simply doesn't work. This is going to be a very quick game. Kiljadi already has Steeled Arrow on the way. Western Contract is coming in for Sassy, but, I mean, he's hard stuck now, right? You're sitting on 600 food. I'd rather you spend this and try to defend, as opposed to whatever the hell this is, because the gold on the flank is not easily accessible. And I wouldn't be surprised if Killjardy sends a single troop down there just to keep you in this age now. Sassy, this isn't a bad idea, right? Getting the horsemen and going roaming, but it does feel very late to do this. At this stage, you can already see the Congo line coming, and Killjardy anticipates it, backs up to clump up, and then push out with a second wave. Dude, that is harsh. He doesn't get a single pick with these horsemen. You can already see Killjardy expecting this Castle Age play. He's patrolling the backside. He's going to see any gold gathering here. He's going to discover the archery range, though. Difficult situation. Torches now coming in. This is where Presidium would be very useful. Archers are going to get targeted down. Killjardy will have to back away, but you need to be very careful the way you pursue this assassin. If you come a little bit out of range, this can backfire quickly, especially against the Lombos. Interesting detail for you guys, even before Marching Drill's buff came in, HRE was a hard counter to English, or maps with a little bit openness to them, because of the Marching Drill's difference. Now with it there by default, it's almost impossible to play that matchup as England. So imagine how Byzantines function. Raid comes in though. A few villagers are getting idled up. And it looks like he did pick one off, but considering that there's the big boy Triumph charge, I hesitate to say he got great value out of that. And by the way, this is exactly why Hippodrome is underwhelming. On paper, in theory, the stats sound broken. But in practice, the lack of sustenance and consistency behind it makes them bad. You know, it's that whole classic one of you running towards a fight, your opponent forces you to activate Triumph, and then you have to back away, right? All of a sudden, you lost all value. So, if anything, like quite often when I see Triumph plays, they're actually a bad thing. Not because they just look bad, but because they then encourage a player to make poor choices. Because if they don't make a poor choice, they're now just behind. It's kind of like when you play those type of RTSs where you have limited abilities that you can like cast, right? You cast one, and your opponent just walked away. And all of a sudden you go, okay, that's going to hurt me later on. That's how Triumph truly does feel in these games. I think especially when you get to the mid-game, Triumph just feels like a question mark. In theory, late game, it could be great because of just how often you are going to kill units to generate charges, right? But everywhere else in the game, Triumph feels incredibly underwhelming. And yeah, just like AOM, I wondered if someone was going to take the hint from that. Sassy about to pull the trigger though. He did get the space to go castle. Killjardy's army is big here, and he's hitting that classic Killjardy ram timing that we know he does. Farms already set up behind this, so men-at-arms spam can continue. I'm just a little bit worried that Sassy is not going to have gold access long enough to get value out of this play. He doesn't have the Lombos to really hold his opponent back either, right? Courtesy of the fact he did go Hippodrome, but here we go. Tech up on the way. Has at least got 250 gold to work with, so could get a decent number of Rangian out. He won't be able to hang here much longer. Fortification comes in. Double Ram should clean this up fairly fast. Archers with the Marching Drills move immediately on top of the enemy. And Sassy, this is another big problem here. Undermesh plus the Steel Arrow means that Killjardy can die for days. In he goes. And down Sassy goes. No standing army left over. Horsemen are going to wrap around. What's left of them anyway? It's only 2 mere horsemen. Spearmen are going to pull back to address that. Army has been wiped. And I can't help but feel that we are going to be heading into a game 2 with Killjardy already on match point. Yep, no, that confirms it. Golden Horn Tower gets intercepted. Killjardy will not allow the tech up. This game's over. Well, I think we know who the true Roman Empire is now. Ironically, in the feudal age, when the Byzantines would have been a lot more potent. I think this is just a Killjardy difference. Cool game, though. A little bit wild from Sassy, this idea to go Hippodrome, but great read by Killjardy. The anticipation and the timing, now just on point here. And boy, thank you for the raid, buddy. You just brought your people in a perfect moment here. Can you smell it? Byzantines losing. Oh, wait, but... wait, no. But HRE are winning. Not sure how I feel about this. Hopefully you had a good stream, buddy. 1 game down the drain for Sassy, and nothing but perfection to keep himself alive here. So Killjardy taking an early lead. Looking at the rest of this draft, though, you know, I did mention I felt like Killjardy just got a better draft overall. He still has Roos English are incredible on a lot of land maps. And I actually think Abbassids are still being slept on to a certain degree. So Sassy's kind of got his work cut out for him. Looking at where we're going for map number 2. It looks like Archipelago. Okay, so this is going to be a 1-1 then. There is literally nothing Killjoy could pick here that I would expect to beat Zhuji. I don't think Roos even beats Zhuji here. He got roasted by MSN like 5 times in a row. Oh, it's fine. We'll just invite him to one of our free-for-all community games. He gets roasted there all the time. I mean, I don't want to say he lost to golds. I feel like most of my conch level players have lost to golds in our free-for-alls. I'm not sure if that says more about my golds or more about them. It's the moment of truth, the question mark that has been on everyone's mind. Archipelago, the playground of the Zhuji. But if, in any game series, Roos gets through the banning phase, could they reveal themselves as the king once more? That's what we're going to find out. Killjoy taking to Archipelago with a Roos, and Sassy with a new kid on the block, Zhuji. Honestly, I'm still a little bit hesitant to say that Roos can contest Zhuji. To me, what I've been seeing with Zhuji, especially the spawns you typically get on Archipelago, they look like a nigh on unstoppable force. And this isn't a crazy out-of-control spawn for Sassy, but it's still good enough, right? This is the benefit of picking this Civ on this map, is you, same as Holy Island, always tend to get decent, if not great, meditation gardens. 25 stone, 25 gold, and then about 30 wood isn't too bad. It's not too shabby. I don't think there's any better alternatives. You could, in theory, come over here and get some food. I don't think it's worth it, though, right? 48 food, 25 gold, and you probably would get about 10 wood. So maybe it's tempting, but I have a feeling they're going to play it a little bit safer. Other side of this, Killjoy, it's pretty obvious what he's going to do here, right? Like, this is where you see Golden Gate come out. Are there any wolves on this map? No, not from my understanding. Whenever I've looked, I've never seen wolves. So don't expect a lot of bounty for Killjoy at all. Because there's only 2 deer packs, 2 boars, and nothing else. Why go Roos with so little bounty? Because it's about the naval transition. The value in Roos is how damn good their fishing boats are, and then their ability to pivot their fishing boats into military vessels, which gives them an immediate punch-in that no other Civ can really rival. My issue on this particular map is just how quickly Zhuji tech up. They can kind of match you, right? Because you're missing that extra gold that you typically benefit from as the Roos here. And then to make matters worse, your opponent can very easily just match your tech up timing because of the build speed. Right, build speed alone with the superior gathering rate at this stage, right? Like they basically, if you think about it, it's interesting. Imperial Official basically gives the Zhuji the Wooden Fortress buff in Dark Age, right? Those details allow you to compete, especially when you also consider the 10% increased production rate that Zhuji benefit from. Scout landing to snipe deer? No, because like it's the most pointless play ever. If you are in an Archipelago game and you're against Roos and you haven't sniped the deer on your home island in the first 3 minutes, I'm questioning what your scout is doing because he has literally nothing else to do, right? So there is no bounty play to be had here for Roos. It's completely redundant. In fact, Killjoy, this is a mismacro. A big mistake made, actually. He finally moves out for the gold, so this is interesting. Notice that he doesn't set up a mining camp, and that's because he just wants to load your galleys. This is all about timing here, but I do feel he slipped on his timing a little bit. He should have already been prepping the tech up. Instead, hacking behind. Kremlin. Whoa. Yeah, no. What? Okay. So let's assess the benefits of this. Kremlin can be good because you're saving 175 wood, but it also feels pretty bad because Golden Gate can quickly eclipse that, right? I'm not a crazy big fan of Kremlin here unless you think you're going to be pressured. Because that's the thing, it is a good defense, right? But I feel like as a Roos player, your goal isn't to defend. Your goal is to win the game in the first few minutes of Feudal, or lose it in the later phases. Sassy. A little bit slow on his own tech up here. I don't like the fact he's actually on the sheep here. I think that's a bit of a mistake. Yeah, double shoreline fish. Just play double shoreline fish. You play 5 villages down to here, and then when tech up time comes, you pull them from here to here for the meditation garden. So yeah, a little bit suboptimal there from Sassy. But Medi Garden now on the way, and it looks like he chooses the gold and the food instead. A little bit surprising because that's also additional walk time. Whereas if he built it over here, he gets the gold, the stone, and the wood, and it's less walk time to initiate the build, right? With more villages nearby. So little details like that add up a lot when you're playing against Rus, especially considering Killjadi is now on the way with the first of his warships. Fishing boat converted. Sassy has got the double dock, but there is going to be some idle pain here. You know, one upside is your opponent did just basically lose 2 fishing boats in a way, right? Like when you consider how expensive, how long these take to produce to harass you. So as long as you don't lose any fishing boats, so you minimize idle time, I think it's okay here. I love that as well. Sassy, check what he's doing. He's trying to get in range of the TC to bait the Lord you're in. It's just not going to work though. Now this is interesting. Sassy seems to be paranoid that there's a demo ship play coming because he goes archer ship first instead of Springald. That's a little bit surprising. The meta is that you always go Springald here, but he seems to be paranoid about the follow-up play. Honestly, he shouldn't be, but considering the way that Killjadi played this, where he didn't really go on gold until very late. Archer ship should begin to get pushed away here. Has actually had an impact, though. You have to remember, it's not just that he's idled ships occasionally. It's the fact that his opponent also had to come onto shoreline fish. Shoreline fish are absolutely atrocious compared to deep water for fishing boats. So definitely a painful detail. Killjadi now sees the double galley, does retreat away. And the benefit on the other side is that he's not easily contestable, right? Like, I guess this was what the full process was compared to Golden Gate. Is Golden Gate definitely better economically, but I think he was expecting this bite back. So by having the Kremlin down like this, now he can stay on the deep water fish and his opponent can't push him off. Does suck that he got this type of spawn though, right? Like I feel like if you want Kremlin that feels valuable here, you don't want a reverse concave, you want a concave, right? You want the situation where you can hit this entire area because then you can protect 2 or 3 of these at a time. Okay, I did not give enough credit to the archer attack range, did I? And what is up, boy? Thank you for the resub, buddy. Oh, dude, this hurts so much more. Your hitboxes are bigger than the fishing boats on the other side, right? Like, just look at the difference in size there. It's insane. So these archer ships actually saturate more easily onto one target. Oh, that's wild. So, after backpedaling, it turns out I should have stood my ground that Kremlin sucks. I mean, there's no real value in it. I just don't think there is. Same with Barbican, really. Like, when you're at the point where they can defend you, you are shoreline fishing. And even that is a stretch, right? I mean, he did save 175 wood, but considering that he couldn't end the game straight away, Golden Gate is just going to be better. And before anyone suggests Militia suck as well. You want to know why Militia suck? Because you can't garrison them. That was intentionally designed that way because there was likely some buggy behavior where people could dodge losing the units by garrisoning them and keeping them permanently. So, like, you simply cannot put gremlins in any type of building or transport ship or ram, anything. So really, the only time you can get value is if Sassy is on your island. And if a Juji player is invading a Rus island, the game is already over. No, you can't ship them. I talked to one of the devs. I assume this is because of issues around the fact that it would be hard to deregister the units inside. He's like, you got us. Attack ships are going to be pushed away. Demo ship play coming out from Sassy. Now, something that is very scary for Killjadi at this stage of the game is if you don't keep probing onto the Juji, at any point, just like that, they can tech up. Tang Dynasty, that 15% discount is insane. An ambitious play by Sassy, though. What? I'm a little bit perplexed. It's like Sassy was not paying attention. Ends up losing 2 ships because of it. That's expensive, man. I think Sassy's playing a little bit negligent here. You know, after that opening, he should have been a mile ahead here. But mistakes like that give ways back in. Kiljadi is just going to camp at home, but he's going to have to start extending out soon. His fishing economy is really not that impressive. I think he's totally eclipsed. Yeah, 12 fishing boats on the other side. You don't even come close to touching that. And Medigarden on top of it as well, just the extra surplus eco coming through. Allows you to somewhat compete with the power of the wooden influence, right? Like, yes, Kiljadi is getting a lot more raw resource, but it's only one type. Oh, wait. He's not getting more raw resource. Supervision. Like, this is the problem. In a lot of ways, when you boil it down, usually feels like a better ruse past the first 2 minutes of feudal age on water. Only on water. I really want to emphasize that only on water. I will never say they're a better ruse on land. I would still say Ruse is also favored on maps like Boulder Bay because of how easily they can just add in one night, right? But, you know, a map like this, a pure water map, I'm fully understanding why everyone thinks Yuji's OP. Oh, man, this is brutal. Kiljadi, slow reaction coming in. Archer ship shots out. That's a big, expensive sinker. Remember, 150 wood per for these. Demo ships getting blocked out by the own fleet. Struck's going to come in. Does get some return damage. I mean, you've got to be so happy with that if you're SAS. Fishing boat count is now down to, what, 2? Is that a joke? I think Sassy's going to pull the trigger on Castle. It's a little bit early. I think you go for one more attack, but that's only because if you go for one more attack, you pretty much have guaranteed the win. He can still get it like this. It's just a little bit risky. Yes, Sassy, we watched the first game. I appropriately spat in the face of Hippodrome. Basically, Sassy, like that first game, you needed to use the Horseman to snipe the Scout, and then you needed to go 2 TC. Or rather, you have options when you do that, right? Because then he has to panic react. He doesn't know what he's building into. Oh, you believed he was Ruse. That explains a lot. Yeah. In your defense, that spawn was horrible. You had 4 gold, stone, and berries. Like, if you built a Grand Winery, that game would have been over in 6 minutes. Kiljadi starting to actually surround here. Yeah, that is one issue with Sassy. He's gone super wide with the dock spread, so it's very difficult to have the fleet in position to defend. So if Kiljadi times this right, he can actually do a lot of damage. And there's an overreaction coming. Sassy, Jesus. Calm down, mate. It's 4 Springle chips. Luckily for him, Kiljadi did not go in. I'm a little bit surprised by that. That was a perfect opportunity to strike. And now because you haven't, it's usually OP. Shaolin Monastery on the way. Yeah, I was a little bit perplexed by his opening. I was just saying, Sassy, I don't know if you knew. Well, you would have seen it later. He went, it's quite a funky beginning. Going Kremlin here, I feel like it's better to go Golden Gate, right? Because on Archipelago, like same with China, going Barbican feels like a bait. Because there's just not a great spot that really protects much. Tech up complete. Armored Hull's now on the way. Kiljadi just needs to fight right now. He can't wait. Demos. This is another thing that makes Roost really annoying when you get to this stage in the naval fights that makes them feel kind of bad. Hitboxes are too big. You get in the way of your own ships. You struggle to retreat. You get hit easily on your demos when you try to attack. Like, there's really not much to smile and be happy about. And, oh, big hit. Kiljadi, another demo goes in. Nice strike there. Sassy at this point is just A-clicking the fight because he can't tell the difference between the boats. I don't blame him. These are like 2 of the most obnoxious civs to try and tell the difference behind their boats, right? Like junks and war junks, and then lodgers in every single bloody form. And yes, agreed. We were just saying that. I was saying about like Boulder Bay, for example, makes a lot of sense to Roost, but pure water maps, not so much anymore. Springle crew is now on the way in. This is going to turn into a snowball. And interesting that you think Kremlin's better. I was saying I don't agree with it because also, especially in this matchup, Kremlin doesn't do anything for you whatsoever. If Zhuji are landing on your island, you're already dead, right? Like, some matchups I agree. For example, English, it makes a lot of sense because of the king. But this particular matchup, I'd say Golden Gate is better because the Kremlin just isn't doing anything. Like, look at this right now. Killjadi's basically on his last stand. And the Kremlin does nothing. Another demo just casually sails on in. Sassy is going to be forced to retreat. Defend his advantage as it is, but the Armored Hull and the Springle crew now is a problem. In fact, you can see Killjadi is in a little bit of a pickle here because once you get just on the edge of range like this, Sassy should be able to trade freely. You're talking about a one-tile advantage now. Oh, this is a tough one, man. Killjadi, I'm not sure how he gets a tech up either. Golden Gate Roost is too slow. I think, you know what the problem is? The problem is probably to do with the demo ships, right? I think if the demo ships didn't feel so sucky, Golden Gate would be better because you'd have more justification to be on gold early, right? Whereas with these current builds, you just basically go for like a single gold drop and then you tech up, right? Because you want the galley and then probably another galley and then on a delay you go springled. So maybe if they made like a change for the demo ships hitboxes, which I'm surprised they still haven't, by the way, then I could see the Golden Gate build making a lot more sense. Got the hammocks coming in as well for Sassy. You know, because your opponent wasn't already struggling enough to hit you with demo ships, so now you've got to have more archer shots coming out. Oh dear. Poor guy. More Springles on the way. I mean, there aren't any unique techs you can rely on at this stage to try and recover your game either, right? I mean, like, adaptable hull doesn't come in until an age up. Wait, is the UI bugged there? The extra hammocks weren't showing. Why are your extra hammocks not showing? Did you cancel it? No. What? Wait. Please tell me that's just a UI bug. Oh, no, yeah, sorry, it did go up 6. I'm an idiot. Ignore me. Nice sinker on the flank, though. I like this from Killjadi. Like, Springles can be outmaneuvered still, right? You can't fight them directly, but you can kind of dance around this. Sassy got the eco upgrades on the way. Dude, how is Killjadi still in this game? This is kind of wild. Sassy's getting Benny Hills right now. Dude, Killjadi is a monster. When you think you've just got a chill, easy win, all of a sudden this. This is what I'm talking about with Killjadi. This is why yesterday I said he's a more aggressive player than Vortex. Demos. Ooh, big hits. Oh, wait, what was a big hit? I don't know what that was. But Sassy's like, no, this is too easy. I must make it worse. Dude, this is what was missing. Incinerators is huge here. You just can't easily dodge these now. With this tech in, I actually think as long as he keeps the docks alive, Sassy can recover this now. Fleet getting baited in. More demos need to be on the way, though. Sassy has queued them up elsewhere. It looks like they're going to go for the full backstab, I guess. Yep, coming from the north side. Fleet's trading out. And Killjadi, I mean, it's kind of crazy, right? From his position, you'd think he'd have it. That his opponent would be on the ropes, but this number means nothing. The raw quality difference is huge here. We're talking about extra range, extra attack speed, and extra health for each of these Springle chips. For the Archer ships, we're talking about more DPS check as well. Like, there's just not really any area where Killjadi has a qualitative advantage. And his numerical advantage kind of works against him because in those fights, you're seeing how he's just kind of clambering over his own ships to even get in range. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, Roost seem OP because of the initial transition point into an Archer ship. But if you look at pretty much everything else about their prolonged feudal on water, they feel bad. They feel worse than almost any civ in the game. The sole upside is they have a 20% increased wood drop-off. But remember what we said with the Zhuji, you can match that. Just build attacks, man. Killjoy is spending his food on Lodius. He's building a lot of Lodius here. And also, remember, he doesn't have much fishing. Right? Especially with how many demos he's been pumping, it's all wood and gold. Chalamonk taking on a boat. Oh, wow. Well, I didn't have this on the agenda today, but Roos is trash. I mean, this has to be the last era. Last time Killjoy had, what, a 20, almost 30 pop lead? They're neck and neck now. Demos? Okay, dude, chill. Chill! Wait, Killjoy! Just holding a gun to that poor captain's head. Why didn't you come and save him? Oh, now the return fire with the increased explosive range. Ah, this feels done. Fleet's going to go get mopped up, and this is where we should just see Sassy push forward. It's 12 sprints to 6. Second wave of demos comes in, but it just can't touch it. Oof. You remember how, like, everyone's like, Jushi suck? Not on water, folks. This is Opposites Day. One of the worst civs on land beating one of the best civs on land. That's what happens when you hop in the paddling pool. Killjoy now trying to pump into high trade house. Oh my god, the demo ship count. He's not going to touch anything. This is the best feel in the world. When your opponent has so little springles, you can frontline with archer ships. It guarantees nothing ever hits. Oy, oy, oy. More demos coming out. I mean, it's a cute idea from Killjoy, but it doesn't really count for much when Sassy's going into him. Killjoy's like, I've done it! Finally! I've survived! Unguard! Let us queue up the upgrades. This is the Roos time to shine. We've got this in the bag. There's nothing this Yuji can do. What are they going to do? Send more demo ships and lose to me? Be beaten by my Kremlin? I'm going to annihilate... Oh, well, it was nice knowing you, Killjoy. By the way, this is probably one of the easiest matchups for Juji when they reach Imp. And the reason is that your only real player's Roos is to build demo ships. Demo ships that have bigger hitboxes. You see where this is going, right? You are not going to touch a Baochuan. As long as Sassy doesn't go full no-brain and decide he doesn't want to have any archer ships, he'll be fine. You just build Baochuans and archer ships. And boats do not get affected by the Tower Song, Temple of the Sun, right? I'm pretty sure they don't. It's just infantry. But, interesting detail for you guys. This is kind of OP. This is a gunpowder unit, right? So it gets the range increase. Oh, that's dirty. That is so, so dirty. You could also benefit from the healing, no? Yeah. So you basically, you pivot between healing and range. Well, the Baochuan's already hard enough to hit, and that's even harder. I believe that also does buff the range of the Nesta Bees. Dude, this is over. Killjoy, as soon as he had hope, it was snatched away. And yes, thank you for confirming, Sassy. There's no comeback here. Sassy would have to throw the game. He'd have to choke so hard, he'd need a safe word. And I simply don't see that happening here. This is just one Baochuan, by the way. There are 4 more on the way. Woo! So 3-game series. Music to my ears, because that means it's somewhat close. Keep in mind also the docks are going to start dropping really quickly here to the Baochuan flood now. Killjoy, as admirable as it is trying to hold on, I think he knows at this point. Once this second wave comes in, once the Nesta Bees arrives, you just can't get boats out quick enough. He's mopped up the front of the fleet, but the problem now is there's just not really going to be enough production left to contest the Balchuans. In fact, once you have this many, you have to pump 4 demos plus at a time. He's queued up 1. I think he's lost faith. He's lost hope now. Sassy even moving now out onto the map for the extra relics. Well, I didn't really think I'd see Zhuji have to go all the way Imperial Age, but pretty impressive how quickly, actually I'd say disgusting how quickly this is escalated. 9 Balchuans before 25 minutes in this game. Killjadi must have heard me because he is out of here. 1-1 and 1 game to go. Ooh. Sassy boy is biting back. Is he going to bite the dirt? Because now we have to go to a land map. And now I think this is where Sassy's draft has a problem. Mongols versus Abbasids. I actually don't feel like Mongols do that well anymore. English versus Mongols, definitely no. So what? You have to go Japanese? Japanese versus English, Fast Castle Japan, I guess? And Killjadi really could go either. Like, England's very strong, but I know Killjadi... Abbasids is almost like a comfort pick for him at the stage. He loves that Civ. And it is on Hill and Dale. Okay, so... I think this is going to be... Is Sassy going to try to Mongol rush? He is. You can't... If this had been an Abbasid pick, I could maybe see some early Mongol aggro into trade, and it makes a lot of sense, but... Instead, it's English versus Mongols. There is a world in which the English just try to end the game in Feudal Age. And here's why. You guys might recall a long time ago, English was an interesting pocket pick on Hill and Dale for an all-in longbow spam play. It's just as viable now as it was back then, especially when you get a matchup like this. Sassy onto his comfort pick of the Mongols. Killjadi, in response, picking the thing that's making everyone uncomfortable right now. It's the English. Single wheel in, folks. Whoever falls here is going to have to try again in tomorrow's qualifier. And right now, Killjadi, I mean, I got to say, English looks really hard to contest for the Mongols, right? Like, Mongols, one of their big, powerful plays still is that opening outpost rush. You can't do that against the English, though, due to the short bows, right? So you're stuck just going into Feudal. And when you reach Feudal, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Abbey of Kings first into potentially Council Hall play. I'm a really big fan of that type of build, especially on a map like Kill and Dale, because another benefit of going Longbow still and going for a rush is you have these interesting little choke points that make you very difficult to flank with things like Keshiks. Rush is a brave play. I don't think it's that brave. I mean, against Mongols. If you're talking about another Civ, yes, I agree. Just going Castle Age for English is a lot better, a lot safer. But when you're playing against Mongols, there's minimum risk, right? This is a Civ that can't wall themselves in. They don't have that safety net that others do. Yeah, Sassy makes the correct choice. Straight away goes into the pasture. You could go for Horseman here, but ever since the nerf to Stone, I just feel like the Horseman build doesn't really work anymore. It's very hard to navigate. And also, there's no way you're going to stop the English from gathering the gold they need in time anyway. To be honest with you, the only reason you even go that Horseman build is if your opponent is playing Men-at-Arms. I just don't like it at all, even against just villagers. Because your Dark Age Horsemen only have 100 health and practically no ranged armor. The question on my mind is whether Sassy's going to make this a Silver Tree game. I think you have to, right? That's another reason why I'm a really big fan of the King and potential Longbow harass, by the way, is if your opponent is going to go for Silver Tree, you can cut him off. And yes, all of these games Widewire are from Master of Realms. This was from qualifier number 1. So Abbey King's on the way already. If you're wondering why the Mongols so slow at leveling up, yet it's because they built an Uvu and a pasture. So that's 300 resource difference there, right? Meanwhile, on the other side, Killjadi built a house and a mining camp, so 100 wood. And this... Ooh, this could just be 2... Yeah, it's 2 TC. Okay, Killjadi's going to play it safe then. I do like the way he began this, by the way. I really hate it when I see people gathering stone first and then coming back for wood. I kind of get it when you are worried you're going to be attacked, but there's not many Civ that should be able to force that threat on you outside of things like French. This is much better because by going the wood first, you can assess what your opponent is doing, look at the spawn, see if there's something exploitable, and then if you see that there's a value proposition to attacking, instead of putting this wood now to a TC, you can put it towards archery ranges. However, if you go stone first, you can't put stone towards archery ranges, right? It's just a loss and you're stuck on a railroad at that point. I guess Sassy's just going to try to ramp trade as quickly as possible, right? So you just move Silver Tree over to the Uvu, you double produce. Because you're not going to be able to do anything with a Keshik kit. I think the timing is going to be way too slow. You have to remember that Keshik is going to have a problem if he tries to rush the villages, and that's going to be the king. I think that's another frustrating thing, is like, even if you go all in aggro against a 2TC play on the English, and try to catch them building the TC, any damage you do there, if it's not a kill on a villager, it's temporary, right? Because of the king. It almost feels like the king shouldn't be able to heal villagers. I don't think that's an absurd nerf either. That's actually a very logical one to me. Just basically have it so he can only heal military units instead. So king now on the way. This TC is probably going to be dropped on the deer for a fast castle build, right? If you drop the TC here, it blocks a rotation around the back of your base. It gives you an insane amount of safe food. And then you have a nice white tower placement right between the two TCs to make sure you can't be rushed upon tech up. It's such an easy, clean build on this map. Long's on the other side. Looks like we are not putting that stone towards greed. Is Sassy just going to pump Keshiks then? With the way I'm expecting Killjoy to do this, I'm not convinced the Keshiks work. You kind of need them to stop the king though, right? I guess that's his thought process, is if he doesn't get a double Keshik, he loses traders anyway. So he just accepts that there's no point hanging around for double trade. You need to get the cav as quick as possible. And unfortunately, that's brutal. Sassy, he can't get the stables in range for a double pump because of Killjadi's positioning here. Sick read there. Immediately move the scout upwards to just let him know, hey, if you come any closer, I'm going to body block you here. Man, Mongols is such a depressing civ. Alright, be honest, Sassy. How many shots did you want to pour yourself out after you got into this game? Actually, how many shots did you pour yourself out after this game finished would be the better question. And yes, the Khan is a bigger dot. The English king is not. Zone is. Basically, hero registered units are bigger dots on minimap. Were bigger dots on minimap. King goes down. Sassy has to wait to take this fight, by the way. You need at least 2 Keshiks. Because then you can just switch micro. So the king never gets a kill, and you just keep heal, 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 heal. It's interesting as well that he's focusing on the Uvu, because he could at any point have just went after the trade. And oh. Well, that makes me a sad pigeon. Sassy, he tried to snake in. He's got 500 stone he just desperately wants to spend here. Killjadi won't allow it, though. Brax also now coming up. And you can't really dive at this point, right? 2 Keshiks diving the secondary TC will die fairly fast because you'll just basically micro the villages back here after you get the surplus, and then you're in range of the primary TC with the attack speed, or remember. So, like, there's no world in which I think you can do damage here with Keshiks. I think what Sassy was worried about was a fast castle, which makes sense. But Killjadi was very sensible about this, man. Like, double racks instead of just rushing castle is the correct call. Because if you get caught in this gold, you're just stuck. He still can't unpack this. Oh, come on. This is deeply hurting me now, man. This stables has been trying to do its job for half its life. Finally, though, it looks like it's going to work. Second Keshik comes out. And that's beautiful. Killjadi with the body blocks here just to make sure that the Keshiks cannot charge back in. So he's going to go and peruse the wares, see what Sassy is up to here. Oh, king. Oh, the wolf. Okay, he just about got out of range there. That would have been catastrophic. It looked like the king got his healing intercepted by the wolf, but can he actually navigate this? It looks like he's going to be able to. Well played. Kiljadi on point with the micro. Doesn't give anything over. Sassy has to now double down on feudal, right? Like, I think you have to add in archery ranges here. If you just play Keshiks, there's a risk that your opponent just runs into your base with spears, right? Like, there are matchups where from here, in Sassy's position, you just wall yourself in and go Cast Flage. But that requires being a Civ that can wall. Because you're not, building just Keshiks against this feels like a death sentence. It doesn't just feel like a death sentence, it will be a death sentence. I think Sassy's got a little bit of stone brain here, you know? Like, you finally access the stables with over 500 stone, and you want to use it. You're like, okay, great. Let's keep pumping Keshiks. You convince yourself that you can outnumber the spears. I, for one, am not convinced, especially with the way he split the map there. He's worried about the king, right? And he should be. Kiljadi. He's making this an impossible choice for Sassy, because if Sassy wants to beat the spears, he needs all of his Keshiks here now. Problem is, as soon as you get there, Kiljadi's finding value elsewhere. King is in, traders now being hit down, and he has to take the fight up against the spears. Can't, barely stays alive there. Maneuver speed arrow has to be used to disengage. And now they're going to go back for the stables as well. He has at least got that double pump of Keshiks coming out. I hope he rallies it correctly. Oh my god. If Kiljadi had been looking there, that would have been just a waste of double Keshik pump. King is now going to get revealed. Kiljadi. We done it! The king is dead! They definitely won't have another one. Wait, what? Okay, thank God. He just left the Khan to deal with it. Gotta be very careful with that, by the way, because there was a risk that you get out of range. The king does move quicker than the Khan by 0.07. So if you miss micro slightly there, you actually would have missed out on the king kill entirely. Keshiks in the meantime, missing out on living. We now have 20 spears versus 10 Keshiks. And now my brain is asking the question, will Sassy discover archery ranges before... There we go. I mean, you have to at this stage. You can't rush castle against this many spears. To the eco lead. Man, there's a big at this stage. 11 deep. Second farm cluster being set up. Trade is sitting at 5, but that could be a liability here, especially if the spears start moving like this. A little bit greedy from Kiljadi. I don't like the way he split off just 3 spears. I think you send everything back here. Otherwise, this happens. This is the one way Sassy can start to win these fights. This wave you want to dodge, though. Goodbye, vision. Goodbye, life. It's interesting, actually, because if Kiljadi just walks north right now, there's a lot of hurt onto Sassy's economy between the trade and the food. Instead, he gets away with it. Blockers on both ends, though, folks. Kiljadi is teching up as well. Oh, I can't help but feel Sassy's been kind of bamboozled a little on this. I mean, the Archer transition needed to happen so much earlier for it to be justified, right? Because Kiljadi is now going to be on his way up with White Town. This should be a night spam afterwards. Love that he just focuses on the trade. I mean, the Archers can kite you out, right? I mean, they could, but they won't. Kiljadi does need to build more Spearmen, though. I think he's putting a little bit too much faith on a White Tower. Sassy will likely dive here because look at what's happened. This White Tower, because of where he put the farms, he doesn't have full protection on his economy. South side is fully exposed. However, Sassy does seem to be walking into the White Tower without a Khan. Oh, no. No, Sassy, not like this. Not like this. This is why you give the map across to someone with reading glasses on. And whoa, what is up to Santiago? Thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs, you absolute legend. In honor of the Keshiks that died, we tribute. Good lord. Sassy losing 3 Keshiks like that as well. Like, his dive potential has just gone down. Spinman have at least been mopped up. There's only 6 of them in total left over. First Knights are hitting the field, though. Remember, this white tower is basically double stable. It's like a baby Yorishiro. On a straight drop already. Killjadi just showing his intent here. Sassy is on his way up the Kurotai now, but the problem I usually see with Kurotai here is like Kurotai feels great in games where you have a static army. If Sassy keeps playing Keshiks like this, it's a little bit more dicey, right? Unless you can guarantee a static fight. Oy, oy, oy. So what is Sassy's way out here? He could try to rush relics. He's stockpiling some stones, so it's a feasible option here. He has still got map control for the time being. So I think like the next step really is to try and get your hands on the relics, but it's so dangerous, right? At this stage, you've got all these upgrades to get, you need a bigger army, and if you choose to go straight for the relics, you're going to lose the knight advantage. I have to look at this game and just think back to that white tower moment, actually. If he didn't lose the additional Keshiks there, I think he could go for the monks. But now, he just has to try and survive. That means Killjadi's going to get an even bigger lead, doesn't it? Already almost 20 villages ahead. Now he's going to be able to add relics to the resume. Swimming upgrades already in. Which means these Keshiks get stung. They only just got the veterancy coming through here. It's not going to be a dive over. Attack speed arrow does get activated, but these aren't vetted archers. Spearman getting a good trade. Sassy will be able to hold courtesy of that heal, courtesy of the damage, but what really matters here is the Keshik count, now down to just 5. Killjadi now picking up relics behind this. I worry that Sassy's going to have to rush out of the base. On top of that, the trade is once again getting intercepted. We're down to, what, probably 4 traders? Yeah. Wolves now on the way up from Killjadi as well. Smart boy. It's really the only way you can lose this, because you're reaching a point where you have to come out for additional resources. And he got a jackpot spawn here. Double gold on the south side like this. Easily wallable. King is not going to die for his troubles this time, right? 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 Wait, why does the Khan's movement speed change? Is there something here I didn't know about? He has dynamic movement speed. He goes up and down between 1.62 and 1.68. And now 1.69. Oh, wait, what? Is that just automatic, or were you doing something there, Sassy? I don't think I've ever noticed that before. It's such a small movement speed difference, it usually doesn't matter, right? But it does against the king, because the king has 1.69 movement speed. So you can never get away. I wonder if it's because he's formation shuffling with the Keshiks. Like, dude, is that a bug? Yeah, like tower makes sense because it's Yam, but that was not Yam. I don't know if that was a formation shuffle or something else. That was funky. Okay, OP, nerf Mongols, please. You know, I can't have this. Killjadi's now going to lose the game because of that clear bug. Who likes to eat yam? Not me. I just eat protein works. Exclamation mark protein works. Go kill a pigeon and check out. Killjadi. 2 more relics on the way home. This is so annoying for Sassy, right? We talked about how he needs to move to a static army so Kurotai can be used. But that means in the interval he's going to give over the flanks, right? What exists on those flanks? 2 things. Relics and trade. It's very difficult to defend these. You basically have to choose. You let your opponent either get his gold or you lose your gold. Interim, yes. Definitely what I was looking for. Villagers, oof. Any loss is a big loss here. At this stage, Sassy can't afford a single worker death. He's way too far behind. he has at least got the counter to what's coming, right? It's going to be men-at-arms versus crossbows. So realistically, Killjoy shouldn't be able to break the game with this move straight away. But what worries me is we're reaching the stage where an English player can easily just go into Imperial Age, especially on a map like Kill and Dale. And he can do it with the good choice, with Wingard. I know that English is really weak right now. No, by English, do you mean you're really weak right now? That's because you need to buy some whey protein for protein. I'm going to stop. Nice to get mopped up, but Killjoy doesn't care about them anymore, right? Like, he ticked the box already. This is kind of the crazy thing about this transitional point. White Tower allows you to immediately pump knights very quickly, and you don't have to invest anything to do it, if you think about it, right? This is like a council hall for every building. And the value of that is that it means you don't have to drop double stables. That's a 300 wood saving. You know what you do with that 300 wood savings? You don't gather the wood, you gather for the stone instead. Q drop now in the center. Good staging ground as well to start shoving in. Also makes it very difficult for Sassy to move through this mid-map unseen. The outposts were already doing enough of that as well. And if you're wondering why hasn't Killjoy gone for Network of Citadels, it's because he hasn't set up enough outposts yet. Remember, Network of Citadels is currently bugged. Once you research it, you lose Network of Castles and Citadels on your TCs and existing keeps, right? Only new ones will have it. So if he rushed that tech up without having outposts everywhere, he'd just kind of be choking. It's like Killjoy's got some of the Sassy to choke on here. A bunch of swords. The boys are coming in. Men-at-arms under the tree line. Dive underneath the primary TC, and the crossbows are not in position right now. Kurotai needs to immediately unpack here before it's too late. Might already be. I don't know where the hell it's going. It's coming back now, but Sassy's going to pay a price. Villagers just actually standing here gathering, not even reacting. Killjoy, this is just wave number 1, right? His economy's set up for the late game. Farm clusters are already in. He's up to a total of 37 farms. He's not going to run out of push. Sassy might run out of things to kill quickly here, though. Now down by 40 economy in this game. And you bet your ass off these men-at-arms are here to stay. They come with campfires. You know what that means? They probably got a tent as well. Citadel's now coming through. Second wave now hitting on the south side, and that is going to be a GG. That is it. Killjoy able to take it 2-1. Is it really that impressive, though? I'm just saying he picked English and it was up against Mongols. At what point are you just bullying people? No, I can't take anything away from Killjoy. Execution on point here. Took the safe route, didn't try for the all-in and feudal, but the tough part, I think, for Sassy. Draft kind of went wrong very early on, right? Like game number 1, he was anticipating that he was going to be up against the Rus. That was off point, and by the time you get here, if we're being totally fair to Sassy, he didn't really have great options, right? Japanese or Mongols is a bit of a struggle. I think Japan could have worked a lot better, though. I do wonder if Sassy had this comfort element to the Mongol pick, because Japan at least has a fast castle that can contest the mid-map up against English. In fact, they get there a lot quicker, and it's very easy to defend yourself up against the English king because you gather that stone by gathering gold. The only downside is compared to other civs like the Ibids, walling isn't more efficient than outpost dropping, so maybe that's why Sassy just didn't think they were that great. Either way, Killjoy continues through, and Sassy is back to the drawing board. Mongols need an eco lift? Dude, they definitely need something. I think that, for a start, the yam should be generated from Gers, is one thing I do. And I think it should be a tech that you can research. No, I won't do that because then Deerstone's pointless. There's probably something else that needs to be done as well. I don't even know if just that yam aura is good enough on its own. And yes, Orange did surrender. Okay, so that's a series done, but more to come because we have got plenty left over to cast. I was thinking, so we got CSO versus Elyona. We could do Baltoon versus Avali next, actually. I think that would be pretty cool. So let me queue that one up. We are going to be doing this regularly for the next few weeks, by the way, guys, because we have the group stage coming up for EGC's tournament, but I'm pretty sure every series is not going to be cast. I think probably half of them are probably going to get cast. On Mondays and Tuesdays, I will be recapping the games from the weekend. So plenty to tune in for. We'll figure out what we're going to do for Thursday, Fridays. Thursday, Fridays are going to be meta checks, right? We're basically going to be watching pub games to see what people will be getting up to on the upcoming weekend. But let me have a look now at Baltoon's data. Good boy. He left it open. May have had to tell a certain player to open his data up. So we wanted... There it is. All right, Coastal Cliffs is map number 1. So the draft is going to be... Coastal Cliffs, Holy Island, and Socotra for Avali and Baltoon. Let's have a look at the picks. That's kind of interesting. What did I say? So I didn't say there was a Holy Island, right? But we've got a Juji pick. Oh, wait, no, so there is a Holy Island. Yeah, so Juji, Coastal Cliffs, and Socotra. So Avali's going to have to save China for Socotra, right? No, surely. Crap. I think Avali is planning Malians for Socotra. China would definitely have felt better, but looking at his draft, Byzantines feels really odd here. I think the Byzantines pick was to block the Chinese pick. And what I mean by that is, like, if those don't know, Byzantines hard counters China. It's really easy to win on Coastal Cliffs with Byzantines. So Avali picked the Byzantines so he could pick the Chinese. It's going to sound weird to you guys, but the Byzantines have been picked to not be picked. Right? Because the maps are Coastal Cliffs, Holy Island, and Socotra. I don't know if Socotra is good for Byzantines. I doubt it. I think the map's a bit too small for Merc timings. And you definitely don't want to be picking Byzantines on Holy Island because your name isn't 3DB. Right? Even he couldn't win with it. So, yeah. I think I've seen this a little bit more frequently. It's kind of cool. We even had it the other day where someone picked Ottomans and then picked Japanese. And the whole logic there is that Japan gets hard countered by Ottos because of the melee tech armor. So you have to pick it or ban it. Mongol Eco is so rough, patches are so damn expensive. I mean, maybe Mongol should have that tech idea I talked about. I said it would be really cool if there was a civ that built like little... I mean, there would be like patches, I guess. I was going to call them like farms of a type where you put... It wouldn't be like a farm for one villager, it'd be a farm for 4 villages, right? On one tile. And let's say you could, let's say you spend 150 wood on that and you could have 3 villagers working on it or something like that. That could be really cool. Okay, wait a second. Sorry, about to get in game. I just had something pop up and I don't know what it is. All right, it's gone now. Some weird Microsoft stuff. Time for more Master of Realms. We've got Baltoon versus Avali in a BO3 that is going to feature Coastal Cliffs, Holy Island, and hopefully Socotra. So stay tuned because I am here for Socotra more than anything else. In fact, I kind of want to just run a small tournament, like one weekend, that is Socotra only. I actually have really been enjoying that map. And I've been enjoying watching these fellas. Baltoon has been an absolute pleasure this year. If you're not familiar with Baltoon, he actually has quite the legacy as an Age of Empires player because he played AoE 1. That's right, AoE OG on the table. And, well, his reign in AoE 4 really feels like it's just beginning. This guy has been consistently posting at the top of the leaderboard, and he's a force to be reckoned with. He's also an incredibly talented player when it comes to team games, not just 1v1s. Other side of it, this man's known for his talents at making the maps, less so than dominating the maps. He may not have a bunch of tournament wins under his belt, but in a different way, he has a lot of grand finals appearances, I guess, considering Avali has so many maps that have been used in S-tier tournaments. And we are opening the series on one of them. Iobid's in the hands of Avali while he plays on his own creation of Coastal Cliffs. Balancing with the HRE reaction is an interesting one. We've seen HRE struggle a bit with this. Wait, guys, did we cast this series already? My brain just switched onto it. I think we cast a Baltoon game, and I think it was this one. Guys, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, yes. Okay, no, scrap this. Sorry, guys, I just realized we did cast this. I literally cast this on Saturday. But that's fine. So if you want to see that game, it already exists with my commentary on it. We've done it on EGC. That's fine, though, because what that means is we can actually go for the follow-up series, which is Baltoon versus Zerton. My brain was sitting there, because I didn't remember Holy Island, which was Rus versus Chinese. I totally forgotten that game. But, like, the first game, the moment I saw the spawn, I was like, we've seen this. We've definitely seen this. So what we'll do instead, we're going to do is Baltoon versus Zerton. Let me update the title. This, by the way, is a BO5 qualifying match. And this, I am certain, did not get cast. I only touched 2 Zerton games on the weekend, and that was the Gully Deckle game. Yep. Appropriate, the Gully Deckle lols that. And then the other one was the Zerton versus Corvinus Decider series, which I also tried to erase from my brain. Anyone who tuned in knows why. Okay, so let's get the draft up. Let's get ready to go with this one. So looking at the draft, it looks like we've got Dry Arabia Archipelago. Yo, what is up, Banana Party 22? Thank you very much for the sub, buddy. Welcome to the Swarm. So yes, we've got Dry Arabia Archipelago, Hillendale, Socotra, and Kawasan. Them some good maps. I'm a little bit, I don't know, I'm a little bit exhausted at the fact that there's just no diversity from Archipelago, from what I've been seeing, right? Like, I think it has solely been Archipelago. Oh, wait, no, Holy Island is the alternative, right? But, like, that's interesting to me because maybe it's just the way we're selecting series then, because I feel like we're not seeing much Holy Island, we're seeing a lot of Archipelago today, and the second half of yesterday, right? I do feel like when we get into the tournament, if Juji should get banned and Holy Island should get picked. I can't remember what the third map is that's coming in on the tournament. It's Migration, right? Ooh, I am so hoping Migration gets picked. Yeah, Gully. On the EGC broadcast, when we broadcast games, it was more Holy Island, but the recap games we've been doing, I just seem to be finding all the archipelagos. I don't know why I'm getting so many of them, actually. One sec, just double checking something. All right, sorry. I just had a bunch of stuff in the background. All right, let's get ready for it. Pretty good civs for Zerton. I mean, I'm not sure about Order of the Dragon here. I'm not sure where it fits in. For God's sake, I'm like, let's get into the game. And then you're just like, I want you to do push-ups. Do I need something related to my legs here? Now that I see monkey legs as a name, I'm just like, wait, this is all torso. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. Perfect time to run ads. If you guys are about to miss the intro, that's because you need to subscribe to the channel. All right, let's switch this over to a BO5 format, and let's get underway. Oh, I was recording for 5 minutes for a weird reason. Side-in series here for Master of Realms to see who is going to make it to the main event. In the north side, we have got My Insanity Zerton, the top-ranking player from Germany right now on the ladders. And he He's going to have his hands on the Ruskis to start this one off. Meanwhile, on the other side, Baltoon, the Swede who makes you sweat, on the Delhi Sultanate to kick off this BO5. Cool map pool ahead of us as well, by the way. We were just assessing it a little bit live on stream. Dry Arabia, Archipelago, Hill and Dale. Who cares about those? But then we have the potential for Socotra and Kawasan. That is what I came for. Delhi Roos as an opener, though. This is interesting. Oh, damn it. I just saw he banned the word, didn't he? Delhi Ruski as an opener is kind of an interesting one. It's not one we see very often. And that's mainly because Delhi seems to make it through a lot of drafting phases, and, well, the alternative never does. This is still the S-tier pick when it comes to competitive play, especially when you're playing on land maps. I wonder if we're going to see why up against the Delhi. Looking at the spawn, Sacred Sites aren't too bad, actually, on the right side for Baltoon to try and exploit here. Just to try and lock in two and then flood into the enemy base. This is an interesting matchup because it should be one where Blue still goes right into a 2TC build. And if he does, he has an insanely good spawn for it. Check this. Kremlin drop on the west side here would allow you to easily access the stone for a second TC. And then you drop it just to the left, pretty much still in range of the Kremlin. You could even then consider a fortified wall on the west side. And remember, you build those walls really quickly with this Civ due to the fact that apparently someone on the dev team is clearly a fanboy of them. I don't know why, but for some reason, fortified palisade walls build faster. I keep mentioning this a lot in my cast at the moment because I'm really hoping we can just ramp up the pressure onto Relic to nerf that. Then again, we've been saying Roos is OP and competitive. Oh, for God's sake, I said it again, didn't I? Screw you, Gully. This is why you don't qualify for events. So, we've been saying that this Civ, the Zerton's playing, is OP for what? Almost 2 years, I feel like, at this point? And it still hasn't really received a substantial nerf. TRV coming in from arguably another competitor for OP Civs. And the Kremlin is exactly where we anticipated. This is really cool for Zerton because it basically protects the entire first deer cluster. I could see him just dropping the TC right here for optimization, for drop-off point. But in some ways, this feels like a better TC long-term because of the way that you kind of extend your influence over to the west side and you get vision on any flank attack. So what are the win conditions for these two sides? I think Zerton just wants to play a very steady pace in Feudal Age, make sure Sacred Sites aren't held on to too long, and then find his way up into Castle. Whereas Baltoon's looking for an all-in pressure point, right? I think you want to try to lock free Sacred Sites and then draw all attention to the west side of the map where you will basically apply enough pressure that Zerton won't be able to sneak out for decaps because he'll be too busy defending a second TC. That is very difficult to pull off against this Civ, though. Most Civs you can do it because them going 2 TC is way too greedy, but the crazy thing about the Kremlin is not only does it give you a defensive point to easily just extend your eco with, it's also now allowing you to get into your eco much quicker because of all the extra wood gathering. Is 2TC not risky versus Delhi when you know they're going to go hard in Feudal? I'm not convinced it's a complete negative here. I've seen quite a few games where they still go 2TC. You can play 1TC where you just kind of scale archers, but the longer that goes, the worse it kind of gets. Right? Because the logic is you keep scale. It gets really bad for you because the way you scale the Civ is by massing archers. And Delhi have the best archers at this point in the game, right? Because they're attack speed. Someone's going to object and say Lombos, but remember, Lombos require the aura to match that. Delhi basically have that aura built into their archers. Zerton with a very early ball play here. Now that is interesting. He's even pulling... Okay, that is sick. To maximize the value in the area, right? So now one wooden fortress protects all of it. And looks like we haven't got an immediate second TC. I imagine it has to still be on the menu here for Zerton. But he just wants to try and feel out what's coming from the other side first. It's going to be the opening into the Ghazi as expected. Can you just go into Knights here? I don't think so. Another reason why I was expecting Zerton to just go into 2TC is because you can afford to spam spears to defend yourself while you scale up. But I've got a feeling now Zertan's not going to try for 2TC until he has some sort of advantage over Baltoon. And yeah, there we go. Stable's coming. This isn't to directly contest the Ghazi, by the way. You'll just start to lose. The numbers will work against you, right? So your goal is to chip damage the eco. The read by Baltoon should be that with this being 1TC, my boy, look at that. I didn't even need to tell him. There's some of you I'd have to educate on this, but not Baltoon. When you're in this matchup, whenever you're actually against a Feudal Knight Civ, you should be getting textiles. You either go Rack, Spearman, or you go textiles. Now, it's different actually between this Civ and the French. When you're up against this Civ, you can actually just get away with textiles and Ghazi spam. When you're up against the French, do not just Ghazi spam. Get Spearman instead. It looks like he's going to go Spears on a delay. The reason why you don't just outright rush Spears in this matchup, by the way, is because your opponent can easily scale archers, right? So you're already setting yourself up for failure. Whereas against the French, they struggle to scale archers as easily. Courtesy of the fact this Civ does have a 20% increased gathering rate on wood. So Zertan's just fast castling, right? It's looking like it. Yeah, Wooden Fortress also coming up. This guarantees it. He doesn't even lose a single villager. Sweaty boy's been playing a little bit too much AoE 4. So this is a fast castle build then. I mean, either that or a raw miss macro. Sitting on 500 food like this and no way of spending it. Sacred Site can now start being capped. This is actually still decent timing for Zertan because that first knight's going to come out when the scholars come out to play. So if Baltoon misreads and mispositions, he's just going to give scholars away for free. That cripples you. If you lose 2 scholars before you cap a Sacred Site, it's borderline GG for Delhi. I mean, you can switch over into gold, you can sort of recover, but it feels so bad. In fact, we've seen that in games before, if you guys remember. I think the best case example I've ever seen, because it was disgusting, was the Vortex versus Puppy Paw game. That was Vortex on the Delhi and Puppy Paw on the Byzantines. And he wasted Triumph on the Hippodrome play, but he clutched at the end to kill a scholar. And then Vortex had to send out the second scholar, which he also lost, and was basically lost at that point in the game. It's insane what losing the first 2 scholars does to your timings in this game. But it looks like he'll be safe. Zertan not able to find a way in with the Knights. Has got the 4-5 Palisade walls now coming up. And I imagine we're just going to pivot now. What do you really get from going castle, though? That's the thing I'm struggling with in this game right now. Against Mass Ghazi, all your options kind of suck here as Roos. You don't want to go straight into Warrior Monks because they'll get sniped by Ghazi. You can't go into Horse Archers because they'll get sniped by Ghazi. You don't really have that many Knights, so they'll also die to the Ghazi and the Spears. I guess you could castle and rush Archers? It sounds weird against Ghazi, but when you consider the veterancy and the fact you've got surplus wood, it can work. This game feels a bit funky. I do like games like this where, because you haven't seen it for a long time, and you assume it's going to be one thing and it becomes a different build entirely, you get that classic, am I wrong? No. The kids are wrong, right? Like, it's kind of intriguing that he's just massing Knights on such a delay. So it just starts to look more and more like Zertan didn't balance his economy correctly. Which is going to be impressive if he now wins this game, right? Like, if he actually wins this game when he's missed macro like this, imagine how dominant this build would be when done correctly. I don't currently see it, though. I'm struggling to get on board with Zertan's strategy. I think Zertan likes Knights a bit too much. And that actually tracks. If you guys remember, we've watched a decent amount of Knight-only games from French in the past. I feel like a majority of them belong to Zertan in the last year, though. Most people have moved off that build, but not this guy. There is actually a risk that Baltoon just ends up going castle first. If Zertan keeps doing this. Because, like, how many Knights do you really want before you feel safe? 15? 18? 20? I think if you haven't teched up by the time you're at 15 Knights, it's kind of overkill. Maybe he was hoping that Baltoon would do this and would just lean harder and harder into the feudal age. just don't see how that really merits you. And okay, so now after a heavy delay, he is pivoting into archers. Double archery range, make that triple. Meanwhile, other side, it's only one archery range right now. Baltoon doesn't have any indication that more are coming. Zerton gonna break in though. Walls don't go up in time. Ballsy move from the villager just to walk back towards the Ghazi here, but seems to be scaring Zerton off a little. Did he really get 0 kills from this? I mean, he might be able to get 1 here with a charge, but if he does it, he's going to get pinched. Good choice. There was a temptation, right, to just peel the knights and quickly kill that villager, but the villager would have died with a half-complete wall here, which means then the Ghazi could have surrounded you. So Zerton dodges the bullet there, does get out, but gets out with nothing, right? He didn't get a single worker kill. He only idles up a handful. Takes some damage in return. Sacred Site is going to at least be a decap. Spin pretty much just have to stand their ground because they're dead. Okay, that actually wasn't too bad. He almost gets the second. Unfortunately, the interruptions actually stopped him from taking him down. Still, losing 3 spears and killing a knight, that's an equal trade, right? So like, you should be quite happy with that if you're Baltoon, especially considering how outnumbered you were. You need to be careful to not keep trickling troops like this, though. Because this is where it gets kind of unacceptable, right? So yet to reveal his archers. Probably feels a little bit better that he found those freebies as well, because you take out 5 spearmen for 1 knight, your opponent's going to be like, oh, okay, I need to build more spears. So now you're kind of baiting Baltoon into building the unit that you're already prepping to counter. The archer mass is still the scary part. Like, if Baltoon senses what's happening here and scales that up, he can just tear you asunder because of that 20% increased attack speed. I actually think that Baltoon needs to find a way of raiding. He's a little bit paranoid that if he goes in the enemy base, the knights will dive him, which I understand. But you know, if that's your thought process, right? Double down on spears, send it. And if you sent it, you'd also have found those archers unguarded. Knights continue to just raid in. Villagers are not going to be able to get that wall up. In fact, I'm surprised he's even trying this late. Okay, Zerton isn't going to hang around. Doesn't see it as worthwhile. I mean, this is once again where Textiles is good, right? Like, if this was a player who did not have Textiles, you would have stopped to kill those villages. But Textiles really is just saving him here. Looks like, on average, we've been seeing, what, 1 Sacred Site being maintained by Baltoon? If Zerton can find a way to sneak into Castle in the next 3 minutes, he's actually in a really good position, as long as he doesn't get attacked. The reason is that his army is very valuable to upgrade and very quick to upgrade. For Baltoon, the worst case scenario right now is his opponent techs up, because now with these fortified palisade walls up, you don't have a way of rushing in to punish him. This is the sad reality of playing against Rus, and it's why they're so frustrating. They have Feudal Age Knights. They have one of the easiest TC grabs of any Civ in the game. They have the best walls of any Civ in the game in Feudal Age. Right? Like, think about the agency that gives you. They also have better eco for scaling archers, which are the S tier unit of Feudal Age. There's not really much that's negative about Rus. Then we can't forget, of course, that they have, on average, one of the fastest tech up times in the game for Feudal Age due to bounty gathering. And because they do bounty gathering, they end up with free scouts, and free scouts means that you can't hide any info from them. All these details. You're starting to realize why I always say Rus is OP, right? And yeah, Baltoon has done a good job of dodging death, but that's the value, once again, of having Textiles. And it's actually Imber on the Delhi. Because without any research increase time, it only takes you 25 seconds. Any other Civ, it would take 20 seconds, and they'd have to spend 150 resources. That's insanity. Zerton. I don't think you want a slice of this. Like, calm down, get your ass behind that wall, and go Castle Age. Sir, yes, sir. High Trade House now on the way. It's not going to be a good one. Get your numbers in, folks. Just don't aim for the moon. You'll be disappointed. God, there's like someone promising you 10x returns for Web3 investment. March is beginning to trade out. Burn through. About to complete. Baltoon knows. He knows he's doing it. This is the thing. The moment you back behind the wall, it becomes obvious. What a read by Baltoon. He needs to lock in the Sacred Sites in the meantime. He needs every bit of economy he can get behind this, because after he trades his army away, he needs to tech up as well. Confirmation comes in. Veteran C's immediately queued up. You have to go now. Spearman, a little bit slow to react there. Looks like a missed micro coming in from Baltoon. The Sacred Sites aren't being locked in either. If he doesn't break him here, Zertan can just win this in 3 minutes. Knights stand their ground. And the Spearman, I mean, that missed micro cost him. Baltoon was so far away with the spears. They're only now arriving. Archer's going deeper. Knight Mass about to get upgraded. Veteran C just came in. They're true cast these Knights now, but the spears arriving on a delay like this means they're still all alive. And the 20% increased attack speed, they are a threat. But Zertan, with the home field advantage, should be fine here. The Militia pool comes in, upgraded Militia at that. A lot more chunky with plus 30 HP. And enough to push Baltoon away. Zertan will survive. And Baltoon is now in trouble. What a timing there. Zertan backs away into the choke point. With seconds to spare there. Knight upgrade comes in clutch. And of course the Militia. Another key ingredient as to why Roos finds so much success. Feels like almost an impossible sieve to dive in this scenario. And that's the tough part for Baltoon, right? Like, you know, the timing on that. If he caught him before the tech up, he could target the eco instead. Instead, he has to go for this ambitious dive, to say the least. He has no Sacred Sites locked in behind. No resources held in reserve. I'm not really sure what Baltoon is meant to do now to win this game. Agreed. Game 1 will be a win for the Rus. Oh, God, that's a statement that gets said way too often these days. The timing was actually perfect on that. So game 1 going to Zertan. Well played. Early lead for him. And I believe next up we're going to Archipelago. Yo! What up, Percy Sips?
That timing. Is Baltoon watching?
I think so, man. Swung out straight away. Wait, is that a Prime Gaming sub? Whoa, guys, hear me out. You need to get them in now if you haven't already, because starting from, I believe it's next week, the value of Prime subs is actually going down. So if you want to support content creators, remember to use your Prime ASAP while it still has its full value. So, we're going to Archipelago. And I'm wondering, we have Rus versus Chinese. I think this is just good for China. Yeah, exactly, Jarman. Actually, that's another interesting thing, by the way. We have it down the targets below the stream, but there is 2 metrics for gaining increased share of the revenue split. Basically, if you get 100 unique subscribers per month for 3 months, then you will be eligible to get, I think, 60%. And then mine's showing the 300 goal, but there is actually a 100 goal as well. So if you guys do actually have a Prime sub, definitely drop them as well for that reason. So that we get, you know, kind of scammed less on the deal. Anyway, it's time to give you good bang for buck. Oh, whoopsie. Let me flip that score. It's Archipelago, Pelago. It's a go for game number 2 between Zertan and Baltoon. Zertan taking the lead early here after that first game on Dry Arabia with the Rus. Now, busting out all the OP picks. We've got HRE in the hands of Zertan. Baltoon taking to the Chinese. I think I like China more here. It's close, though. The reason China can feel a little bit better is, you know, the interesting thing about HRE, they used to be seen as a very dominant pick on these water maps. They still hold high regard, but when you compare it to China on the other side, China that can kind of offset your gathering rate buff to a certain extent with their own 20% increased. but then you're shifting economy away. That's the really big deal breaker for me, is like, as the game goes on, I think if H3 doesn't hit hard in the opening minutes, they kind of fall off in this matchup, because as the economy pivots more and more onto water and more away from land, the Ark and Chapel statistically gets less value, right? It's a very interesting detail, that. And you're against a Civ that does produce quicker, and also that Imperial Academy is very valuable. It means you can get the taxmen very cheaply, and then you can actually tax up to supplement more gold. And no, you cannot supervise docks, because that would be absolutely broken. I asked this the other day because I was curious if it would work for supervising just for resource drop-offs. Doesn't even allow that. Do love the shoreline detail, though. A lot of players have been doing this. Zerton even more over there. And yes, my boy. Dude, this is a really cool start. By the way, although I favor China in this matchup, I would say it's like 55-45, maybe 60-40 max on a map like Archipelago. I give a slight edge over to China. It's not Zhuji. Zhuji is definitely the busted ones here. But this is already making me favor Zerton a bit more. The optimization with the Prelate is something I've seen HRE fail to do a few times on this map so far. You always want to pull the Prelate towards the fishing to get a quicker tech up timing. It's really important in this matchup because the first archer ship hits hard. Why are Americans so underrepresented at the high level AoE4? That is a really good question. And I have a really good answer. It's choice paralysis. Nah, I'm just kidding. Hey, that's not overcomplicated. You're all just suck. No, I'm kidding. It's choice paralysis. So this is a very interesting thing to observe across multiple different genres at the competitive level, is that Americans have more choices than most other places in the world, right? You can choose to go to uni, you can choose from many different careers, the entrepreneurial spirit is strong, all these things, right? Compare that to, for example, Eastern Europe. I've noticed this, a lot of Eastern Europeans who become pro players, they had nothing to do as a kid, right? They didn't have a skate park to go to, they didn't have the movies to go to, they didn't have any of these things. They basically just gamed, and that was their life, right? So it was a natural transition point for them to then go and be a pro. That's a very interesting thing, and it actually holds true for the UK as well. The UK has kind of an underrepresentation when it comes to the pro scene in a lot of different esports as well. Because once again, choice paralysis. We have a lot of similar activity to the Americans, minus guns. But on top of that, we also have uni escalated even further because ours is not free, but it's kind of free in that you can get a loan from the government, right? If you're trying to go to uni in Bosnia, good luck getting a loan from the government, right? That doesn't involve a 20% per year uptick, and if you don't pay it, your legs get broken, right? So like that actually plays a big part of it. And you might think, okay, but what about like a country like Korea? Well, Korea's advanced enough that gaming is a deep ingrained part of the culture. And even in the coming years, when we see China really rising in a few of these esports scenes more and more, what I'd remind people is like historically, something that's interesting about like China is the way that the national pride has been associated with it, right? We saw this in like the Olympic levels, and I think we'll see this in the esports level as well, where the government's going to want to a certain degree, invest directly in certain players, investing more time into gaming to show the rest of the world that they are the best, right? So it's very interesting. Like America just doesn't have that. There's just too many options on the table. So, tech ups are coming through. Imperial Academy's on the way. Ark and Chapel on the other side. It's going to prior the gold buff with the wood. Makes a lot of sense here. Kind of shame we didn't get like a situation where you get like a double wood line sometimes. Clumping. But I think that started to occur less frequently with the initial holdings on Archipelago. China hinders the gamers with strict rules. I've noticed. I'm pretty sure there's ways you can get around that if you're with a gaming organization. No, I need to research it deeper. But I heard that like if you're with, for example, like a PSG, LGD, I think they're going back to LGD soon. Then there are like ways the government gives reprieves on that. And thank you very much for the sub there, Dr. Jarman, as well as Wando. There you go, guys. Get those primes in. You absolute legends. Is it Wonder Ui, actually? I think it's Wonder Ui. But you're an Uwu. So, Zerton, how are we looking here? Fishing boat count is behind, but that's to be expected. You're against a Civ that builds docks quicker and builds fishing boats from those docks quicker. This is the other thing that like makes China feel so good, same as UG, is those details in conjunction with the fact they build their tech up faster makes them very mean to deal with. Something that does surprise me a bit, by the way, remember Zerton did actually draft HRE and Order the Dragon. I have to wonder if Order the Dragon would have worked a bit better here. Probably not, because like you have less villages to get buffed up by 40%, right? But I could have seen some kind of cool plays around the idea of like an early transpo ship with, say, 1 minute arms hitting pretty hard. We won't get to see it this game, though. Archer ship coming out first. A lot to hit here as well. Zerton, I love the fact that he's already camped in position. Instead of coming out to the mid-map where it's an even fight, he wants to bait Baltoon in and then hit him. For Baltoon, quick fingers. The moment he sees the ships, he backs away. All right, we're going to get some distance in this one then. We've seen a few games where someone slips up, the fishing boats get jumped, and they lose like 3 straight away, and it's a gradual snowballing. Whereas this one is on very even grounds right now. In fact, Zerton does have a slight edge. Just kidding. Defender advantage. Just seeing if there's anything advantageous about the spawn here as well. Zerton does have a pretty nice one for extending away from the fights. He has a lot more deep water fish on this left side compared to Baltoon. So, like, in terms of the value of extending along the line, it's better for him. Most of the fishing value for Baltoon is on the north side, where they've already kind of anchored themselves for aggro play, right? So, long term, that could actually be something that plays to Zerton's edge. Long term, though, the thing that is going to play to his disadvantage is once this first tree line gets cleared, this Civ feels pathetic, right? You'll be able to buff just a few villages on wood. That's it. Meanwhile, Baltoon, when he clears the first wood line, he'll take this one Imperial official with all these villages and move them to the next one, and then move them to the next one. Always maintaining that 20%. And not just that, actually. Not just maintaining the 20%, but taking this limited resource on the map and inflating it by 20%. So what's the way out of that problem for Zerton? He's looking for one good fight, and then you look for attack up. Your goal should be to try to get to the next stage where you really can inflate your eco with things like Regnants and Relics, right? How much do land battles matter, if at all? You'd be surprised what like one knight can do. We've actually seen the English picks on this map. The king usually gets dropped off via a transport ship. That's a little bit different because in that situation, it's a very easy choice to make. As you're building the landmark anyway, you're spending nothing on the king, and then you're only spending 90 wood on the transport ship due to the 10% discount in English. So you basically get a knight raid for 90 wood. But for other civs, it's a little bit more tricky. I think the idea of Order the Dragon is pretty cool, though. Like, getting 1 minute arms into the enemy wood line with a transport ship play, it's quite expensive, but an early point, very easy to sneak. You have to remember, transport ships, they have 600 HP. They do not die easily. For HRE, yeah, there isn't really a value play. Because the amount of idle time, like 2 minute arms would not do anywhere near as much as 1 gilded minute arms, right? That's the same price. So you need to wait until you got like 4, and that's a huge investment. Fishing boat, getting a bit ambitious. Once again, you see the difference though. Zerton is posturing just enough to stay away from his economy and stay on Baltoons, and then at the same time, with these docks coming up, he's starting to drag his economy away from where the battles are going to commence. Baltoon has yet to do that. In fact, these northern docks are actually pushing his economy deeper into the war zone. Man the sails in from Baltoon. Oh, I think he missed microed though, right? Something happened there. I think he was in formation with one that lost the man the sails, so he moved slower. Pushes in now though, getting a little bit deep here. Needs to show some respect. The demos are coming through. Base the fire. Return demos in from Baltoon. No micro whatsoever coming through. Demolitions, not able to clip it. Looks like Baltoon is going to go for the wide arc now, though. Zerton does have an explosive ship advantage right now. Wide arc is going to get scouted. Baltoon seen up against the coast here, though. So an early alarm bell going off there. Further retreat coming in, but a lot of idle time now. Zerton has to shift the fishing to the south side. Probably should have been doing this a lot earlier. We are now up to 6 demos. Fishing boats are just lured in here as well. But Springle ship advantage now firmly with Baltin. Yeah, I think Zerton was getting a bit greedy. I don't know if that was hesitation, that he wasn't sure what to build. It looked like he was holding food and gold, which suggests a tech up. If it had been wood and gold, that would suggest he was just trying to bait him for a demo pump. But this, to me, kind of reeks of him looking for that out we talked about. Remember, long, long feudal, China thumbs up. Long, long feudal, HRE side. Actually, transport ships aren't that risky. Demo ships only get bonus damage against these type of buildings, right? Massive. Okay, they changed it to massive. It used to... I don't know why they changed the wording to massive. It used to say... I think it was broadside, which meant, for example, galleasses didn't take bonus damage from demos. That's probably why they probably changed it so galleasses do get hit now. So a transport ship has 600 health, and you only do 95. So you'd have to hit it with 6 demos, and it still wouldn't die. Yeah, transports last quite a while. Flash coming in. Sorry, did I say 600? 400. You'd have to hit it with 5 demos. I don't know why I said 600. But 400 is still a lot of health. Especially with no bonus damage. Demo, demo, demo! Oh no! Zern! How did he still get that damage? I cannot believe that. He should not have done that much damage. Baltoon, with 2 demos, could have ruined that entire plan. Instead, Baltoon is now in trouble. Zerton swelling up. Does have the Springled advantage. There's a lot of archer ships behind this, which makes it even more baffling that anything touched Baltoon there. Archer ships, which, by the way, do not have any increase in DPS via Steeled Arrow. New demo pump coming in. Zerton, he's going to have to retreat away from this. Needs to be careful in that retreat as well. Baltoon is gaining ground. Archer ships are hunting. Sick dodge there. Demos. Not going to find the big hit, though. Zern somehow now behind a military despite that, though. It's because of the second demo wave. Third demo wave. Fourth demo wave. I don't know how many in we are now. Zern not even detonating on them either. Baltoon starting to reach in. He's hitting the fishing. This does actually hurt Zern. And so does that. Wow. Just like that, Baltoon now a mile ahead. Up by almost 10 economy. Military ahead as well. This is almost over. Zerton doesn't have much left to fall back on here. Fishing has been reduced to what? 1. He has 1 fishing boat. This is all in Baltoon's hand now, man. I think this game is over. What a sick play. That was crazy, actually. Baltoon, it looked like he completely misplayed. Zerton got a really good hit off of that demo pump, despite the fact he just kind of A-click brained it against mass archer ships. But Baltoon able to clutch up with a follow-up wave, courtesy of the clustered docks. We're talking about, what, 6 docks worth of production? Meanwhile, Zerton, a greedy boy, spread out for economy, and he only went up to 4 docks. That's why he fell behind. His demo pumps were always going to end up slower. And not just that, at the worst possible time, Zerton's tree line's gone. No Archon buff anymore. He now has to shift to a new one. This is what I was talking about. If you can survive the HRE early onslaught, they become a shadow of their former economy. At this point, Zern is just a normie Civ. Nothing special about him. You might as well have picked Marlians on water. Baltoon. I wonder if he just goes for a tech up now. The only issue is if you go for a tech up, you kind of invite Zerton to do it as well. If you feel confident about your micro, you just double down now. Right? If you think that Zerton's going to outplay you, if you think he's playing the fights a bit better, then you take the safe route of tech. Honestly, I think Baltoon's playing this fine, though. Zerton is going to have to posture. As long as Baltoon doesn't slip and facepalm his keyboard, he should win this. Zerton's last Ura coming. About to approach double-digit demos. One looking to sneak in. Strong ships start to back up. 7 archer ships here. Backstab demo, not going to connect. How did he even get there? That was almost disgusting. Baltoon, quick reactions though. Second wave of archer ships to block out the cheeky moves of Zertan. The push is on. Zertan looking to go in deep here. Body blocked by his own fleet right now. Demos are now leaking around. Archer ships should be able to count this out easy peasy. So what's that? 4 demos to sink one ship? That's not good enough. Flank rate not going to hit it either. And Baltoon now with double the military force. Demo force in the center. Getting a bit of it, but nowhere near enough. 11 Springles, 13 archer ships. This is where you just go in and get Steeled Arrow. Because Steeled Arrow will actually be worth it now. Zertan's stuck in a death spiral. He's fallen further behind now. 59 eco to 73. Military count still looking completely underwhelming for blue. We're talking about a 10 Springald ship lead, guys. Oh, sorry, no. 15 junk ship lead is why I meant that. 4 Springald ship lead. And the demo ship count is now even. Baltoon has just made this look trivial now. It's Age of Pew Pew. 1 million archer ships is all he really needs now. He's got enough to just kill the junks as well. The Hulks, rather. Demos come in to guarantee it. And this should just be GG. Ooh. So 1-1 apiece. That was sick, actually. It looked like for a second Zertan was actually going to be able to break through and make it happen, but credit to Baltoon, man. Was it Nerves of Steel? I was about to say Steels of Nerve. Nerves of Steel. Okay, sorry. Just double check someone. Sup, Philly? This is from Master of Realms. So, let me get game 3 ready. We're going to Hillendale. Abbasids versus Ottomans. In fact, let me ban out the civs. I'm kind of curious. Just looking at this as we get ready to hop in this game. After this, Baltoon for Socotra and what was the other map I said? Kawasan. Baltoon has really good picks. So Malians for Socotra, and it should be Japanese for Kawasan. Zertan, on the other hand, has what Mongols would be okay on both, but the other two are kind of dicier on those maps. It's probably going to be what? Order of the Dragon, I guess, for Kawasan? Unless there's some weird build on Socotra I haven't seen yet. Alright, let's see if we get that deep. Game 3 of the deciding series, and we're heading into Hillendale. Zertan with the Abbasids and Baltoon on the Ottomans. Yeah, this is actually a really good matchup for the Abbasids, actually. They are pretty damn strong here because of how easily they can dominate the feudal age. This is a civ that can happily scale along feudal, and when the transition comes into castle, the whole army is worth their weight in gold when they get upgraded, right? Because you typically end up scaling into archers and going composite bows. So what I think we need to do here for Baltoon is Baltoon's going to need to consider a 2TC build. And he's not. He's going military school. It's okay to open military school, but you really have to consider going 2TC here. I think it's actually the only way to deal with the Abbasids in this matchup, because fast castling just feels a little bit too slow. You'll get starved out, right? And actually, just to point out, Camian, I don't know the exact outcome. I may know the scores, because I may have glimpsed them, but I try not to look at the individual game results, because I actually find it boring casting games I know the outcome of. In fact, it's something that's gotten very exhausting for me in AoE4, because after 3 years, we still don't have a tool to hide the outcome of games. So, Zertan. Do we do Trade Wing this game? could trade here. I actually think Trade Wing's being slept on by Abasas on this map. It's kind of baffling how many games you haven't seen it. Especially considering on the other side, I'm expecting Baltoon to go Trade Wing. The build that works really well for Ottos here is you go Trade Wing into 2TC, and you just kind of hunker down and let the Abasas exhaust themselves. It's surprisingly effective, actually. And if your opponent decides he doesn't want to engage in combat for some reason, then you can actively trade, which is so valuable here. We actually saw, I think it was Anatan trying to do it the other day, where if you drop your landmark here, it sucks for trade to your own post, but it's great for trade to your opponent's post. I don't expect that to happen in this particular game, simply because Abasas will build a few units, and they'll already have a few units. It is going to be the military wing, so standard plays coming out from Zerton. Nothing spicy. It should still be a 2TC build, I think. I mean, just because I provide an overview of the games and how they happen at the end of the EGC streams doesn't mean I know the scores or the individual game results, right? Those are different things. Especially in qualifiers where actually the results aren't always updated into graphics in time because there's too many going on. A little bit surprised Baltoon didn't go onto the deer, by the way. I'm not a fan of that element of his build, but I think it's because he was trying to minimize the wood gathering because he wanted the military school. So he can still make up for this. The idea is that this spearman should be actually pushing the deer. Unfortunately, it looks like Baltoon done something alternative, and I'm not a big fan of this. He sent the spear across. The reason I'm not a fan of this build is because you know there's a high likelihood the military wing's coming. So you risk just losing a spearman and getting nothing in return, right? I mean, it's definitely not Giga Brain. It's Small Brain, right? Zone might get idled out slightly on the stone, but I think you just react with shivs and you're fine. You can see Baltoon's trying to be cheeky as a result, but Stab's coming in. I do think players focus a bit too much on using this spearman for aggro play, by the way, when the deer are this close. Like, it's begging for a shove-in. Yeah, that's the other reason why I just don't like Minimap Madrissa. I think in this type of matchup, with this type of spawn, the trade post is already good. But what makes the trade post an absolute jackpot play, right, to go for the Sultani Trade Network, is the fact that your opponent can't starve you of food easily. You're going to have deer stacks, right? So I think this is someone that doesn't sit well with me. Maybe Baltoon's thinking about a feudal all-in. That's the only reason I could think you would go for the Madrissa here over Trade Network. Other side, certain, definitely going for the 2TC. Fresh food stuff's already on the way, and what? So he thinks there's going to be trade. What? I don't like that. All Zerton needs to do is scout the enemy base and see the landmark choice to know that he doesn't need to wall trade. Yeah, like, there you go. You have confirmation of Madrissa. At this point, just turn the villager around. He's actually going for it, though. I think that's just very wasteful for Zerton. He's already in a really good position. He's going to wall his opponent in. I mean, it's at least a little bit better than what he was going to do. If he was going to wall the corner, I would have shook my head hard. This is at least kind of cute in that you're like blocking your opponent from flank resources. So this I can now get behind, right? Like, Zerton has turned my cringe into a smile. Because what was originally looking like an unnecessary trade block play is actually now a resource block play. Baltoon will have his gold, he'll have his stone, he'll have these deer. After that, he'll have nothing else. Because the berries and the deer are on the top side, right? And remember, he's playing the Ottoman, so he can't come and gather the ball. Zerton, second TC, now going up. I like how Baltoon's just standing there. Zerton's like, yep. Soak it in, buddy. Witness it. You'll never have one of these. If he does, it's going to be very delayed now. He doesn't even know what's happening, does he? No, Baltoon. Wait, Zerton? Okay, actually, building a gate is griefing yourself here. The gate was so unnecessary! Are you kidding me? No, he's gonna pull him out of his own base. Oh, that was fantastic. Now, here's the really facepalmy part about this. Balatoon could have stopped that if he just walked into the wall where it was going to be built. Zerton would have lost the villager. Because like Zerton made a really big blunder there. He shouldn't have been building a gate. There was no point to rush a gate there. You build the wall first, then gate afterwards. Nice snipe there, Balatoon. He's going to clear up the military wing. Gets the villager as well. But now he has a little bit of a problem here, right? He's scaling into mass archers. He doesn't have a way of burning through the wall. So if he ever has to come out of his base, retreating isn't really a good option. What do you guys think? One's if you would favor Abbasids here, two's if you favor Ottomans. Because it looks like Ottomans are playing aggressive feudal here on 1 TC with Madrasa, which I'm not a crazy big fan of. I don't know how you're meant to break Zerton's base quick enough, especially on a defensive map like Hillendale. Hey, oh! That's how I get Voldemort to sub to me. I cast a game that involves the Abbasids and ask the question. What's up, buddy? All right, so you know how like everyone thinks that Voldemort's signature civ is the Chinese? And he thinks it as well, right? I think it's Abbasids. I think genuinely Abbasids is Voldy's best civ. Guys giga chatted on them. Double archer range drop coming in. And Balatoon does have a slight advantage here, right, in terms of attack speed. But the issue is military boot camp. If you don't do well with this initial assault, boot camp becomes better because what ends up happening is the archers can insta-snipe the meta, and then all of a sudden you're up Craps Creek without a paddle because you don't have an attack speed buff anymore, but your opponent does have increased health. Well, if you told me it was Order of the Dragon, then I'd say you're just copying Recon. Another cool kind of thing here actually is the idea of maybe using the ranged armor. Like, I really like the idea of rushing ranged undermesh and then also toggling to ranged armor. The dump boys should have... Wait, the dump boys? What the dump boys? Will we get the qualifiers 2 casters set up for the main event, or will there additionally be a host again? There may be plans to include a host. I don't think it's going to be doable at all stages of the event, simply because there's not enough sponsorship money in the scene right now. But there should be some hosting. And the reason why Zerton doesn't go on Deer is because Berries is competitive, right? Without needing to get survival techniques. So this is fine. He can delay going on Deer. That's fine. And oh. I love Balatoon, man. Tell me you're about to get your crap pushed in by Horsemen without saying you're about to get your crap pushed in by Horsemen. Oh, dear. I mean, the only problem with this play is it's not pressuring, right? So, like, Zerton's eco will keep building, and this is why I don't like it, is that, in theory, if you were both 1 TC, yes, this is Giga Brain. He's 2 TC. He will have more archers than you in about 3 minutes. I don't know, man. I guess that's just a nice, efficient place to die when the mangonels come in about 8 minutes. But undermesh on the way. I still can't, man. Imagine if Zerton just clown cars him now. I would cackle. Falsin says, thank you very much for on the other side of my base, Zerton, but I'm going to do this one. Makes a lot of sense. You're up against Horsemen here. This is a liability, by the way. If Balatoon backs up, Zerton now has a raid route into the enemy base that you've done nothing about. You haven't walled here either, right? So... I can't with this play. Guys been watching too many Cossacks campaign scenarios, I tell you. Ah, yes, the local brigade, here to guard the borders against the savages from the east. That should be from the south for them, I guess. It's like a dumpling? True, and it's full of meat. Ready to be munched. Ram now on the way. Balton's about to be behind an archer count. Remember that this lead builds even quicker for Zertan because he's spending less on villages with fresh food stuff, right? It's what makes a Bastards so damn good in long feudals. Horseman poking. Spar heat. Are going to be forced to defend it. Steel Arrow isn't in yet, so Zertan is going to back up. Smart choice here. You shouldn't be fighting yet. Undermesh just came in. This is the worst possible time to fight. I don't know why Zertan is rushing with such imminence either. Maybe he's not sure that Baltoon's fully committed, right? It's like that person, you know, Baltoon's just there going, I am committed to us, baby. And so it's like, well, prove it. I think he did. So Zertan will be like, okay, I won't divorce you straight away. Farm's now getting added in by the Abbasids. What? 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 Upgrades are at least in now. Baltoon is prepping siege engineering. That's the interesting part. Like, Zertan, I don't think you have to rush out like this. Like, this is actually how you lose a game that you shouldn't be losing. There is absolutely, categorically no... It's almost like he's sitting there berries. He's like, oh, you're not going to eat those berries, are you? Baltoon's like, I might. Don't eat those berries. I'm thinking about it. You better not eat those berries. Like, it's the only reason he has to attack this area. If your opponent builds rams here, that's fine for you. Your economy is stronger. So if he's building rams, you build more horsemen, more archers. And then by the time he's ready to dive your base, boot camp is good. Enough to make a difference here. But the way he's playing this, man. He's inviting a very big upset in this matchup. Finally, we have got play out onto the berries. I was hoping that was going to happen. Explains the gaps in his economy as well. Archer count is about to favor Zertan as soon as he remembers to get some damn houses. Outpost is actually very low. In a weird way, you can kind of kill this with archers. It's definitely safer to just send in the ram. One knock should be good enough. So Outpost down. No extra firepower coming in there. Sipahi do outnumber the horsemen though, and Zertan gotta be careful about this. Ram hitting onto the TC now. Two horsemen can just reach in and start stabbing onto that. Sipahi are gonna fly through though. I think he actually has lost this. I am speechless, man, because I feel like this should have been the easiest victory for a defensive Abbasid player. TC's now in trouble. Archer bounce is bigger for Zertan, right? Defender's advantage. Sipahi count has been reduced. So Baltoon needs to calm it. He needs to start a little. I don't think he's going to, though. It continues on in. He has got the ranged armor there. The Sipahi would actually be a lot more tanky if he just moved up. In fact, that's kind of crazy. If Baltoon had moved this drummer forward, then these Sipahi never die. And then it truly is over. Another weird part to me is the fact that Fortitude is not getting activated, despite the fact he's just attacking archers. CC is going to survive the onslaught. Eco lead is starting to become quite noticeable here. 48 to 73. I don't know, man. There's been mistakes on both sides, which I think that's the beauty I'd like to say of AoE4, right? Of RTSs, of competitive gaming in general, right? It's not about playing perfect, it's about making the least mistakes. Both players have made mistakes. Zertan trying to brute force a redundant and absolutely pointless outpost. And Baltoon not adjusting his army positioning well enough here. The moment he broke that front line of horsemen, the meta should have moved up into the archer mass. There's a risk you get sniped, sure, but the Sipahi will win out because of it. Especially if you remember to use Fortitude. They are in my vocabulary, Philsbo, and I get paid to talk. Checkmate. Baltoon, now with the Janissary pool. Yeah, so he thinks he can just win this game. This type of pull isn't because you're about to lose. This is because you think you can win. Especially when you're up against archers like this, right? Now, hear me out, guys. You garrison them in the ram. No, not with the ram having so little health. certain. He's getting ready for a tech up, though. Does Baltoon sense it, is the big question mark now. I mean, he doesn't have a choice. He has to go now. If he backs off here, he loses the game. Full stop. Baltoon, what are we doing here? I think he just forgot about the stone gathering. Otherwise, this is an incredibly late TC boom. The only other thing I can think is, like, you could do a castle drop, but you need to be castle age for that. And you're not allowed to build feudal age walls, so that's a no-no. Culture wing down the way from Zerton. This is scary, guys. Remember, he went military wings and composite bows. It's only going to take him 52 seconds. Basically, this TC needs to be erased before the tech up even completes. Pushing commences, Janissaries. Looking to get in range. The problem is they have less range, right? So they lead the way, and that means the archers just get free hits. Meta now moving up. Is this really going to be enough? It's going to be tight. Villagers being pulled for the repair. Town center needs to survive this. It's all about delay, delay, delay. Mass Archer and Mass Archer, but the count for Zerton should be good enough to contest this. He backs up further. 39 versus 37 archers. Second wave now coming in. Baltoon has started to stockpile himself now. A lot of food coming in via the deer. Needs to fix the gold, though, if he's trying to sneak a tech up. Dude, this is weird. This is such an unusual way for this game to play out. The beauty is, at least, I still can't tell who has the clear and dominant lead. I mean, it's about to become apparent, though. Bastards now hitting the castle age. And the gold stockpiled up means we should be seeing an immediate play into composite bows, veterancy. I wouldn't be surprised if he sneaks a few golems. Okay, that is greedy. Yeah, queue the others up. Don't wait around for this. Baltoon needs to dive now. It's crazy as well. I felt like Zerton was inviting him deeper into the base, which is what made this look like it might have been close, but now it's undeniable. Baltoon has no choice but to send everything in. He even frontlines with the meta. Well, that's it. Zerton, he's going to be a match point. I have no doubts anymore. No reservations. Sipahi wave is trying to come in, but veterancy not too far away. As long as Zerton keeps producing units, he'll be fine. Wait, where's this food? Please? Veterancy's coming through. This is fine. TC makes it okay, right? Like, there's no way Baltoon will be able to break him. And now that the upgrade has come through, I think Baltoon is likely to see the futility. He has scaled into a bunch of Sipahi, but the Sipahi, I mean, against their archers, they're not going to feel that substantial. Baltoon? Get off my lawn! Funnily enough, this is basically Zerton's eco lead. Just fighting. Textiles as well means you can't even kill him. And Zerton, at this stage, especially now even more so when you have limited food, I think you just Zerg archers. He's getting back onto the deer, back onto the farms. That should get him back online. I mean, admirable attempt by Baltoon here, but, like, you know, this play now into Mass Sipahi, it's not going to save you. The only way out potentially is Castle Age. What a messy game. You know, I think really what made this look so close is Baltoon genuinely had Zerton bent over the barrel. When Zerton misplayed and took that fight, and that Sipahi massive, what, 12 pushed into the archers? If I'm going to stick with the details, it's for good reason. That +1 armor from the meta would have just given him the win. Fortitude as well, but now I think the writing's kind of on the wall here. Baltoon is going to save for the tech up. Composite bows is now on the way, though, with level 2 ranged armor. Not really necessary here, but will be when he's diving in base. Baltoon has maybe one hope of recovering this, and it's going to be a keep drop straight away. He's got enough stone left over for that. Archers need to get moving. The spy. Through the roller doors. Spahi are going to go in the back of the base. I like that Zertan isn't just reacting to this right now. I think it's the worst thing you can do. Just send the Lance, send the archers in. And they are in. Villagers. Wait, what does that wall even do? All right, well, that is 10 villagers down. I like that. Tech up at least complete, but now with a 24 eco lead. With the amount of exposed economy and unguarded economy, Baltoon has quite the struggle on his hands the next few minutes. Sipahi raids continue to do some damage. Lancers should be able to start mopping this up, though. We're down to just 9 Sipahi. We'll soon be down to 5. And Archers now with the dive in. Needs to find that economy. It looks like it's going to be a shift out the other side. Baltoon leaving the base now. Zertan, I mean, at this stage, split up into 2 groups, right? Moving the Archers like this is a big no-no. You're just wasting time at a pristine moment to punish your opponent. You prefer Baltoon's situation somehow? You sure about that? Is that because you just don't want to be in that game anymore? Oh, great timing. Oh dear, oh dear. All right, so let's get another point on the board for Mr. Zerti. A little bit of a messy affair, but a point is a point nonetheless. So we are going to be getting onto the fun maps, because it looks like next up it's going to be Socotra. And this is where I said things look a bit weird for Zertan. He's going to have to pick Iabids here. I don't think he has to pick Iabids, though. Could you not just go Mongols here and then play Order the Dragon, map 5 if it comes to it? I guess not, because you're against Japanese, right? So he wants Mongols for Japan. On Kawasan. I don't know. I don't think I like this. All right, one sec. I just need to quickly label the games, by the way. I forgot to do that. Zen versus Baltoon G1. All right, let's get ready for another game. Oh, nice. We're on the right side there. Yeah, I'm a little bit perplexed by this. Zertan up against Baltoon, game number 4, and we are on Socotra. That's right, the claustrophobic island where only one can remain. Yeah, Iabids versus Malians kind of shocks me here. Zertan did have access to the Mongols and chose to go Ayu instead. I'm really not sure why, though. In theory, a Desert Raider would seem good because it's not like, you know, not much distance to cover to reach the enemy base, but 1 or 2 javelins just resolves that, right? So, like, I'm a little bit perplexed exactly what the plan is here. The interesting part is if Baltoon wins this game, we go to Kawasan, right? And that's why I think Zertan wanted to save the Mongols for, because he is going to be likely up against the Japanese. I do wonder if possibly you could have played Ayu into Japan there. It probably feels a bit funky, but there is some pressure points, right? Especially if your opponent decides to go into water and you just fast castle. Doesn't matter either way. Like, I'm almost certain Game 5, if we get there, is going to be a Mongol-Japanese showdown. We've got to figure out how this one plays out. Because Iabid's on such a small map. I mean, I guess the advantage point is you can gather the relics really quickly on a map like this. My issue is you're up against a powerhouse of feudal age when it comes to quality, right? Malians, they have better spearmen. They have better range units. They even actually have a nice mid-ground between horsemen and knights when it comes to cav. One limitation is often room for them on this map, but as we can see, it's worked out nicely for Baltoon. He has enough room around the initial pit mine to fill it out. On top of that, he actually has room here if he wants to maybe clear berries to set up a very easy Fulani as the game goes on. What we'll probably see instead is ranches set up here and this woodline prioritized, so that he clears it for Fulani later. Yeah, so just to recap that last game, the reason why Baltoon dropped his aggro is because the Archer Mass would just kill him at that stage. He legit can't do anything once Composite Bows is on the way. And on top of that, you may see that Zertan is out of food, but Baltoon has to treat it as if Zertan has more pocketed food on the flanks. And it is going to just be the Desert Raiders. Yeah. I'm not really seeing the way. Military ring reinforcement doesn't really do anything here. It's actually possibly the... I'm going to say something very controversial. The worst wing choice on Socotra. At least with this spawn. Remember, the gold always spawns on the back, and it's close enough to the TC. Like, I guess you could come and stand right here, but I feel like you get easily pinched. I guess the upside, at least for Zertan, is this does force a reaction. Like, Baltoon will have to build a production building, but I don't see Marlians ever playing this any other way. Like, you don't fast castle Fulani this map. You aggro. Yeah, I quite like Socotra now. It's quite fun. The thing that I find really quirky, especially, is the center. This center is really cool because I call it the goal, right? Shoot through and win. The cool thing about this is it's similar to why I'm a really big fan of Cliffside, if you think about it. I love Cliffside because the short ramp between the bays creates some interesting dynamics, and these two tree lines do the same thing. Gives you a wall off that stops these rush plays, right? So this is kind of hunker down strategic element once you get past the first few minutes of play. I do still think China's going to be a bit broken on this map, though. Tech up complete. We did see the Mantis Quarry coming out. Baltoon, how many sheep did he get here? He's got 8 sheep to work with. 16 on the other side is really good for Zertan. He needs to kind of remain condensed because there's always a risk his opponent can actually just kind of come out with a very strong feudal force here. And I think Zertan's goal is still just rushing Castle Age here. Love the deer shove in, by the way. You get a small stack of free deer close to your base. It's quite easy to push them in. As long as you don't get grief like this, where Baltoon got them spawning beyond the tree line. Interesting question around Malians, whether they got with 4, 5, or 6 villages. It's more about timing than anything else, I'd say. Because here's the thing, like if you go up with 6 compared to 4, you're actually not losing much economy. Because the Mansa comes online sooner, which means you end up with a replacement resource, right? Like if you take longer to build a Mansa, you're missing out on less gold, basically. But the logic is, like, do you need to counter something quickly? So I didn't actually glance at, did Baltoon do 6? I'm assuming he done 6. Because you want to get an archery range, right? To counter the Camel Raider. And what am I seeing here? Yeah, dude, this is sick. Yeah, so basically you want to do 6 when you're up against aggro plays and you need to respond. You do 4 when you're up against greedy civs because they can't do anything, right? That's so cool, though. Wait, actually, do you remember, guys? I was talking about this the other day, that I think that the #1 civ for dot plays might end up being Malians on Socotra. Because there is only one value prop on Socotra, and that is aggro, right? And for multiple reasons, that benefits Malians. One reason it benefits Malians is that detail there. Coastal navigation allows your initial boat to reach the enemy base very quickly. The bigger detail still is, let's say you play Donzos, Javelins, or something like that. A transport ship is a very powerful tool for the Malians. 400 HP means it doesn't die easily. On top of that, you see that detail? You attack with Javelins for every unit garrison inside. It's a really cool detail about the Malians, and something that I don't think you're going to see come out in too many maps normally. But in this tournament, I think you could see it quite a lot. There's a few maps where Malians can slap pretty hard. Most notable ones will be Socotra and Floodplain, both maps that allow Navy but have no food whatsoever. Hunter Canoe. So this play is all about trying to deny the tech up timing, right? It's weird because if you're against a civ that isn't fast casting, it probably works better. Zertan isn't going to fall for it, though. He should feel fairly safe here. Arislets did just come in. Oh, did Baltoon find the perfect location? No, because he has to go in range, right? There's no getting away from that. Meanwhile, looks like Scout is going to get sniped out. Double Desert Raider proving to be quite punishing here. I'm honestly starting to wonder if it would have just been better not to have made this dot play. I stand by my statement that I think Marlian's going to be the civ that will do this a lot. It's just in this particular matchup, this feels a bit rough. It's interesting as well, actually, because had Zertan built an outpost here, he would have not even been remotely harassed, right? Because he already gathered the stone. Like, actually, he hit the jackpot here. This is something you can't always guarantee as an Arbid player, and it's another reason why I was a little bit perplexed by this pick. You won't always get a stone outcropping spawning like that, right? Like, look on the other side. Gold's here, stone's here. So Zern really did hit the jackpot when it comes to his outcropping. Zern actually does have to back away. Wait, has he actually found the soft spot? Oh, Zerton gave up. He's going to run out to the other gold now. And he's griefed himself because of these walls, right? Baltun, meanwhile, has got troops on the way, but it seems like he doesn't know. Losing that scout has actually hurt him. That's crazy. If he still had the scout alive, I think Zerton's starved and dead, right? Because the archer ship will keep doing this, and then the second goal gets denied. But that scout death has given Zerton hope in this game. Mine coming up. Zerton's so sneaky about this. It's the scouting vision again. Was the scouting vision again. And remember that the camels do have decent vision compared to other units, right? It's not crazy, like camel lancers are even better, but it's decent enough to do some damage. Baltun needs to get some damage done now. Tech up's already been triggered, and it is indeed the growth wing, so pretty much the atypical build for the Ibids on a non-typical map. He does actually have enough Donzos and Javs to insta-kill villagers here. The problem is seeing them. He does see the play, though. Double Rax drop coming. I think he knows about the golden. Oh. Dude, Zerton, my heart. He did build the gate. Smart cookie. Love the fact he has wheelbarrow as well. Baltun, a little bit slow to react there. Doesn't even get a single eco kill. Zerton's playing this really well. Baltun is trying everything to get any sort of damage in here, and he's failing it every turn. The archer ship, cool idea, didn't work out. This flank raid, too late. Zerton, too quick. Damn, what a cool game. This is another reason why it's really important to keep bringing new maps into rotation. It's like new puzzles to be solved. You get so many creative new builds because people don't just know the inevitable way to play out. I've said it before, like I hate it when we wait this long for a patch because like, I don't want to know the exact outcome, right? I don't want to just have a game where I'm like, oh, this is exactly how it plays out unless blah blah makes a mistake. That sucks. I love the mystery. Zerton isn't gathering gold anymore, so that does limit his options, but it's already been confirmed that it's Golems, right? It might hurt him when it comes to blacksmith techs is the only thing. Also, keep in mind, Javs plus Musafadi, like, not a bad defense from an age behind here. Usually, I would, like, favor the Golems up against feudal Musafadi, but the Jav detail is pretty important here. These units have very high base damage. 9, actually, because he did get the +1. Golems only have 4 armor. Manjanique is coming in, though. Smart choice. I like this from Zerton. Right now, Baltun's goal is to attack. He needs to try and starve his opponent to punish him. One problem with Zerton's play is, like, long-term, I'm worried about his food state. He has got 10 sheep. The berries are out of range, though, so that's why you're seeing him go Manjanique so early, is so that he can't be blocked on berries when he has to rely on it. Perhaps now come from Baltun, though. I'm just going to say I wish we had an entire tournament where all the maps are this small. It is fun. Same reason why I do it with my free-for-alls, right? Where we force the smaller maps. I don't know. The more I've been seeing non-boomy games, the more I come to hate boomy games. Recon, why are you complaining about micro maps? You won one of them. If Zerton drops a dock and sends trade ship to Baltun's dock. Okay, I was almost on board with your play because I thought you were going to say transport ship and send Golems because that's a sick play. Now I'm just going to have to ban you. March into the enemy base. Zerton has got 6 Golems together. He's got that Manjanique as well. Shots fired. We talked about the food situation, right? Limited. but he still has got 6 sheep left over. And Baotu may have just walked into his death here. He actually needs to burn down that wall right now. Because he's getting pinned, right? Like, this one-man Janique could kill him. Baotu. Go for the dive, though. Body blocks. Just in time here. Just about. However, the villagers might be in trouble. Repairs come out, but the javelins, if you just tug down villagers now, you can take away the entire eco leader Zertan. It's going to come at a price, though. Manjanique starting to get exposed here. Villagers no longer repairing. Musafani looking for the kill, and they'll get it. Siege goes down. Jav still remaining, and the entire eco lead that Zertan had built up is gone. 9 worker deaths in this game now, putting Baotoon economically ahead. Militarily behind, man. That was an expensive fight. Mass Gooms now need to flood out. Like, if Zertan wants to stay in this game, he needs to do damage. Baotoon is not laying up. This is crazy, right? Usually someone in this position would be like, okay, time to actually age up. Don't need to hang around any longer. Not Baotoon. Baotoon doubles down on the feudal aggro. Undermesh 1 is in, but no 2, which means the javelins do hit surprisingly hard still. I mean, I'm actually impressed. That was sick. That was a little bit of a mistake by Zertan in the panic, not repairing. If he actually repaired that Manjanique just one more time, I actually think it's GG, because Baotoon loses too many jabs. Without the Musafani numbers. It's like watching a lion get attacked by a swarm of rats. This is insane. Gulen pretty good versus Musafadi. I mean, yeah, if you're not outnumbered like this. The issue is you need raw numbers. Like, if you can stabilize, yes, I do favor Gulems. Because the logic is, you know, with the double tap, especially when you're an age ahead, for sure. But what's really doing it for Baotoon is the positioning and also the jabs. Now the eco state. Like, things are getting so uncomfortable in certain space. I love the fact that Baotoon is just presenting that Marlins don't need to go Castle Age to Zerg. He's making a very convincing argument for it as well. So what is Zertan's way out now? I mean, Archers isn't a bad shout here, right? Like, the Jav count has been heavily diminished. The Manjanique should hold it back. He has got a decent amount of wood access. So I think Zertan isn't going to die from a push now. Baotoon actually has to tech up, right? I don't think you can play all in field anymore. wait, what we... Oh, the misclicks are real. Yeah, he's backing for attack. This is the correct choice. The moment you see Archers, you know the gist is up, right? Like, you can't pin him anymore. That was good from Zertan. He looked like he was in a panic, but kind of funnily enough, the lack of food forces him to make this transition as the right call, right? Because at this point, I think he's completely out of sheep. He's got, like, yeah, 2 sheep left over, whatever remains of them, and no berries, and he's on 3 farms. He would have died if he kept going Gulems. So Zertan stays alive, and at a critical point now can consider moving out onto the west side. Berries, double deer, double berries. I mean, this is enough food to get you deep into the mid-game. Baotoon needs that bloody get there quickly. Have we at least got ranches coming? We have. So Baotoon, 4 ranches. I mean, it's not your typical OP Fulani, but we did say he'd do something like this. The problem is he never extracted the woodline like we talked about. He went for the north one instead. Post up already. So Baotoon has confirmation the Zertan's coming out. What is the play now? I think Baotoon just needs to get the wood together to rush Siege. In fact, looking at the numbers, wouldn't surprise me if he's heading for that. 20 on the Fulani Corral, and instead, actually, it's going to be a mass stables play. So Sofas, right? That's pretty cool here. Your opponent has Gulems, and you can get imported armors. If Zertin just pushes in at this moment, though, instead he's going to take the slow approach. He's scudding. I swear, Manjanique's incendiary shots in these situations is like a crow seeing shiny things, right? Like, you can't resist the temptation. Like, ooh, the optimal DPS. Dude, you need to be going. There's so much more damage to be done than this. Baltoon about to be pop-locked. If he leaks south right now, this should be over. Baltoon, you snake. Look at this. A shift on the gold, the west side. This actually might be what gives him a stay of execution in this game. Veterancies just came in. Zertin only on one Manjanique right now. I mean, he needs to add 2 more. Maybe 1 more. 2's a bit of a stretch because you're up against Mass Musafadi. I can't believe it. Dude, he's backing up. Query me this. What is there later in this game for you that's good? Because I don't see it. Right? Like, your time is now. This is go. I mean, I'd at least get it if he was dropping a mosque and gathering relics, but that isn't happening either. I don't think you had a second TC here, no. Dude, second TC when the Fulani is now online, dude, that's a death sentence. If you rush a second TC here, instead of going extra siege, you die. Because what holds back the rats, right? Nothing. Amlet's Bravery's coming in. Zertin creeping up the outpost now. Yoinking the gold away from the enemy side as well. Army is strong enough. I don't think the army is strong enough if you now decide to pivot into a TC play as well, though. Marlene, like, the army is strong enough for Ibids because they're investing actively. What you're talking about makes sense, in theory, if you don't have to idle villages to go get 750 resources and then also build a TC, right? Especially in a game where, remember, he's still paranoid about his food access. And you're telling him to strain his food more. That's dangerous, man. You should be playing Mass Siege. Baltoon now with the Sofas on the way. And this is the switch we talked about for Baltoon that he had in mind. The one that actually is not counted. Imported armors coming in. These Ghoulems, they're barely going to leave a scratch. Zertin's still not going for those relics. Baltoon up to some funky stuff. It looks like he got forced off of his gold. Wait. Well, Zertin saw him, right? So if you just send 1 Ghoulam now, it's 8 villages, 11 villages dead. Wall up, Zertin. Trench Warfang this. I mean, I guess that's one way to contain the rats, right? They can't nibble your eyes out if there's walls in the way. It's not like I've watched enough movies that horrify me when you just see like rats climb on top of each other to overcome something, right? It's not like I've watched War Z do that with a wall. Oh my god, Marlins are basically the Israeli siege of War Z. Or was it Well War Z? I forget. Well War Z. Wait, does he not just go all the way around now? I think you do. Oh no. You know, funnily enough, this might have been the easiest map to just stonewall, and he didn't. Because who stonewalls Socotra? Like, who would ever think to do that? Zertin wishes he thought to do that. Baltoon moving around now. Relics are getting dragged back. Zertin pulls the entire army back. That buys time. That's actually really smart. Baltoon getting more and more Sofa together here. And Zertin isn't reacting to it at all. There's no counter. Went for on the walls. But I did say that this central pass is what makes this map very interesting. We're seeing it. We're seeing exactly why right here. Baltoon, level 2 Eco-Tech just got queued up. So Sofa Flood is about to ramp up. And Zertin, I don't know why we're not building spears here, man. I know it feels weird to hear me say that Ibid should build spears, but look at the comp from the Malians. There's every reason in the world to build spears. crossbows now coming out. Ambitious against jabs. In fact, what I don't like about crossbows compared to spears is you're putting more of your army to ranged. So yeah, if Baltoon now does this and plays siege, he has your number, right? He is ramping into siege. 2 Springles now on the way to deal with the Manjaniques. Relic yoinking underway. Villagers in trouble from the Desert Raiders. In fact, he's going to go for a Warlord play here. Baltoon will react to that. Springles are now out. That has also been revealed. Smushing, commencing. Manjaniques looking for the shots. And the Stone Outcropping, briefing the fight for Baltoon, who has mass melee here. Siege now getting sniped, though. Jabs, attacking the wrong target. Musafadi are coming back now to deal with this spinning line of Ghoulems. Once that happens, he's in trouble. Mango barely staying alive. Looks like he's going to have to back away now. Baltoon should be able to start breaking through here. He's got most of his jabs left alive, a handful of sofas, and the archers can't stand up against that. Mango's now gone. Zerton, how is this happening right now? Zerton spread the line a little bit too thin against the mass Musafadi. I mean, this is the risk of pushing up past that choke point, right? The Stone Outcropping is what made that look close, because you could see Baltoon couldn't get enough troops in it. But once it spread out here as well, that's when things got chaotic for Zerton. Baltoon able to reclaim his side of the map now. And Zerton is indeed out of food. He's rushing out onto the berries. He has still got the Deers in the center, but at a point in the game where you're losing control of the center, this is worst case scenario. Baltoon. I think you just lean harder to siege, right? Like, looks like he's going for a keep drop here. Wait, do you drop it center or do you drop it on the sacred site? I don't think there's room here unless you delete your own walls. So we're probably looking at a keep drop in the center pass, which is just kind of vile here, actually. Especially considering that Zerton's relying on that for wood now. In fact, he hasn't exhausted it all, right? No, he's still got a small wood line over here, but after that, he needs to be in this area. And Zerton pulls the trigger first. Baltoon. He sees it, but I don't know if he can do anything about it. Oh my god. After that fight, is Zerton really going to take control of this game now? Because I'm in shock. I feel like he should just be in a death spiral after what just happened there. Remember, Baltoon is never out of food. Ooh, yeah, it's move over because this Civ dominates this map, and this is part of the reason why. Sure, the gold is a little bit worse because of the pit mine situation, but you can find good golds. Instead, it looks like the keep drop is coming north side. I mean, actually, like, Baltoon can still raid here now, though. Right? Like, Zerton still hasn't walled. And I don't know why at this point. I think stone walls are worth committing to on the right flank. Because there's no reason you want to have to come up here, right? Left side is what you want. Because that's where all the food is. Sofa now coming in from Baltoon. Zerton not certain of the answer, it seems. I'm sorry, that was terrible. It's actually more an issue of food. He knows what he wants his answer to be, he just simply doesn't have the economy. I'm starting to think that this game is over because Ibers just don't have mass farms. Right? Yeah, he's got 3 farms total. So, like, when does the transition happen? How does the transition happen? Not to mention you're equal in economy, which means you're a mile behind. Yes, you've at least got 3 relics, but think about how much additional eco you get out of Fulani as well as Pitmine play. It's kind of ludicrous. I think he's only got 1 Pitmine up, actually, interestingly enough. Baltoon has got a bit of a wood struggle right now, is the only concern. Like, I think he's almost out of trees. Yeah, he basically has straggler trees here. That's why he's pivoting south side, though. Wait, are we in Age of Springles now? I think we are. That's so toxic. I mean, this is why maintaining siege advantage is really important, right? It's not just about stop mangoes and whatnot, it's how you do this. And how do you do Zerton? Look at this. He's gone for Springle Chips. Raid into the main, surface do break through. Okay, but why is he going for Springle Chips? I guess you could find the economy, but that felt like a gamble. He didn't have a way of knowing about this. Baltoon not moving the villagers away just yet. Sofa Raid is wrapping around on the farms, though. More villagers down. Baltoon all of a sudden with a 5-villager lead. And this is just mass melee now. Yeah, you can see it. Musafadi plus the Sofas. He doesn't care about jabs anymore. How the hell is Zerton even remotely still in this game with 120 food income? Baltoon almost has 15 times the economy. Currently has 10 times the food economy of Zerton. Whoops. That's... Alright, Baltoon didn't even need to go through the walls. Yeah, I noticed this has been happening a bit on these maps. I don't know if it's the way some of the new maps are designed. Similar, like, I was seeing a lot on Avali's Coastal Cliffs, where when you tried to wall to the river, it wasn't always connecting to the river properly. So far. Oh my god, guys! 3 farms shut down. Actually, that's, like, percentage-wise, that's a substantial amount of his economy for food. Keep drop coming in again. Zerton creeping towards those sacred sites now. Baltoon needs to spend this gold. The problem is, if he had a little bit more wood access, he would just mass siege, right? Because you could just whittle away at your opponent. Like, you have to realize Zerton is trying to gather wood from very close by. You think Zern's a better player? Dude, I think these guys are very evenly matched, actually. I think you are not putting enough credit on Baltoon's name. Baltoon has always been a competent player, but his rate of improvement since Sultan's Ascend has been insanity. Another thing is, like, Baltoon, I'd say Baltoon feels a bit more of a well-rounded player. Zerton's games, like, where he tends to shine through is his way of finding ways out of a hole in a deep game. Whereas Baltoon seems, I'd say he's a little bit cleaner on his early game execution. Baltoon now ready to go for execution of the Ibis here. Wall's going to be broken through. Manjanique for the reload, but Baltoon just dodging most of the shots. A big heavy hit comes in, but a big load of heavy cav dives on in. He's got the Desert Raiders to mitigate some of the damage, but it's not going to count for much here. The army's simply not big enough. It is going to be a classic Marley and Zerg, Musafadi and mass sofas to push Zerton off of the island. Yeah, this is over. 345 food income. There's no comeback from this. We are going to be going all the way through to a Game 5 to decide this. A showdown on Kawasan, where I'm expecting a Mongol versus Japanese extravaganza. Baltoon showing exactly why the Malians are such a powerful pick on Socotra. I think if people had to rank them right now, most players would actually put them in the top 4. And it's because of this. When the going gets tough, when everything dries up, this Civ never runs out of resources. To the point where it seems quite frankly absurd. 1,000 food just casually always in your base via the Fulani. Then the passive gold as well. It just feels like there's not many Civs that can compete this deep into such a small map. I love how the castles don't even matter to him. Baltoon is just stripping everything that walks. And it's going to be a walk into the grave for Zerton. So, 5th game on the table. Mongols, Japanese seeming likely. And, well, I got to say, in that situation, I still really think Japanese are being slept on. We'll have to find out. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that Mongols countered Japan pretty hard, but I don't see it, especially on a map like Kawasan. Because that is where we're heading. Game 5, it is going to be Mongol-Japanese. Oh, you guys and your push-ups. Why is the push-ups? Why? Alright, let me load us in first. God, big stretch. Alright, can someone redeem banning Lamet? Because you all forgot the push-up thing existed until he pointed out. Oh no, guys! Look at that. The push-up got redeemed too often. My stream's about to crash. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, dude! Oh, the stream's going down. In 2,500 for push-ups. It used to be 1,250. Guys, you realize we don't get to cast the game if you keep redeeming push-ups. You also do realize if you aren't lazy and bother to subscribe to the channel, you also get more points over time than what you're getting currently. Don't know 1 point now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, should I just start the stream? Screw it. What's going to happen in the opening minutes? They're just basically going to do things. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So basically the Japanese are not going to rush out. They're going to rush Feudal Age. The Mongols are probably going to go straight for a pond. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. How many did we get? I don't know. I lost count. I'm assuming we're close to 30. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. I just want you to all know you're wankers, by the way, because I just done bouldering the other day. Right, with that in mind, let's get to it. Deciding game between Zertin and Baltun. It comes down to this. Mongols in the hands of Mind Sanity, Zertin, Baltun to the Japanese, and we are indeed on Kawasan. And ooh, my prediction was wrong. I thought that Baltun would rush Feudal Age here and ignore the Deep Sea. Instead, he's the one going for eco, and Zertin, I mean, this should be a Rax reaction, right? Yeah. Okay, so this is exactly why you do not play Feudal Dock, Darkish Dock, rather. You rush Feudal Age to get the Shinobi, because then the Mongols can't do anything. But Baltun decided to be greedy about this. He's going to go for the wall in, so he'll still be able to secure this. And in fairness, I guess this can work out. Like, if you think about the counter moves, you're still getting eco from the boats. The wall in will hold your opponent back. And let's be totally real. Is there a worse civ in the game to mass spearman against? I don't think there is. Think about it. Japan gets Shinobi. Shinobi destroy spears. Japanese can also build into Onobagisha, which destroys spears. Even mounted samurai, funnily enough, you wouldn't think it, but they do actually destroy spears. Because the problem is if you don't outnumber the mounted samurai, you just get evaporated, right? Remember, the first shot coming in from spearmen, which is meant to be the most powerful, gets completely mitigated by deflective armor. That's why, for anyone who's been having bad experiences against Japan, that's why when you counter them with spearmen, you die so often. It's brutally strong. So, how deep does Zertin want to go with this plan? Can we just highlight how ballsy that was about Baltun, by the way? He didn't even full wall. He walled one side. If it seemed like I'm a bit out of breath, by the way, you can blame the stream. If you're watching this later, you could have been live making me do push-ups. Is he legit going to stand here and do this? Bro. Okay, the Khan has arrived. This is where alarm bells should be going off for Zertin. He has got a spearman coming around the other side. I mean, actually, at this stage, I don't think Baltun cares. Coca Township's already on the way. It was a little bit of a bait, right? He only went 2 boats deep. So now his opponent is overreacting to this dock play, and he can't burn it quick enough before the Shinobi comes out. So yeah, villager walks back. Can he actually protect that villager? Yeah, the Khan's not coming. No. What is that range on maneuver speed? Okay, Vili goes down. But Zertin doesn't have any sea eco whatsoever, right? So Baltun is still ahead economically. And now this is where you typically feel bad about playing Dark Age. This is what I was trying to highlight, right? Is your opponent now has a pretty big one-up on you because it's Shinobi. And it might even be worse than that still for Zertin because the timing's on this. He's going for a dock now before he completes his tech up. This is bad. The reason it can be bad is the timing difference here. If Zerton doesn't rush up with like 10 villagers, the Shinobi should be able to get across here to sabo the dock before it produces anything. Oh, and 6 is not a good sign. 6 is weak sauce, man. Tech up complete. Battle team. First Shinobi coming out in 10 seconds. Is his... Is Zern's expectation that Baltoon has to attack the spears? That's what I'm wondering. I think so. Yeah, okay. And also on top of that, Baltoon was greedy. He took the close by pond. He didn't go for the deep water. If he went for the deep water, he would have seen the dock, and he'd be over here already saboing it. So instead, he goes after the spears. Still a bloody good fight to take, if you complete your attack. I've noticed a lot of people struggle with this, by the way. The attack animation point seems to be really off of Shinobi, so a lot of times I see people just click too fast. And it makes sense, right? Like a 1.25 attack speed, you'd expect him to always get that stab out, but damn. Zern outplaying him here. Spearman going to go down, but not before they get the damage required. Doc is going to fail. Shinobi, because Baltoon has entered anime mode, but it's not going to matter. Damage done, Doc down, and a big mistake made. Baltoon, he could have actually pulled this villager to repair quick enough. Instead, he just sets up a second Doc. Zerton is now teched up, though, and all of a sudden, doesn't get blocked out at all. I was kind of sick to watch, actually. Watching the Shinobi do that with the Shunshin, it looked like I was watching Phantom Assassin, Phantom Strike onto someone. That's what it should be. Shunshin should give you an increased attack speed. No. Actually, I kind of like that idea. Shunshin increasing attack speed would mean you'd use it aggressively instead of just always defensively, right? Shinobi on the way. Unfortunately, a little bit too late here. Baltoon is going to have to engage with this. Small ship is on the way. Halfway complete. Nice Sabo timing there. Remember, Baltoon still has 2 additional Shinobi here. He patrolled the other side, and he caught the worker. Wow, that was sick timing. Baltoon almost pitch perfect there, denying the play onto the second pond. Unfortunately, he's getting denied himself. Zerton, ooh, just about gets it. And this dock can't do anything. Yeah, he's lost water. Zerton needs to sneak the other dock right now. You are so dirty. Oh, Baltoon is styling, man. So what was that? Someone earlier was like, I think Zerton's a better player. What about now? I think Baltoon is a better ninja. How about that? He does need to remember to sabotage, though. It's coming off cooldown now. And swing. So no naval arrow slits either. All you need to do now is not screw up on the second pond. He's moving out there now. I don't like this, by the way. Honest to God, all he needs to do is drop an archery range. Build 5 Yumi, please. Like, I'm not even memeing on you right now. 5 Yumi, and it's sad times for the Khan. Instead, Baltoon, what is this? Dude, the Khan is getting so much value in this game. It's incredible. He's even going to kill Shinobi. And Shunshin wouldn't change the outcome of this, right? Like, honestly, if I was Baltoon, I'd just middle finger it by killing a sheep at least. Oh, my God. It's crazy how many times people will just overlook Yumi when they'd win you the game so simply. It's cost efficient, it's quick to scale, and 5 of them will kill the Khan. Instead, now we just have this awkward situation where it's only 1 pond controlled when it should have been 2. Poppy Paw beat a lot more than just Louis with only Yumi. But that's different. You're referencing a build where you go fast castle. I'm talking about feudal, but even in feudal here, you play Yumi. You play Yumi Horseman, because you can afford it. You should have dot control, right? So you should always be able to afford it. Shin. The style points of looking at the enemy and then blinking away is fantastic there. He's like, and now I disappear. Dock on dock. Oh, Baltoon. So many work deaths here. Looks like this one's going to be able to shift away. Doc is at least getting blocked, but with that second one, this is going to split Baltoon a bit too thin. And finally, he does commit into the Horseman. feels so late, though. I can't believe Zern's still doing this. Wait, Baltic? What? I mean, at some point, just build an outpost, right? Like, there's so many wild details. I can't remember the last time I saw a Khan do this much damage to a player. In Age 2. Right? Like these type of games don't happen anymore. But funnily enough, these are the type of games that led to a snowball of Mongol nerfs. And one of them in the early days was a Khan nerf, right? Horseman is at least now here, so the Khan should die over time. Keshiks have now arrived, though. A new problem that needs to be answered. And the other big problem is there's already an archery range, right? So now if you pivot spears, like you would predict a person to do to this, you are immediately going to get countered. I prefer what Baltun's doing. Just go fast castle. Feudal is not a good time for the Japanese, right? Feudal was not a good time to live in Japan. Castle was not much better. But for the mad samurai, it most definitely was. Yoink the sheep. I don't think he even wants them. I mean, maybe he should, because it could actually matter in this game once you deny Pond, but he lets them go. Zern, well, yeah, it definitely matters. He's actually playing onto deer right now, so every little sheep counts. Keshik raid, not going to work out. Yeah, this is what I wanted a lot earlier. Like, naturally, you typically do this very quickly as the Japanese because you have all that stone for Aristoteles, right? But this outpost was very late. Second one is a bit over the top. I'm not really sure that's necessary. You can just short wall this piece and it's more cost efficient. I'd rather see like an outpost over here, for example. Not that you need it because you got the walls. Or an outpost. Okay, there you go. Yeah. I was about to say an outpost over here. So yeah, so Baltun definitely overkilled the defenses. One outpost here, one outpost here should have been good enough. I guess he was worried about the dive, which is kind of reasonable. Like your opponent has gone multi-Keshik and you're being greedy. Doc's now being assaulted. No defensive ships coming in. So Baltun, yeah, okay, he's got the one war junk. The problem here is like you could actually very easily lose the dock. I'm a bit shocked Zertan's backing away. Spearmill ships are threatening, but if you just micro away, right, you can still get the kill. And you can even come back to heal occasionally. Doesn't see it's worth the risk though. Villagers. Zertan needs to dive right now. It's awkward because he knows what's happening, but he started to save up himself, right? So if he makes this dive, he's forfeiting all mounted unit control, but it's one of those awkward games where it's kind of a whoop-de-doo-dah, right? Like, you know it's going to be mounted samurai, so you're going to lose naval, you're going to lose cavalry control anyway. Cash account practically at 4 now. Floating gate with 20. Oh, wow, Baltun actually cancelled it. I mean, in fairness, this was an unnecessary position in the first place. Zertan not looking for the tech straight away, just going Archer Keshiks. That worries me because both of those comp elements just get countered by Mount Samurai. If he was at least building Spearmen, it would make more sense to me than this. Tech complete. Doc back to being torched. I'm kind of surprised actually. Zertan, he kind of went swings and roundabouts here, right? Like, it probably would have been better just to take this Doc originally in the first place. I mean, the good news is your opponent is going to be running out of food quite quickly. The bad news is, oh wait, no he's not. He got a Doc and a wall in. So you haven't really achieved much with this play. The step readout follow-up is also kind of crazy. I get why you don't really want to go Kurotai when you're mounted Samurai, but later on, I feel like this is going to bite you in the butt. If we actually get late enough. Maybe that's the thought process. Certainly, like, if I get enough troops together, it doesn't matter. I can kind of see where he's coming from on that. It does feel like it's going to be a slow build-up, though. Regardless of the extra gold. What do you guys think? 1s if you like the Mongol position, 2s if you prefer the Japanese right now. Baltun's flood has been a little bit slow, but that was due to some idle time on the gold. And yeah, oh, there's the other detail. I was about to say, someone else didn't seem right. He actually dropped the Yorishiro in the forge. So paranoid that it's going to run out of gold here. That's very interesting. Not many players would do that, and has kind of offered up an opportunity here. But it does make sense when you consider in this corner, he has 8k gold in total. Well, 5k gold now. And these ones are likely to be contested, right? So he's trying to play it safe. I think this is maybe a bit too greedy, though. There was an opportunity to be up at 16 Samurai already. He probably was worried he didn't have enough food and gold to maintain that push, though. In fairness, he definitely has enough wood. Marches out into the field, Zern. Now prepping the crossbows. The first Mount Samurai are underneath the TC, though. And a less than ideal reaction from Zern. Villagers actually attacking back here. Several now low on HP. First Mount Samurai do go down, but an eco lead now already building for Baltoon. Does at least cost him momentum, right? Like that loss of 2 Mount Samurai puts him behind the Keshet count. Gives Zerton some hopes here. Those hopes could be quickly dashed, though. Another interesting thought here is Baltoon could have very easily just built a proxy stables or two over here, and that would have given him immediate access. I'd also just love to see that from a melee switch potential, right? Like, looking at this comp, Ona Bagisha slaps pretty hard with mass crossbow on the way, so dropping like triple racks here gives you a quick flood point. Then again, I guess if you don't plan to protect the walls, probably best you don't, because instead it looks like Baltoon is playing greedy. That's actually very greedy in this type of game. In fairness to him, it's unlikely to get scouted, though. We've also got the melee techs on the way. So once melee tech 2's in, it's where it's not a bad idea sometimes to go into Bagisha, especially once you see the crossbows. Like, this is actually lining up quite well for Baltoon. Paul is going to be a fail, though. Mount Samurai did go in again, and it looks like several villagers once again go down. We just saw a huge loss there. What was it, 6 before, I think? Now 10 eco lead for Baltoon. No return fire coming, and for good reason, guys. Like, this is why I think that this matchup is actually Japanese favored. I've heard a lot of people think it goes the other way. But, you know, Koga Township has a lot of value points, not just on water maps, right, but even on land maps if there's loose eco, or loose production, rather, with the Uvu, which happens a lot. But once you reach this stage of the game, it feels undeniable to me just how damn good the game can look for the Japanese, unless you've got the most insane trade route for the Mongols. It's all because there's Mounted Samurai. Love the abandonment here as well. Decent damage buff just guarantees if you find small groups of crossbows, you'll always kill them. If you run into Keshiks, you'll always kill them. Turn has still at least got the fishing eco, kind of keeping him alive here. But this is where the Yoroshiros really start to kick in, right? We've got double in the Forge. We should have another one. Yep, dropped over here. So triple Forge. So that is already 225 extra gold a minute. And the relics, the way that they've been spawned here, I could see this being maybe a 3-2 split. Now, Zerton does have a lot more gold influx when he's massing it with the step readout. The problem is he hasn't done this right. This is really bad. Half of his villages are not dropping off at the step readout. Remember, you only get the 50% extra if you drop off at this guy. Ooh, no. Don't be this guy, folks. Baltoon. Now with the mango switch. Interesting. I still quite like Ona Bagisha, but I guess the concern here is food. His food mass has shrunk pretty hard here. It looks like he's dried up the land resources nearby. And he is on 2TC. Yeah, so like if he wasn't on 2TC, I think maybe you go for an Ona Bagisha push. But now mangoes are kind of your only way. You have at least got mass wood and mass gold. And it does seem like Zerton's taking a more slow approach to this. More chip damage being done. No, the villagers can be fixed on that. You just don't have that many on gold, right? Like that's simply the issue. If you think about it, right, like he's had 26 villagers on gold. Half of them weren't dropping off the step readout, roughly. So 13 villagers that were meant to get 50% more. That means you were missing out on 6 extra villagers worth of gathering. I think this is another thing that's made me start to hate step readout. Step readout just makes you so predictable. Like, you're never going to place a step readout and then not utilize it heavily. Because if you haven't got like 12 to 15 villages at least on it, it's a terrible landmark because you're just not getting great eco inflation out of it. And it's been his downfall here, right? Like, look at the difference now. 30 eco lead for Baltoon. And yeah, he doesn't know how many more units he's got. Like, think about Zertan's vision in this game. He never sees beyond these walls. He doesn't know about the second TC. Like, if Zern was in this room right now, I think he'd agree he had no clue about this TC until close to the end. Because how would you? There's no way of garnering that info. Especially against Japan, a Civ that gets daimyo upgrades, right? So even if you saw him gathering stone here for that TC, you don't know it's a town center. It could just be Shogunate Castle. Zertan burning through. This is pretty good. Remember what we said about the food state? You need to catch the other dock as well, though. There's still one more to drop off at. Oh, ship getting a bit cheeky. Will get sunk, though. And now Zertan making a claim for the second pond. Oh, this game. He's keeping it tight. Farms are now being set up, though, so you have to ask the question, how much does Baltoon care? It's not quite a Shogunate, but it quickly could turn into one, and considering the lumber camps and the houses over here that could be deleted, there'll be plenty of room for additional farms to be dropped in. Villager getting a little bit ambitious here. The problem now is you're going to have to fight tooth and nail to protect this fishing, right? You've got 16 boats here. Well, had might be the key word. Third TC now. So Baltoon's just giving up on water. That's not a terrible idea. We highlighted, right, that Zertan hasn't really protected himself against that issue. He's at least doing well in the relics. It looks like he might not know about that final one. Oh, wow. Neither player scouted this relic. But even without that relic, remember, Baltoon's ahead on relic gold because he has fake relics. The Yoroshiro is only 5 gold worse off than a relic. And he has 4 of them in Forges. Raid again. This is kind of getting out of hand. Baltoon doesn't know about the woodline. If he did, this would be a massacre. Zertan just found out about the TC. Okay, this is about to feel 10 times worse than you realize. Zertan just scouted a town center being built. Doesn't know about this one. For all he knows, this is now only 2 TC, so Zertan's perspective is like, I've taken some eco losses, but he's now lost fishing. So, like, I'm actually not very far behind, and my army's a lot bigger. That worries me, because when Zertan has that type of thought process, he's going to take a more chill approach, right? Because he hasn't got a rush to end the game. He needs to rush right now. And this is just exacerbating the issue. Oh, my God. Zertan, please. I mean, you pull the villagers away every day of the week here. He finally realizes it, but the cost is high. Now Samurai prowling the map, just looking for extra little pocket ecos. Meanwhile, the difference here is Baltoon has just condensed his the entire time, not willing to risk it at all. And the farms, well, they're getting fully online now, right? We're going to be, 32 farms in. I wouldn't be surprised if he munches on the stone now and goes to the Shogunate. At which stage, Owner Bigisha flooding will commence. Samurai upgrades also on the way. This is smart. So Baltoon's goal is to clear the crossbows of Onobugisha and Mangoes and then follow up with Samurais. Because after you clear them with the Onobugisha, Zertan's likely to react with things like archers. Oh, the immediate hit there. Also, keep in mind, Bugisha flooding is a great way of dealing with siege. So these Mangoes may just be able to brute force this because the Spring Wolves can't turn around. Samurai come back to the same location. Aren't going to find the same reward this time, though. Zertan, now he has pound control. He has started to fish over here as well. That dock is still up, though. If Baltoon waits like 2 minutes for the fishing to boom, he can then punish it. So I'm kind of hoping Zertan doesn't go too heavy on this. If he gets greedy, it's actually going to cost him. Guys, it's even worse. Okay, Zerton took the bait in a different way. He didn't go with the archers, but he went to the men-at-arms, and that is perfect. If you turn this into men-at-arms versus samurai, samurai always win. Deflective armor aside, extra melee tech aside, Odachi tech is also a hell of a drug. He has got it. 21 damage per strike. Compare that to the men-at-arms. That's pretty pathetic, right? Only 12 damage. No melee techs. Yeah, a little bit surprised by that one, especially. No fitted level works here is kind of crazy. You've got to anticipate the Bagisha switch, and when you fail to get your techs in time like this, you expose yourself. You actually give a really clear opening to a Japanese player. I'm wondering what Zerton thinks his plan is here. Because this is about to go into Imperial Age, and I don't favor him there. Like, ultra late imp, maybe, when you're talking about, like, cannon emplacements crawling across the map, and you able to control a choke point, but this is Kawasan. You're basically playing a MOBA. There's 3 lanes, right? And you can't wall any of them off. You have to be everywhere at once, but instead of this being a 5-player MOBA, it's a 1-player MOBA. That's a nightmare. Especially considering on the other side, it feels like you're up against 4 players. And if this also goes in, the power of Ona Bagisha with Oda tactics, I'm not even sure Outpost would work. Stonewall's also coming up, so options becoming limited for Zerton. And options about to open up for Baltoon. Tanegashima Gunsmith now on the way. Mangadai low-key cracked here. By cracked, you mean they cracked their skull because they fell off a high point and then they thought it was a good idea to go to war with the Japanese? And yes, they're cracked. No, the problem with Mangadai is actually Ona Bagisha can gap close them. And you're still building Mangadai against 5 Mangos. And you're also trying to flex your weaker food eco against the Japanese one, right? Like, the only positive right now for Zerton is that Baltoon has not got Shogun at Castle. Let me dream. I think I'm letting you Nightmare. Ona Bagisha, just a few in. Oh, no, no, dude, not again. This tree line. This tree line. Thank God. Mango die? Well, we're just going to put a little mini mango on the back of a horse. I've already suggested that for Delhi, by the way. More believable. Cannons as well. Like, honestly, what? Like, if there is not a variant Civ at the Delhi that has cannon emplacements and mangoes on elephants, then I don't know why we're bothering. Is Zerton just going to try to follow up? There is a very, very dangerous, increasingly high risk that if you go for a tech now, your opponent jumps you with elite and Oda tactics when you do it. What is up, M7? Big shout out to M7. He was actually playing in the qualifiers. Thank you for the resub, buddy. Had some pretty cool games, actually. I was impressed. My other worry is if this is your army that's going to get checked. I mean, this... Now this is, well, hand cannoneers on the way. It's Ashigaru time. Not an FFA player? I thought I saw you in a bunch of FFA games. I could have sworn I did. Am I just imagining that? Oh. Oh, no. Can we refund it? Please, can we refund it? Okay, Crackety, I'm gonna just call that out. If someone's wrong, call it wrong then. I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told Myriad. Stop being so polite. Don't say I'm always right. You said it with such confidence. Now you found out what my superpower is. Is there someone with another M name that I'm getting you mixed up with? Maybe. No M. I swear I've seen some like who played a bunch when Free For All was just custom games. I guess I'm imagining it. I'm pretty sure I cast the free-for-all that M7 said he played. Something about it was memorable. Anyway, Oda Tactics now on the way. Well, I mean, I guess that... No, I'm not backing the Bao Chuan here. Unless there's a Flying Dutchman cheat coming out, I'm not backing the Bao Chuan to win this. The Onabagisha Flood is going to get big fast. This is just wave number 1. I mean, right now he's siege cutie mode, right? Once the siege is gone, it's just going to be unlimited ladies. Zertin. Crossbows. There's a lot of them, and I don't know why. He just got baited by Baltoon. I think he thought it was a full samurai transition. At this stage, actually, I back Onabagisha against these men-at-arms. Especially considering they haven't even been upgraded. He needs elite army tactics quick. Otherwise, he's going to get eaten. Bagisha. Oh, that is so cheeky. That is so cheeky. Bao Chuan comes out, but it doesn't matter. If the docks go down, there's no eco. Baltoon just needs to go south right now. Oda Tactics is about to complete. Moving now into the big stone. Army just standing in the center. Zertin. It's going to chase down the ladies at the back. But if this dock goes down, Zertin has no food eco on land. Like, it just doesn't exist. Yeah, don't go for the villages. Just go for the dock. The dock is all you need here. Oh my god. There's more dead workers in this game than there are alive ones of Zertin. If he came to me and offered employ and he gave me a 20% above average wage and he also offered healthcare, I'd still turn him down. I would refuse to work in this kingdom. Oh my god, Zertin. It's deceptive, right? Like, he's got this big army, but if he loses at once, it's over. Another thing that feels really bad here is he's pretty much always pop-locked, right? So Karna Palace is kind of worthless. It's kind of like, it's a military school is the best way to think about it. Ottoman's the same way. If you're at pop, then you're losing out on economy because you're missing out on free unit production. Here we go, Doc. This is going down. And once this is dead, he's officially out of food. Baltoon, just, I can't believe this, man. 30 minutes and it ends like this. This very simple swipe move is the most defining point. The raids along the way, sure, they're the sprinklings, but this detail, the double dock takedown, has ruined him. And the immobility of this army sure as hell hasn't helped either. I think he's just had enough. He's going to make him move. Don't do that. Oh, okay, it's Karna. He doesn't have a choice. That's true. If you worked at Amazon, they may make you whiz in a bottle, but at least there won't be blood coming out. But you work in Zertin's economy. Oh my god, there's blood coming out from every orifice. I don't think there's much blood left, though. He's been exsanguinated at this point. Is it exsanguinated? Damn. No one expected me to use that word today. Baltoon just needs to kill him. Like, this is just silly. Bao Chuan's... Wait, he's losing to an attack at Boon. Okay, you know you've lost when a Japanese player does this to you, dude. This is literally the worst warship in the game. Unleash the Atakabune! No, honestly, it's so pathetic to watch. Like, it just looks like a kid firing pop rockets. No, Karnat Palace, you spelled it wrong. It's not that Karnat Palace would be useful if he wasn't popped. Karnat Palace would be useful if he wasn't pooped right now. I mean, he's up Craps Creek without a paddle at this stage. And the thing is, like, Baltoon is purging economy to build more military. Zero food income? That's why we build Bao Chuans, babe. Please make it end. I would believe there is a minute, microscopic chance if he at least had a Kurotai here. And that's only because I'm delusional about how good Kurotai is. Mangoes. Oh, no. Oh. Help! He can't even target the mangoes. There's too many spring ults here. This is over. Baltoon is going to make it to Master of Realms with a 3-2 scoreline. Now, Zern, of course, as we know, as we cast, did end up making it later on for the second qualifier with a 3-0 shellacking over Corvinus, where he got his revenge against the Japanese. But Baltoon's Japan is another matter. He takes him down. Woo-hoo! That's some serious Baltoonage right there. Yeah, dude, who am I getting M7 mixed up with, though? I could have sworn I saw you in free-for-alls. I don't know, man. Maybe there was someone who was pretending to be you or had a very similar name. I remember in the early days of like free-for-alls, I cast a bunch of games with someone who had either that name or a very similar one. But what we have learned is that Crackety is a sheep. Yeah, I remember casting that beastie one. You played really well in that game, from what I remember. Unless I'm misremembering. Did you play really badly and then I purged it from my brain? I mean, the more important thing is we've learned that we can easily misguide Crackety, right? That's all that matters. Okay, so let's have a look here. Another series done. If you want to make one type of unit army, what would it be? Onabagisha every day of the week. I will always just build Onabagisha. I've said if we ever get a PC sponsor and upgrade a PC, we're going to have to do a Road to Conk doing Onabagisha only. So, let's have a look. We've got... Do you guys want Elyona versus CSO? There is Core versus Gully. Do we want Core versus Gully? Don't know what that noise was. I think that was Gully crying. There's also... Was there any other ones I missed here? Any noteworthy ones? I think those are the lead ones to check in on. The only thing I'm wondering is I don't know when exactly my partner's going to get home. If I remember correctly, she shows up a bit later today, so we should have time for the Elyona CSO series. Who had the longest series you've watched? Zern. That one we just done, I think. And then he almost beat his record in a 3-0 over Corvinus. Dude, that first game. I can't with that. That first game. Oh. Dude, Crackety was dead. Alright, so let me get it ready. We'll do Elyona versus CSO. So have a look here. Yep. The data is still showing. Alright, we're good to go. So, let me get the draft up. So this is another BO5 qualifying series. Let me go ahead and bloop. Let me update the title. What's my favorite in-game color? Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, green's my favorite color, but it's like terrible in-game, right? Pink. Why not some good old pink? I don't know, there is something really nice. Maybe a bit too normie about blue. But yeah, I'm an atrocious person. I'm an atrocious human being like State. I like green. So I guess I like CSO. Purple's just overdone now because everyone and their mum likes playing Byzantines. What's your favorite mobile games? Well, everyone pays me. So definitely not Age of Empires Mobile. Sorry, what did I say? We got Age of Noobs back. By the way, if you guys don't know, Age of Noob isn't gone. He's just... Well, I guess he's de-aging. Because he's not going to be age anymore. He has another channel. A channel where he'll cover games where, you know, the content creators don't get treated like crap. So, follow him if you haven't already. Alright, what the... Wait, why am I... What, did I import the drafts? Let me quickly... I need to untick the menu from that last series and then import the draft. I'm just scratching my noggin right now, trying to figure out what I'm looking at and why I'm looking at it. Because we have something weird we need to talk about. Yeah, we have something odd we really have to address here. This is a qualifying series for Master of Realms, the SD EGC tournament. There has been a draft. There were 6 civs drafted for this best of 5. This is the first game, and Elyona picked French. Why? And why does it end up being optimal? Because CSO picked Joan. Dude, he's in his brain. This is crazy. Did you guys know that Joan gets the crap kicked out of her by French? Actually, I guess historically that's accurate. Yeah, but seriously, this is one of Joan's harder matchups. It's really bad for her here because if you slip up in the first 7, 8, 9 minutes at all, just once, just a tiny iota, you just snowball out the game. The reason is that Joan hates civs that have heavy cav. And would you like to guess what French really, really, really like to build? Heavy cav. School cavalry on the way from both players. And this is another disadvantage, by the way, that usually favors French. Is Joan will always build School of Cavalry slow, right? So the issue with that is if French come out a little bit quicker on their tech timing, they are able to get a knight advantage. And if they get just one extra knight, they can target down Joan quite easily. So it looks like we have got a little bit of calibration there. CSO, instead of making it just a immediate upgrade for Joan, he uses a second villager to try and compete. Another kind of crazy thing to think about in this matchup is because Joan can't easily do much on the map, the moment she goes level 2, the moment you tech up, you're actually at a huge eco disadvantage already. You're already at a disadvantage because your opponent's scaling more villages now. Because remember, the French get that perk. But then once you go level 2 Joan, you also are an extra villager behind. Which is kind of wild when you think about the implications so early in the game. And Consecration sounds like a crazy strong tool, sure. But like, you know, if you think about how long they take to kick in, it's why quite often we see French win this in the first like 8 or 9 minutes. Because of that difference in economy right at the beginning. You just got 4 ads. You know what the solution to that is? Subscribing. All these people want free content. I give a lot of free content. Knights now coming out. Looks like they are at least mirrored. Now, it's interesting because you'd think, surely French need to go second TC to win this? It's not actually true. Just kind of stagnating like this on 1 TC benefits you because of those eco details we talked about. First Knights hit the field. I imagine we're going to be looking at range form Joan here. Sheep count also seems to be favoring Elyona. That's really not a good sign for CSO. It means CSO's like to have to come out for Deer sooner. And then you have exposed economy at an early point, right? Which can just ruin you straight away. Nice scouting at least coming out here. CSO, this is the correct call. You just need to try and mirror and dent the first knight. Because if you get it low enough, Joan can finish it off with a Divine Arrow. As a result, Elyona is now going to have to back up. But look at that eco difference we were talking about, right? Like, this is what happens with level 2. And it's almost 3 villagers already. Remember, a village is worth about 45 resources a minute. That escalates quite fast. Especially at this stage in the game, like you don't have Consecration yet, and even if you did, you know, once you have to make a comp transition, you're probably not going to just keep spamming knights non-stop in every situation. So even if you were, right, remember the way Consecration works here, it gives you a 25% discount on the food only. So you save 35 food, and that works out 70 food a minute. right? Because of the production rates. So it is actually bigger than the value of like an extra villager here or there, but when the difference already is big, when you equate 3 at 45 apiece, that means your opponent's getting 135 resources, right? So like the interesting thing I find about this matchup is it wanes and rifts. So like at around 6 minutes, French has an advantage, then around 7.5, 8 minutes, Jeune has a small advantage, and then it goes back to the French. But by that point, usually what's happened is Jeune has died. And if she's dead, she cannot consecrate buildings, folks. Hate to specify the obvious here, but dead don't build charges. Elyono? Is he going to invite this in? If so, that's really crafty. CSO's a little bit out of position with Jeune now. So he's trying to bait it to delay the charge and then return fire, but I mean, realistically, at this stage, Elyono should just be sending it into him for that kill on Jeune. She'll melt. You're talking about 29 damage per strike from 5 of these guys. So that ends up being 145 damage, and she has no melee armor. She's almost dead from initial contact. If you're wondering why they're being so kind of nitpicky and flimsy about this, it's because whoever gets the charge off wins. Remember, with the French, you get a damage buff if you charge your opponent. It buffs your damage up by, I'm trying to remember, I think it's 5, if I remember correctly, for 3 attacks. So 15 damage increase in that engagement. And then on top of that, your opponent probably didn't lance charge in that situation, and you did. So that's not just 15 DPS increase, you have to add the 29 as well. That's insane. That's a 44 DPS difference. Or damage difference, rather than fight. Divine Restoration coming out. Nice micro off. That was sick. Elyono, so on point. You know, this guy really hasn't been getting enough praise. He's the second best player in France, and really that is no small statement when you consider the first is Marine Lord. And his rate of improvement's been incredible. We had a show match the other week, which we cast, you can catch it on my channel, between Voldemar and Elyono. And a lot of people went into that thinking Voldemar was going to just beat him down. Elyono annihilated him. This kid has been ramping up real fast. So now going into this school cavalry chivalry, we haven't got that yet out of Elyono. There is now a 5 eco lead though. Oh, they're both going to go for the trade. The timing on this though, the read. I mean, CSO is going to have to dive a TC. Elyono, it came out to him here. He marches in, finds some villagers for his troubles. Jeune nearby. Also, this outpost isn't up. CSO's trying to use the Ori to build it up faster, but this is not going to work. Snipe down one of the Knights. Raid comes in on the other side. Elyono. A little bit slow on the reaction here. Needs to garrison. Knights do back away. I'm shocked by that. That was a missed micro. Elyono panicked. He realized the dive was coming in, and he hadn't garrisoned the villagers. So he looked back here when he should have been killing Jeune. That was the freest kill you will ever get on a Jeune in a game in this situation. Now instead, she stays alive. Still has those divine arrows to keep pumping. She's going to be farming up a storm off of this. Finally, he turns... Wait. Elyono, please. Murder her face. Instead, he goes for the villagers. It's a race right now to see who can do more damage, but it's undeniable at the tail end of this. Elyono, even though he let Jeune live, it's simply to watch her kingdom crumble. And now it's her turn. Brings her low. CSO will garrison to stay alive. The damage is already done. An 11 villager lead. So I think that's why Elyono didn't want to go for Jeune originally, is he thought CSO was going to clown on him. Because remember, you can control where you ungarrison units now. But realistically, when Jeune was out near that outpost, there was no saving her. And it's funny as well, because if Elyono had taken her out right there, I think it would already be GG. It might already still be, though. Consider the idle time on top of the villager losses. CSO has not been producing new knights at all. Has no goal to do so. Meanwhile, Elyono, back to gathering, baby, and already has a free knight lead. Most of my previous streams flicker, and when they start, they don't properly play. Is there a reason? That's just weird. I'm going to go full IT tech dude on you and just go for the classic. You may want to clear your cookies and data on your browser. God, I thought I was past that point in my life where I had to have that discussion. Such a late chivalry as well from Elyon. It's kind of crazy to think if he'd gotten it much earlier, the value would already have reaped. What does CSO now do? I mean, there is a lot of XP farming going on, right? Like at this stage, you could find an out with level 3 Zhone. Because I think you get level 3 Zhone, you get triple Zhone Rider, you definitely go Riders, you do not go Men-at-Arms here. Riders makes a lot of sense in the French matchup because your opponent's going to try to recover an arbitrary and Riders counter that. And on top of it, if you go Men-at-Arms against Knights, they just die. But the level 3 Zhone is the bigger deal. Her base damage is high enough that she hurts hard against Royal Knights. And then the Divine Arrow damage is so high that you basically two-hit these Knights. Yeah, I'm not sure what that's about, Connor. As far as I'm aware, there shouldn't be anything wrong with the VODs. I don't even hide them behind subscription. I still find it odd when streamers do that, by the way. A little tip to like streamers who are looking to make a living is actually you shouldn't put your VODs behind subscribe. Take it from someone who helps out an agency and looks for influencers for some of my campaigns. If you are hiding your videos from me, I'm not going to waste any more time trying to figure out if you're a good fit. I swear a lot of content creators never think of that angle. I have to wonder how much extra money it actually raises in subscriptions. Does it actually work? I'm curious. People in chat, like, have you subscribed to someone because you can't see their VODs otherwise? Everyone's like, oh no, he's planning to hide his data. Elyon does have a slight night lead, but I gotta give credit to CSO, man. For being 10 eco behind, he is remaining competitive here. It's kind of the power of consecration, right? Like, it's mass stables, TCE also being cheaper. It's making up some of the eco deficit here. Nice, now moving an outpost are released up here. Villagers, not enough room again, though. Elyon won't give it to him, man. That was the one good fight I think CSO would have been able to find here. I'm going to speed this up a bit, because this is going to be really obtuse. It's just going to be chase, chase, chase. Clash comes in, though. Nice pump with the Divine Restoration. Backs away for a second there for the reset. Zhone, she just needs to start attacking something, because he's losing this game. Was it 7 Knights versus 9 on the offense? He's got more Knights creeping behind, so looks like CSO is hoping to sneak an attack, but the problem is the base is empty. Wrong place, wrong time, folks. I can't believe this. Oh, if he had these Knights at home, he would have won that fight. So this crowd in the corner. At this stage, Elyon should just kill Zhone. Yep. Oh, no. Oops. Wow, he doesn't even take damage in return. And one and all, let me present to you Elyon. I told you. This boy's got some skill. Put some credence on the name, man. This was a dismantling. And now I think it's done. But not before Packer gets that sub in. I see you, buddy. Welcome back to the Swarm. Rebuy on Zhone. I mean, that's expensive. You don't have enough Knights to hold a front line right now. It's 9 Knights to 6, and that's sick. He micros away the ones that can be smited. So Zhone just not getting anything out of this. Not that she could. She doesn't have a single Divine Arrow. Look how freely he's just gathering on the map as well. There's just no punishment coming in for this. It's sad as well, because CSO did look to punish. He just looked in the wrong places. Now the numbers, it's a little bit too against him. Divine Arrow could be used right about now. In fact, it probably should be used about now. Ooh, Elyon. That was kind of cool. So he's looking for a way back in the economy, but on top of that, yeah, he's walled in here. But the way that played out, I think he lost less Knights with the way he curved the injured one in, because it cancelled the charge of the other Knights that would have killed 2 more. Level 3 Zhone's in, though. And we did mention this as a potential recovery arc, but we are talking about a 14 villager lead now for Elyon. Might cut off CSO. Whoa. Whoops. Oh, wow. Second wave comes in. He got distracted there. That's so unfortunate. If he body blocked those 3 knights, if he takes out 4 here. This is so scrappy. And yes, you aren't wrong in that, Cal. No free melee tech upgrades. We highlighted that recently. That's a huge deal because it means Zhone, this switch hurts even more. Switching to Spearman feels bad, right? Normally, if you were Zhone in the situation, you drop a Blacksmith, everything gets upgraded. Now it doesn't. And what makes this even worse still is, if I'm Elyono, I don't need to dive your base anymore. I just need to patrol the mid-map, make you come out, and then in the meantime tech up. If Elyono just rule institutes this, it's over. Wait, what? Oh, we got a trade. Elyono did not build outposts out here. Could that actually save CSO? I'm skeptical to say it will. It's a lot of knights, not many places to hide. Raid comes in though. Villagers running with their tails between their legs. Stealth Forest is not going to allow for the dodge. CSO is going to stick on top of this, so it should be 8 villagers going down. The rest are walking towards this as well. The Gold Vein could also get exposed, and the Rax is very late here by Elyono. Oh my god. This could be a massacre. No textiles. Villagers just have to keep running. Meanwhile, dive into the main. CSO has got the Spearman coming out to protect. Not enough of them, though. The Knights need to find more targets. The walls by CSO may be able to save him. And all of a sudden, all that eco lead Elyono had built up, it's disappearing. Only 6 between them. Raid continues. Knights finally there to react to it. Few do hang around in the base of CSO, but at this stage, you should gradually be able to eke out an advantage. Divine Restoration is ready to pump. It's got the Divine Arrow as well to snipe down, and you just see the damage this does. 115. Unbelievable. Elyono. I mean, it looked like this game was over, and they'd won it. CSO, if he keeps fighting like this, he actually will win it, though. By he, I mean Elyono, because you could not afford to fight. You just need to keep drive-buying. Use Zhone. Shoot, move, shoot, move. Elyono. Flank resources again. Knight was sneaking in. These backside resources, I've got to give it to him, man. This wall here, actually, more than anything else, has kept CSO alive. It's the only reason he's not dead. It's a little get-out-of-jail-free card. It's a little escape route. Anyone else been playing Fallout New Vegas recently? It's Benny's quick way out. Outpost did get found. Villagers were at least able to shift away as CSO off into a corner. I'll tell you what, if CSO actually wins this, I'll be impressed. Because right now, this game feels like it should have been over. When you think about the state of the game just a few minutes ago, I mean, Elyono is up to a 10 eco lead again. And Consecration has its limits, right? Like, the limit is eventually you're going to have to switch to a reliable food economy long term. But here we go again. CSO, he knows where to go. Another chop down. And I think Elyono's screwed. I mean, the problem is he's got all these knights, but there's no eco to target anymore. There's, what, 8 villagers out here? The rest is camped in the corner. If CSO just reads the map correctly and looks where the deer were, he can annihilate the French economy. Looks in the wrong place, though. And he's bringing Zhone home. Makes sense, right? You want to snipe down the injured knights here. More villagers moving to the west side. I'm curious. Oh my god. CSO doesn't know about this. If he did, Elyono would actually be dead right now. Like, the idle time alone would offset the lead you've built. That food isn't forever. This is one of those things where, like I said, he can eventually get a farm transition, but 46 eco isn't it. And we have to remember that he's exhausting the food quicker, right? Not just because he has more villagers, but also because he's spending more compared to CSO. Cost efficiency can only go too far. Can it go far enough here, though? It looks like it's going to be able to. Zhone champions finally get spawned. Spearman as well, and that is it. Surely, that is the breakout he needs. Big fight from Elyono, a big loss. As CSO, now with the military lead, I just don't see how you make this work anymore. The Divine Arrows have been milking it. Elyona on the verge of victory, but CSO finds a way through and opens the series with a win. Yeah, I think actually Elyona, the issue is once you see your opponents walling up like that, you need a transition, man. He just kept spamming knights to a negative degree, but I think really it's that level 3 zone. Once it kicks in, it feels like a struggle. With the lead he had, I thought maybe he'd try for Castle Age. I'm a bit shocked he didn't, actually. There was a stage where it would have worked. He just had to back up a little bit. It's that classic, when you kill something over and over again, there's not much left to kill, right? Like, when your opponent's on 15 villages, you don't keep diving the base. There's nothing left. And when you're in Dota 2, right, and you're level 20, the risk-reward ratio of killing a level 4 support isn't worth it, right? Because if you die in return, they're back in the game. Similar here. Wild. I can't believe that. All right, so next up, we're actually going to Socotra for a Malian-English showdown. Missed 8 villages that stood in the open. Yeah, I mean, the zone should have been sniped a lot earlier. There's some small details in there that felt funky from Elyona. All right, should we get ready for game number 2? Looks like it's ready to roll. Let's go. Oh, I need to flip that score. Oops. Oh, one sec. Just double checking something. I'm weighing up whether I'll cast this one and then call it if we'll go for more afterwards. We'll see how it goes. We did do a very long stream yesterday. Alright, let's get to it. Game number 2 of the BO5 decided between CSO and Elyona. Elyona, what a way to lose out in that first game. CSO, it looked like he was on the ropes, but finds a way to get that uppercut knockout punch. And now we hop into one that should allow for a follow-up crotch stomp to put him in an assertive position. Malians versus English on Socotra. Good map for Malians, actually. Quickly looking like the S-tier pick for this particular map. I'd actually rate like top 3 picks right now, I think might be Malians, Chinese, and I want to say Mongols for this map. Feel really strong. And yeah, this map does not have fish. The value in docking is simply for aggro play and transport ship shenanigans. That is another reason, by the way, I think you're going to see a lot of Malians on Socotra, is their transport ship players are very strong. Remember, Malian transport ships can garrison to have javelin throwers in them. That's very powerful. It means even in the Dark Age, right, you can technically load up and send over. In fact, the only reason it's not absolutely OP is you have to wait until Feudal for stables. Otherwise, I think the optimal play here would be to do a stables drop. You'd build scouts, and then you transport ship with javs. Look at that. Recon totally forgot. So Recon, now you owe me 10% of your tournament winnings. All right? See, this is why even pros turn up this stream. I have stuff to offer. Mainly meme builds, but every once in a while. Abbey of Kings coming in. So Elyona. Not surprised by this. I really like Abbey of Kings, even against Malians. I mean, especially against Malians, right? Council Hall does nothing. The cool idea behind Abbey of Kings, though, I've been seeing some interesting Lombo follow-up builds that I'm a big fan of. They can hit pretty hard on a map like this. You have to realize that at the end of the day, the Malian player is going to be pretty strict when it comes to gold access. He's going to have one safe pit mine in the back. And food is fairly front-facing. And you can even outpost rush. Like, that's why I actually think English is probably like my favorite pick on this map. Outpost rushing is kind of underrated. You get an outpost on the forward, and all of a sudden, Lombos don't feel so weak. Especially when you consider that if your opponent doesn't have enough to kill a Lombo straight away with jabs, the reset allows you to heal up. The way I always view that build where you go double arch range is it's essentially the old campfire for the English. You remember the one where they used to heal with them? You basically get it back by having the king. It's more than likely we're just going to be seeing a classic 2TC though. In fact, definitely seeing it. We've already got the Stone Gathering coming in. Pretty safe, composed way to approach the Malians as well, considering this is a Civ that does not like going against 2TC play. In fact, if you look at a lot of games right now that feature Malians, the atypical route that you see people taking is rushing a TC. Because then that puts the pressure ball in the court of the Malians, right? They can't afford to just rush castle, because usually what happens is you see 2 TC into a few aggro units. And then all of a sudden, instead of going for your eco-inflation to Malians, you're bogged down in feudal, building more expensive units, while your opponent builds an eco lead. Usually all for the purpose of defending. Damn, we're getting the vibes of the Malians.
How does CSO address this?
Is it just simply Donzo Javs? I'm not sure about the Donzo detail. Like, I think we probably serve better by doing Javs and Scouts. Javs and Scouts is really strong here, actually. Because you can just frontline with the Scouts. Javs can pick everything apart. And your Scouts are just meant to buffer damage off of you, right? And then when you have to take out the TC, you've got a ridiculous quantity of torches to do so with. Time being low, looks like CSO is going to take this opportunity to sneak out for the second pit mine. A bold timing, by the way, right before the king would come and punish this. So pretty smart. No, Recon, that's not your player, you liar. You do Scouts and Archers. I didn't mean to like offend him recently, but I remember I was like talking about Recon's play with that. I was like, if you have really high micro, you'll like always win. And I made the comment. I think it's along the lines like, you know, Recon is very chill play. He has a kind of controlled tempo to his micro. If he ever went to like StarCraft APM levels, it would be giga broken. Because the idea with the scout play, with massing scouts with Malians, it's good because you just pull them away and heal them up, right? But when you have like 25 or 30 scouts, you have to be quick on the click. It has to be a quick doink, 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 all the way through. Otherwise, you just start losing them too fast. How does the cast UI decide which track to use? I think it's whatever player starts in position 1, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, Elyon, second TC up. Did get shot about here, so he doesn't have that push in, which is unfortunate, but he does have the retracted deer and the berries. And this TC is close enough to the edge that it should be able to protect against sneaky wraparounds. CSO, it is going to be Rax plus archer range, so no scouts coming. It looks like he's going to be going Donzo archers. Or Donzo Javs, rather. Kind of tricky, right? I think English can deal with that quite well. Lombo's turtling is really powerful. The issue with Lombo's turtling is like you can't really dive a TC easily unless you've got an absurd amount of Javs and Donzos. At which point, the Lombo mass should be big enough to be a real problem. Not to mention, there should be a supporting unit. I'm wondering, does Elyona just try for the fast castle? There is a waft in the air that smells like Castle Age, right? The food and gold being held, not a single production building. He's just going to white tower drop. Ooh. The one thing that sucks here is like you wish you could white tower the ford, but you have to white tower the left, right? Otherwise, you lose this area and your TC. You're probably going to just have to white tower here, actually. The safest of white towers. That does allow you to safely set up farms around the white tower, which is the whole point. It's the purpose it serves. But on a map like this, I always feel bad when I see a defensive landmark not being dropped here. Like this, these are the gates to the universe, right? If you control this pass, you control the map. You go Jav plus Scouts against English? Yeah, definitely. If you go Archers plus Scout, you just die to Lombos, right? There's no way you win with that. But Jav plus Scouts has some potency behind the dive. Also has a really cool transition if you ever upgrade. And yo, CS. Oh, no, he's doing it. So this is probably just going to be a canoe, not a transport ship. There's no value in the transpo. You don't really need it to get around this. But like an archer ship should be able to reach in on the berries and the deer. And the TC shouldn't be able to protect against that, right? Because it's 7 tower range versus 6.5. That's another interesting thing about English on this map, by the way, is with the Admiralty, there might be some viability behind denying gold. Especially if your opponent does an arrow slits outpost both sides of the gold veins. Jabs have snuck in. Oh, yeah, no. It's time for that tech up. This is one of those unfortunate things. Yeah, he's going to have to pivot it. The white tower probably would have felt better here to guard both areas and set up the full TC. But he has to go a little bit further forward. Reason is that he left a little bit too much space between the two TCs. CSO prepping his own tech up now. Oh, this is whoa, this is Farimba, right? I mean, it has to be. There's no other option here. Hunting canoes? Yeah, mark my words. Like, Malians are going to be really good for this water element. Transport ship we already mentioned, but just the coastal navigation in general is really powerful. Timings matter a lot, right? If you make this type of play, you need to be in straight away, and juicing up to 2 movement speed does that for you, courtesy of a unique perk for the Malians. Nice backstab here as well. Is that not... That's all the gold. Oh, wow. Elyona, he has no other gold gathering. Malians moving in. Elyona... Wait. One's if you're a player who wishes that archer ships could just attack ground. Like, legit, they weren't moving and he missed. Farimba Garrison now on the way. Let's see if it's worth it for CSO here. I mean, what? He's got 2 pit mines, but it's more like 1.5 pit mines because of the blockers. And I don't think he has another gold location nearby that's good. No, he'd have to play center map. Knights are already on the way as well.
I'm not sure what CSO's plan is here.
No, I don't think he attacked the mining camp on the second shot. I think what happened there is the villager that was being targeted, when he shot, the villager was walking for a drop-off. So predictive aiming was anticipating he'd be there, right? Longbows are coming. Now, you'd think longbows are bad here, but I mean... The whole idea is you show knights, your opponent can't go jabs, right? He overreacts with donzos, and then you have him countered. I actually like this from Elyona. And the cool thing about that is even if you're not right on the money, you have the type of eco that should be able to flex. Especially when you get confirmation of this, that it is indeed a Farimba play. He just got a glimpse of it. Sprung chip. Ooh. Yeah, farm transition is going to have to come in fast and dirty here. Moss drop now on the way. I mean, CSO needs it, right? Like, the pit mines are not going to deliver you a victory here. The relics might be able to. Meantime, King has gone down. A little bit surprised Elyona didn't add more knights in, but not really that surprised when you consider the gold stance, right? He could have tried to sneak for this gold, or maybe even the center one, but he just doesn't have mass. It's unfortunate because now I feel like his comp is a bit behind. It's wild as well because CSO overcomped into Donzos when he should have been building more javelins, understanding what had happened here. I think he misread this game. He was in a very firm position if he just doubled down on javelin pump after the first 5 Donzos. There was no reason to go up to 14 Donzos here. Night loss might be it. No, dude. Like, it's not because CSO made a mistake. With Farimba, of all things, like, he pumped the wrong units. That's very expensive, especially when you then have to go imams afterwards. Like, Lombos are actually going to keep Elyona alive now. If this had been 15 jabs, different situation, right? Like, 15 jabs kills this. Because they can stab onto the eco, and Lombos can't defend it. Yeah, like, imagine this right now. Imagine if you just had 15 jabs. You'd be double killing villagers. Instead, he got 1 worker kill. Especially because he got greedy here. So now prepping the Rams. Don't you guys just love defensive landmarks? I mean, aren't they just so fun to have to fight into? Like, don't they just warm your heart and you're like, wow, I'm so glad they're in the game. Like all those good memories you have, people Berkshiring you, the white towers like this one, Barbicans. There's such a positive element in AoE 4. Sorry, I think it just broke my sarcasm detector. Best age-free defensive landmark, probably? No, it's the best defensive landmark in the game. It's too good. It's even better than Kremlin, actually. It gets way too overtuned. 20 garrison spots. The X3 attacks, like the double production of anything, it's insane. What about Red Palace though? Dude, I have to go Imp to get Red Palace. You'll never win this argument. White Tower, like Red Palace doesn't give me a timing attack. White Tower does. Dude, the only person who makes me think Red Palace needs to be nerfed is Don I. Because Don's the type of player who'll drop it in your base. Everyone else's I can kind of tolerate. Is Red Palace dumb and annoying because you have to use Trebs to counter it? Yes. Is it OP compared to White Tower? No. Not Mister? No, dude. Mister will get TCs nerfed. He won't get Red Palace nerfed. CSO now with the triple ram moving in. And villagers getting chopped down. Elyona. There was an opportunity here, but it just didn't come in quick enough. CSO recovered it. Up to 20 jabs now. And I don't know. I feel like there was a state of execution here that should never have happened for Elyona. And he wasn't able to do anything with it. It's wild to me he never bothered to set up any farms whatsoever at this stage in the game. Now he's in trouble. Men-at-Arms are still only Feudal Age, for the love of God. First farm cluster's coming in, but at this stage, it feels a bit too late. Lombo's just trying to stand their ground, but it's double ranged armor, right? Like the TC is only tickling. The Lombos are only tickling. And CSO, for no other reason than screw you, that's why he's clown carring. He's actually clown carring for javelins. Oh my god, dude, this is trolling. So you really don't tend to clown car with jabs because their attack animation is terrible. So usually you get shot in the face trying to do it. But CSO doesn't care. He's so far ahead. Military Academy just got queued up. If this wasn't over already, it's about to be. But Elyona is at least finally getting veterancy on these Lombos. They will hurt a bit. Just not sure they're going to hurt enough. Like, that is the primary TC getting dented right now. CSO looked at this game and he went, I'm going to take the hard way of killing him. He could have went for the second TC easily. The White Tower wouldn't protect properly, right? But why do that when you can just dent the main base? And yes, he has got 4 relics. 4 relics and 2 sacred sites. Donzo's also now with the torches out just to make this even faster. This is gone. Village is now being pulled for the repair. But there's just not enough Lombos to defend against the jabs. Mango shots are going to come in. More villagers being pulled. I mean, if you just run the villagers now into the eco, or rather the Donzos and Mustafadi onto the villagers, this is done. Jab moving in. CSO will dodge that shot. This is expensive. Eco lead. Now shrunk down to 10. He's a mile behind at this stage. He does stay alive. It looks like CSO is going to have to reset and move away, but damage most definitely done here. Only 10 eco ahead in a game where you're up against Malians who have got 4 relics and 2 sacred sites. Now, admittedly, there is no Fulani in this game, but he can definitely leverage all that gold well. But Elyona is going to commit to the repairs. How does he get back in this now? I mean, in theory, playing Mangoes is the way, but if CSO doesn't bring Siege to the next fight, he's throwing the game, right? Like, you have got so much gold, you can easily afford to outmass Siege. Network of Citadels. Wait, no. 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 El Nona. This isn't El Nona right now. No, don't do this. Please build an outpost. He's going to lose to the bug. Okay, thank God. He's got an outpost coming. Still, like, 1 outpost doesn't make me feel good. You need, like, 4 outposts to be safe. Right? I never like seeing 1 outpost with Network of Citadels. For those who don't know what the hell I'm on about, Network of Citadels is bugged right now. When you research it, it strips Network of Castles from every existing building, but doesn't give Network of Citadels. So these TCs and the White Tower, they no longer have the aura tick. It's only this outpost right here. A 750 HP structure is the only thing giving him his attack speed buff. CSO marching back in again. Oh, he's baiting the Mango out for the Springles, right? Yep, here we go. Elyona. Oof, backs away just in time. How far can you back away here, though? Jabs moving in. Springles get the snipe out. Musafadi now on the way. The men-at-arms. No armor clad here. The network of Citadels is actually leading to a pretty good trade here, but not good enough. There's simply too many jabs. Elyona, he may have survived the first assault, but this one seems undeniable. The wood at the back is already gone. This is everything to him, and he can't really back away anymore. CSO will temporarily back off, but as things stand, Elyona has a bigger issue on the way. Sacred Sites have not been decapped. 6 minutes away from the Malian victory. You mean a balance feature? I mean, I do think Network of Citadels and Castles is badly designed. The aura needs to be completely reworked. It should be an activatable ability on certain buildings that lasts X seconds, not permanent. Looking for another clash. Musafadi, perfectly done, right? Pulls the javelins deeper, pushes the lombos away. Musafadi mop up the men-at-arms. Springle's also now just joining in on the party. Now Elyona. I'm not really sure what that's all about. I'm assuming that's a misclick because there's no reason to build crossbows here. Ooh-wee. Gotta, to a certain degree, respect Elyona's perseverance here. Seems to believe there's still a way. I'm not sure what the way is. Oh god, no. I don't blame him. I actually forgot about the hunting canoe as well. It's been so long. Oh my god, dude. He has resources for Imperial Age. Well, this should convince Elyona the game is over. "15 villagers being pulled for this." The Mango has arrived, though. A handful of men-at-arms to try and contest this. Villagers are going to have to pull back. But with the Mango now here, I don't know how you stop them building this. No textiles does make this a little bit risky, but with the men-at-arms focus firing on the villagers, there's nothing to counter the Musafadi now. That Lombo should be enough to hold this back. This is borderline BM the way he's doing this. This is so unnecessary. Springles are killing this quicker than the Mango, by the way. Like, the Longbows aren't dying to the Mango, they're actually dying to Springles. Are you kidding me? We've got 4 villagers building up in landmark. Oh my god. No. Dude, if you're gonna end the game like this, at least bring an appropriate number of villagers to do so. This is so stupid. Oh my god, I just lost 20 brain cells watching this. I can't afford to lose 20 brain cells. Dude, this is the weird thing. Like, Elyona has to camp here now, right? So, like, the issue is still the Sacred Sites. Like, I don't know why he hasn't sent a single unit out to do this. Like, if he actually decaps the Sacred Sites now, he can win this game. But he needs to decap them. Like, it's not an option. It's a requirement. It's back on at 10 villages. 4 Hunter is coming. He's actually going to complete it. And guys, after this, we can look forward to CSO losing more villagers because he has a keep drop to follow up. But CSO is going to save him from that shame. 2 points now on the board for the second best player in China. Whew. Let me just mark that up. Elyona in struggle central now. Let's have a look at this. So, Jeune French have been picked. English Mali is now done. Let's see where we're going next. Oh, Hill and Dale. I'm not even going to look at the saves. I'm going to predict this. Okay, so CSO, like what? You pick Ottomans here, right? And then Elyona will pick Delhi. Nope. Rus Byzantines. What? He's undefeated against Louis? Yeah, but Louis can actually beat the Western players, right? That's the difference. Someone can counter a player, but still be worse than them by a tournament ranking perspective. There's a reason we invited Louis directly to Master of Realms, but CSO has to qualify, right? All right. I'm a little bit perplexed. I don't know, man. I kind of feel like CSO is just trying to rush the GG of the entire series. Rus on Hillendale. I mean, in fairness, remaining maps were Kawasan and Archipelago after this, right? And I believe he did draft... Yeah, Ottomans, Chinese. So you don't want to pick Chinese here, right? You want to save them for Archipelago. And Kawasan... I mean, I thought you'd go Ottomans, to be honest with you. But I guess, like, you know, Ottomans versus Rus. Rus still overall just feel like a better civ. So he's looking for a way to end there. But credit to him, Elyona. Looking strong for game 3 here. We won't talk about this series. He's definitely looking strong at so far. More so that CSO is looking dominant. But Byzantines here is very potent. They have options, actually. Byzantines can very safely go Castle Age in a rush. They can also play a very solid Feudal Age aggro play here. I've been noticing a lot of Horsemen coming through, and we can blame Recon for that trend. But I don't rate it too highly here, especially against the Rus. I think in this matchup, if Elyona wants to go for an all-in Feudal Age, it has to be Spearman plus Lombos. It's a lot better, however, just to rush Castle Age. Mass Varangian is kind of insane in this matchup. Let's see, CSO is likely to be going 2TC, right? Has got the deer on the high ground. Oh, actually, that's kind of a negative for Rus, right? Well, for a start, the first deer is so close to home, your opponent immediately takes 70 gold away from the map. And then the follow-up issue I find here is that you need to push these deer in because it's such a high-value play. But if you're pushing the deer in, then you're not hunting the game, right? Looks like Elyona has found both deer packs, and he found double wolf. Ooh. Elyona also did go double scout, so he's denying away a lot of equity and still getting these sheep required. And remember, the other thing that kind of makes Rus feel bad on this map is your opponent can directly counter you on the game because they don't need sheep. Right? You don't need sheep because you have all these deer nearby. So you always have a backup option instead of relying on lamb. Everyone wants Elden Ring right now. What is it with... Like, I heard there's an expansion coming. The expansion hasn't released yet, right? Do I need to do an Elden Ring playthrough as well? I feel like all my influencers are doing it right now. Coming June 21st. So why is everyone playing now? Got a lot of people doing their first playthroughs at the moment. Grand Winery now coming in. Kremlin on the way on the other side for CSO. We are getting a 2TC play. Fun thing about me, I'm actually pretty good at Souls games. Well, used to be. Haven't touched them in a while. CSO... Well, 2TC Fast Castle, right? I actually think Byzantines are better for the Fast Castle build. You are going to get your TC for free. There's really nothing Byzantines can do to block that because the Lombo play takes so long to come in. Can we have a look at the bounty? No. Because that spoils the outcome of the game. You can roughly tell that he didn't do that well on bounty by the fact that he doesn't have wheelbarrow prepped and he only got his tech. Your 250-ish bounty if you have wheelbarrow teched and Castle Age, Feudal Age rather happening. So he actually done pretty bad. And I'm not surprised considering what? Double wolf over here, I think double wolf over here, and double deer got taken away. So he's probably sitting at, if I had to spitball the number, 190 bounty? Actually, maybe 170. Right, because remember, some of this is passive gold from the hunting cabin over time. And we are, what, 3 ticks in? Yeah, I think he done pretty bad. Tech up complete for Elyona. We should get a read very quickly what this is going to be. If there's a Rax drop, it shouldn't immediately make it apparent. Okay, wow, stone drop. So we're going 2TC on 2TC. That's kind of cool. That's pretty advantageous, actually, when you think about it for the Byzantines, because along feudal, the way it works, you'd usually think that's bad against Rus, but you have to remember, because your opponent on the Rus side is going 2TC, you get your 2TC without having to defend it. And then, at that stage in the game, with system buffs, you are going to be 14% more efficient than your opponent, which offsets the value of the Kremlin. Because while the Rus get 20% more wood, you're going to get 14% more everything in terms of efficiency. Then add in the olive oils, especially with the Grand Winery. All of a sudden, you're talking about a long feudal where the Byzantines can mass a bigger army than the Rus. That's scary to think about. What do you guys think? Are we actually getting a competitive series now? Because Elyona's kind of been getting stomped in after I gave him a lot of praise. But this game, to me, with the way they're planning this, unless CSO has something very crafty in mind, it's very hard to bet against the Byzantines. The other thing about going Lombos is it's very nice when you upgrade into Castle Age, right? Like, they're very potent units. A nice backbone to go for the Rangian spam. I could even see us looking at potentially a Silk Road play. Javelins is a really cool idea in case your opponent goes archers, but the really sick details to follow up. If you end up in Castle Age, your opponent wants to lean into Knights with the Rus against Varangian. If you just have one group of Camel Riders in, Varangian destroy the Knights because the Camel debuff and also just how quickly Camel Riders can kill Knights. To the TC it is. Second one now up on the deer and on the gold, so wouldn't be surprised if Elyoner just tries to trim this and go castle as quickly as possible. Ball was now in CSO's court. In the event that this does turn into a long feudal and it does become Silk Road, I do think that Rus are a civ capable of building enough archers to contest the javelin scale of Byzantines. I just don't feel like you're going to get enough time for that. The problem with massing archers here is on Hill and Dale, your opponent can easily wall himself in, and then you have no way to attack. I think that was another thought process between the two players, as CSO picked Rus here, because a palisade on the front blocks you from any attack, right? 2.5k HP is too much here. And I think that's also why Elyoner won't attack, is in the event that walls go up, it's a wasted effort. Well, Rus in team games get so much bounty because players don't pay attention and do their part. Like, you know, okay, the best way I can describe Rus in team games in AoE 4 at most levels of play, it's like playing Dota 2 and no one buys wards. Right? You can blame the support, but at some point, someone just needs to damn well do it. It's so silly how often I just see it, right? Like, someone's got bounty right next to their base and they don't snipe it. They don't check the lobby and say there's a Rus player in. But at high-level team play, actually, yes. Yes, the Rus will get decent bounty, but they won't get 500 plus. Because players will deny them. Love Survivor Techniques on the way. Just a quick cast for timing. First Knight has been queued up. This should force Elyoner to go into Limitane, right? It's not bad setting up racks ahead of time, because if you set up racks ahead of time, then you do have the Varangian layering to the cake already set up, right? Damn, Age of Noob. Did you play Dota back then as well? Look at that, one of my little vet boys. Yeah, Dota 2. Even these days, people sometimes forget to buy observers even though they're free. To put it in AoE terms for people, imagine if you could have an outpost for free that just gave vision, but you can do anything else with it. You'd buy that straight away now, right? There's still some insane maniacs that don't do that. Knight coming in. Yeah, I like that CSO isn't rushing that, by the way. Akratoy defense could ruin him on that first Knight. Elyoner is being insanely greedy about this. He did get enough olive oil for the first Lombo pump. I need to see that drop now. I think this is a bit of a blunder. You should be rushing the Merc House, because now you haven't even constructed it yet. You still have to wait for those units to come out. There's rushing Castle, and then there's being a bit too greedy about it. The other crazy part is that Elyoner didn't sense this was happening. He should have been scouting. It's kind of wild the way this is playing out now. CSO also now going for the boar. Not just one, but two boar. That's crazy. So CSO, does he try to all in this now? That's disgusting. Okay, dude. You can tell him and Louis play together. There's flavorful elements here, right? Walling your opponent on his high ground. It's been a while since I've seen this on Hilldale, but this is genius. Think about what Elyono wants to do. He wants to build Varangian, and then he wants to get relics so that he can build more Lombos. This blocks him in. He can't do anything because of this. What a creative play by CSO. And because his TC was much quicker, like, he's already ahead on the economy, right? We have to really give a lot of respect over the system, though. Like, 22% buff is kind of insane. Going Horntown on the way. High Trade House on the other side. Can he get the walls up quick enough? Yes, he can, because for some reason they build quicker than normal walls. I hate Bruce so much. Oh my god. Is he actually... He got the back wall. Dude. Stop. This should be illegal. What are you doing to it? Tech up complete. Racks on the way. I wonder, can Elyono get enough spam out? Like, it is level 4 System, so Conscriptio is kind of crazy at this point. You're almost at the stage of what the Delhi get from dropping a Scholar inside a building. Okay, hear me out. You wall again, right? Like, why stop at one layer? Because if you double layer, you definitely get all the relics before him. Lombo Varangian coming. CSO's like, bye. Sorry, let me do the credit. Bye. Have a good time. At this point, Elyono has to be thinking, what is this game? It's okay. He's being weird. I'll just go out the side walls. Huh? Elyono's like, why have you done this? It's for your safety, bro. Okay? I wouldn't want you to trip, fall, and hurt yourself on the ramps. Good guy, CSO, always thinking about everyone. And the warrior monks have been queued up. Dude, this is painful. Like, the fact you actually wasted time building a monk now, you actually wish you had simply built more Varangian. Breakout commences. He's going for the safe relic, right? Makes a lot of sense. CSO shouldn't be able to get that relic. The other ones seem quite grabbable. Did he go for a double most? No. Oh, yep, there we go. Once again, you can tell this guy plays a lot with Louis. Louis has been doing this for weeks now. He's obsessed with it, actually. It's a very old school build, if you guys remember. When AoE4 first came out, relics were very, very valuable. This was a very popular play to double monk. It fell off, though, in the last, I'd say, 2 years. It hasn't been as popular. But it's been making a resurgence in 2024. Louis definitely a big component of that. BC also. Groves coming in. You know, even though this looks really cool from CSO, I don't know how you beat Olive Grove OP Varangian spam, especially when you're sitting on 2.6k food. That bull play was so cool, but it almost seems like CSO hadn't practiced it because he's completely mismacroed. Like, he should have a lot of production buildings down right now pumping. He has none. Hell, at this stage, just queue up. Okay, you can't, right? Warrior Monks of Gold. Ugh. I'm going to speed this up a bit. It's not like Elyono's getting out of his base anytime soon, right? Because there's more walls. I've heard of tug of wars, but this is a tug of war. I can't believe this. Finally, he's going to break out. 14 minutes into the game. Relic count should end up being a 4-1 split, though, because of this. And I really want everyone to get peak tilted by this. Remember that the Rus built those better walls quicker than you build your own. Just want you to process that for a second. The counter argument I always get is, oh yeah, but, you know, like, they can't build stone walls. I don't think I care. And I don't think people losing to Rus care. I care about this, though. Why are we rushing Imperial Age? Dude, CSO's going to lose this game. This is beyond greedy. Like, I don't understand what the value is in this. I'm getting flashbacks to when people used to think that this was good. Oh my god! No! No! Abort! Abort! There's no way. There is no way he gets away with this. Wait, oh, wait, come back! Eliona, please. Dude, why are you leaving? By the end of this series, my IQ will be in the negative. I can't. 4 Cairo Siphons now on the way from Eliona. Make it 5. So here's why I hate this build so much. Do you want to know what CSO is going to do with this? Lose. Do you want to know why he's going to lose with this? He's going to queue up Streltsy. Have a look at that production time. Do you remember that discussion we were having with someone yesterday in the stream where they're like, Camel Archers are OP, man? I'm like, it takes 35 seconds to build them, dude. Same situation here. Also, your food income may seem good, but that's because you took double bore. You aren't double bore anymore. Your food income is atrocious. You can't afford mass Streltsy like this. Well, what do you do when you see a big wooden wall? Burn it! What do you see when you see a high trade house? Burn it! What is your favorite pastime as the Byzantines? Make it burn! Ooh-wee. Jesus, if you dropped these things in Vietnam, the war would have been over in 2 weeks. 7 Cairo Siphons on the way for the TCs. This is absurd. Ah, yes, the stealth flamethrower. Burn the foundations, burn it all. I can just hear the siege engineer from Stronghold. Burn them. I hope they like beef. Wait, no, wrong thing. Lance also moving in, Varangin as well. I mean, this is over. We're going game 4. CSO. I don't know what this was, man. This is so beyond cocky. I guess he wanted to experiment a bit. Save that for college. This is a qualifying series. Take it seriously. What was that? Oh my god. What do I even call that? Like that one I think is uploadable by itself. I don't know if I'm going to upload the whole series. I found like this is an issue, right? So like I recently started to what's that? What do you call that? Trolling or genius. Who's Rooster's so OP this might actually work. All him in and imp. I don't know. So like, yeah, I was saying about this recently on Twitch because we edited down a series to make it a bit shorter so it could be one video, and people didn't like it. And my brain was like, the problem is if you just upload game 1, game 2, game 3, game 4, people don't watch videos. I've noticed that. It's kind of a tough balance to figure out. So I don't know, maybe I just nitpick the best games from series, and then if people want to watch the whole series, they can watch the VODs. Alright, so we're going to Kawasan next, guys. And remember what I said about like things we're going to get weird with the draft? It's kind of happening. We've got Abbasids versus Delhi. You do not see that matchup very often on this map. So let me mark Rus Byzantines off. And get a point on the board. We have a competition. Wow. Whoa, let me fix that. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Eliona. second channel for complete sets, it's just not worth it. Like, splitting... So you're talking about a niche of a niche within gaming, and you're talking about splitting it into 2 channels. Like, growing that channel... Because then you have to set up thumbnails, you have to optimize titling as well for that. Like, trust me. Dude, I'm nowhere near making a living off of YouTube for AoE4. What I do not need is a second AoE4 channel. Starting from 0. Alright, here we go. Game number 4. CSO still a match point. And all I can think about is how does he throw this game after that game 3? I mean, that Roos Hill and Dale game was something special, right? I think I've seen something quite like that in a long time. We haven't seen this in quite a while as well. I feel like Delhi fell off in terms of popularity for Kawasan. Bassets has been featuring a lot so far in the tournament. So CSO definitely seems to have the favorable Civ. Wondering what the Delhi can do here. Alyona is going to play under fishing, and I can't help but feel this is always looking like a negative right now for the Delhi. It's crazy to think, actually, because a long time ago, Delhi was OP on water. Do you guys remember the early days of AoE4? Where Delhi was like an insta-win because you just build fishing boats, pull fishing boats, and then shoot fishing boats. Because remember, these things have attacks. Those days are gone, though. I think what players start to realize is you shouldn't panic when someone fishing boats you like that, because it means they're not gathering food, they're attacking, right? So like, it's kind of a weird thing. It's like when you first panic because someone sends all their villagers to attack your villagers, and you go, oh wait, yeah, he's not gathering resources. Same thing happened in the early days with the Malian Javelin transport ship play, if you guys remember. The logic was it was OP because you built a transport ship and you put 5 villagers inside. But then players realize if you just remain calm, you realize your opponent has now wasted 5 villagers. They're not gathering anymore. So yeah, I think it's kind of similar here. And it's a tough one now because CSO could actually just match you on both lakes, courtesy of the fact that the Abbasas spent half the resources to even get on the lake. The other interesting thing in this matchup is because your tech up time is going to be delayed, military wing into a ram is viable here. I'm going to hit the speed up because I'm not expecting any aggro either side. This should be Tower Victory versus Military Wing. What's up, Philly? Thank you to Ray, buddy. Hope you had a good stream. Is there anything else other than Millie Wing here? It's not a good map for trade. You could Eco Wing and just play greedy. I just don't think it's worth it here. Military Wing is really cool because you guarantee that your opponent has to go, what, Archer first? I guess you could just brute force Ghazi when you consider he has got fishing, but the risk is that your opponent just goes mass spears. In fact, what I'd love to see right now from CSO is to just camp near the enemy base to see what the opening choice is. Because then if you see that they're going to go into stables, you just rush racks here. And then overwhelm. Actually, a quite popular play at the moment is just to go stables, right? Like, you've already got archers, you've got spearmen as well. If you add in the stables, you've basically covered all angles of the triangle. I've noticed that that is one of the most popular openings at the moment for Ambassadors because it ticks every single box in the game. And then it gives you agency, right? Like, it's more popular on land maps because the logic there is when you've covered all the arcs, your opponent has to cover all the arcs too. So while they're doing that, you then just go TC, right? But here, it could open up the door for a sneaky dock. Tech up complete. Sancti gets queued up straight away, and it's going to be the archery range. So there we go. All right. Objective accomplished. This is why I really love Abbasas against Delhi. There aren't many civs that can force the Delhi to do something other than Ghazi first, but this is one of them. You have to show respect to the power of the Abbasids, right? That military wing opening forces that pivot. We should be getting a respend quite quickly here. There's a little bit of a boom of resources, but I'm not expecting fast castle here. It is indeed going to be the stables build. Yeah, CSO is just a step ahead, man. I've seen Abbasas do these type of builds against Delhi on land, by the way, against top players, and it works there as well. The whole logic is, and this is what makes military wing subtly OP. You are a step ahead of your opponent, and they have to react. I think the more drastic example we're seeing right now is the Desert Raider for Ibids. Because the Desert Raider is already there for free, it forces a reaction. It's the same with the idea of why people think the King is OP. Which, by the way, he's really not. It's actually the White Power's the problem. But the idea of why the King seems OP is because you have to react to it, and it didn't cost your opponent anything extra. Same reason why Shinobi originally felt kind of OP. Turns out they were. Ram cancellation. Yeah, so 3 archers out now. You have to give way. Horsemen are already the way for CSO, though. If he wins the initial fight, he can just drop a ram and starve Elyoner out of the game. Horsemen already arriving earlier than Elyoner was anticipating here. He's going to have to go Rax. You'd think he could just flood Ghazi, but he's already a step behind. And he hasn't even garrisoned with military efficiency either. In fact, check this. Blacksmith's already dropped, and we've got camel archers on the way. We actually saw this, not the exact same build, but the idea of camel archers on this map from Anatan just the other day. It is really powerful when you think about it. The buff, actually, to camel archers, them costing a little bit less food, helps along the way, but really what kicks it over the edge is this fishing eco. You can afford to spam camel archers. The weak point in camel archers is they're just not affordable in land maps, right? And they take way too long to scale. But when you're talking about maps like this where you've got surplus eco, where you inflate so quickly, it's an S tier unit. It's ballsy to see him doing it into Archers Ghazi, though. Like, I'm not sure about this particular matchup, whether it works. If you were talking about your opponent building spears, or if you had, for example, feudal men-at-arms, then camel archers are goated. But here, I'm hoping it's just 1 to give the debuff. Maybe 2. The reason why you want to go 2 is because the archers could clear them up so quick, right? And thankfully, it looks like CSO is stopping at 1. That's cool, though. The implications are huge here. These Ghazi are now going to turn into horsemen. Right? Because the damage reduct is going to be minus 2.4. So they hit for 9.6 compared to horsemen hitting at 9. So mere tickling. Ram was a little bit ambitious, though. It looks like we jumped the gun there. CSO is going to back away. Boot camp has come in. That sort of offsets the attack speed. It's still a losing battle for you because the attack speed is that good. But does make you substantially more chunky. Blacksmiths haven't been... Oh, whoa. Elyoner. Yeah, this is a very late Blacksmiths. I've seen players do this before, and it loses them a game. This late on the Blacksmiths is insane. 9 minutes in before doing this is a huge advantage now for CSO. He already has Undermesh. He's about to get Steeled Arrow. Tower of Victory does not look OP when you do this. I think Elyoner was hoping it was going to be Mass Ghazi, and he got tricked. Bad tidings now for Elyoner. CSO. I'd actually love to see him just get the melee tech now. Fishing count, least decent there, right? 11 to 12, not too bad. I just think Elyoner may already be at a huge disadvantage here. It's hard to overcome. Spearman transition now coming in, but if CSO just sticks Horseman Archers, he can still win these fights, and it's all due to Blacksmiths. Crash coming in. Archers reveal themselves. Camel Archer is reaching in range here. Steeled Arrow is still 2.5 minutes away. He only has 2 Scholars. And one of them is banked inside the stables. Archer's moving in. Camel Archer just in range to give the debuff. Means you can't fight whatsoever. This is a losing battle. Oh, man. I feel bad for CSO because he is, like, Elyoner, because CSO has made him look so terrible. And I don't think he's a bad player. I just think CSO's on another level in this series, man. The bait and switch, and now CSO an absolute mile ahead. Elyoner, it looks like the only game is going to be able to win this series was a meme game from CSO. Oh, wow. And this game going deeper doesn't get better for Delhi now, right? Like, there isn't any clear recovery arc that I see. The mass lead is just too big already. And also, like, they are miles apart, by the way. Remember, Elyoner's military count is a lie. 2 of that is Scholars, 11 of that is fishing boats. He has nothing. Oh, wait, sorry, no, they did fix the fishing boats now, didn't they? It just still shows in the UI because capture rate never gets updated. But yeah, he built a Dow. So his numbers are skewed still. So 5 of his pop isn't going to fight. So basically, it's double military to CSO. Like to be bigger when you're losing production builds like this. Ram built. CSO decides to attack with archers instead of finishing that. The full production is going to cost Elyona dearly here. He's got more production prep behind this, but in a game where you're playing catch-up, this hurts. Love that we got Bloomery on the way as well. Once Bloomery is in, you hit harder than Ghazi because of the camel on these. This was largely a build order. But, like, it's a good read, right? Like, Elyona, he blundered a bit because he didn't go Blacksmiths early, and it cost him. CSO had to identify that. He read it correctly, though. Like, you know, sometimes people delay going Blacksmiths, in this matchup, especially with water on the table, but what really deserves praise from CSO is the cleanliness with which he executed that Blacksmith play. A lot of people would have just flooded more units and waited. The fact he didn't wait is why this looks so dominant. Moss now being knocked on. Oh, Yona. Running out of time to wait here. Only upside, of course, is there's no dock sneak coming in. That was already attempted. Cancelled out. CSO did lose the Camel Archer, so there's potential here. The problem is Elyona is split now, right? Like, this is the kind of a perfect example where going 1-1-1 is a negative because the 2-unit comp is so strong now. 48 archers compared to just 15. And you're fighting in your choke points, right? Like, usually can be a good thing for Delhi because they have a lot of archers behind it. Not in this game. Those choke points are actually a kryptonite for you because you're not able to just flood out and use all your melee. Undermesh still not in either. Makes it even harder. CSO now starting to save up for Castle Age. Horsemen head in for the trade. Spearmen start to reveal themselves. Ghazi count is not impressive here though, folks. I want you to remember that CSO is coming from all the way across the battlefield here. And still just flexing this hard. Villagers now exposed on the front side. Has to shift him away, but not before losing a few. Whew. This might actually be 2TC now from CSO. That's kind of cool. Just inflate your eco, right? This is usually how you play a Bastards on land. You look for that initial victory over Delhi to keep them on the defensive, and then you go for a second TC in a rush. CSO. Love this. Blacksmith on the forward to be punished. He's got the range techs, but the melee techs actually are a difference maker now. All 4 techs coming in. CSO just needs to finish up the melee armor. Research speed even slows down more now. House is next on the hit list, and Elyona running out of things to safely even gather in this game. More villagers caught on the wood line. So CSO will just bulk up to 200 pop and then tech. Because at that stage you'll have like, what, 90 archers waiting to get composite bows and it's GG. Villagers being pulled. Army has to brute force this. Elyona has found his way up to 29 archers again, but compared to what's on the other side, it looks pretty pathetic. 43 archers still on the front line. More trickling in. Ghazi count has been reduced down to a handful, and the Horsemen waited so long for this moment. It's going to be marching. Last of the Spearmen. Show on the front side, and I think Elyona, after this, it should be more than apparent that this game is over. Yeah, cool execution. CSO, very clean build. Castle Age now able to be triggered, but Elyona might at least wait around for that to happen. The way I see it, though, this is over. CSO would just have to stop producing units, and he'd have to walk into the TC not attacking for this to turn around. Villagers gathering from all sides of the remaining trees there. The only reason the eco count even remotely looks close is I do believe, yeah, he's been overcompensating on fishing. And yeah, some funky stone gathering going on here. Looks like we've actually got naval arrow slits on the way, interestingly enough. Wait, what? Where? Oh, wait, no. He went for an outpost play on the berries. Okay, that's sick. He still has way too much stone, so he is going to build the TC at home. Damn, clean build. No, I've actually seen Abba do this to Delhi on land as well. Even without the water. Not this way, right? It's not about bulking a big army. It's about baiting Delhi to not go Ghazi, and then you go for a second TC. That's how you do it. And then you play mass archers. It's just I'm trying to gather deer out here. Tech up coming in 25 seconds. This is probably the last time Elyona's even going to get a semblance of a good trade. He has at least got the archer upgrades, right? So this is actually where 1-to-1 he's better. The problem is what's coming behind. Rams are knocking out the fishing economy now. He's losing the docks. And once that's gone, it's going to flatline. Culture Wing triggering in 2 seconds, and Elyona wouldn't blame him for throwing in the towel straight away. Because here's the problem, like, you know, if the tech up's happening and you're in your opponent's base, you can pressure them, right? But in the event you now try to attack CSO, he just walks away and waits for veterancy. Cool series from CSO, though. Weird-ass game 3, dude. That one is imprinted in my brain. Outside that, very clean execution out of the Chinese player. Love to see it. China rising up, folks. Don't sleep on Asia. This region, it's got some potent forces. I mean, that's before we even get back to Neptune if he returns to doing feudal Japanese rushes. Which I love, by the way, because everyone else thinks that Japanese feudal is underwhelming, and then there's him just doing absurd things to people. But veterancy now in. The truth of the game now is undeniable. GG called. CSO qualifies for the main event of Master Realms. 3-1. Elyona has to look at that second qualifier. Actually, no, this was the second one, right? So no Elyona. Only one Frenchman to rep the country in the main event. But I have a feeling that particular Frenchman will be going deep. Etta Gege. So 3-1 in the end. Cool game. Now, I'm wondering, is food ready? I think so. Probably. Oopsie. Emma hasn't messaged me yet, right? I know she pulled up recently, so she's probably cooking right now. Do we come back afterwards? What is there left to cast? I guess there's maybe like Core versus Gully. I'm weighing it up. I mean, if we call it now, it's not too bad, right? We done, what was it, 7 or 8 hour stream yesterday? Was it 7 hours, I think? Almost 8. 5 hour stream today. And then we'll do another stream Thursday, Friday. It will probably equate to... I bet one of them will be a long stream. Probably. I reckon the Friday will probably be quite long. Because it's a Friday. So we'll get like probably 13 more hours in this week. Dude, that's kind of crazy. What are these hours? It's like what are we averaging at this point? I think we're doing 25 to 30 hours a week on this channel alone, and then we're casting on EGC. Yeah, I'm waiting for confirmation. I think I should be casting on Sunday. Lidded never got back to me, so I actually need to bump him on that. I was originally going to be casting on the 1st, but there's a family wedding, so I'm looking to switch that to the 2nd. Oh. One sec. So Leon Zoom is playing against Kiljali. What if we got time for a pub before I have to go and eat? Quite possibly. Don't see much of 3DB lately. Is he still playing? Not as much, as far as I'm aware. And he's currently... Like, he has actually qualified for Master of Realms. He qualified based on the pointing system. So he's going to be there. I'm not expecting him to do well, though. I'd be shocked if he does. One sec. And there we go. Sorry, I've just got like a bunch of messages behind the scenes. I might call it, folks, because I've got some things to tend to. Oh, yeah, I think that's fine. All right, guys. So we'll find someone to raid. And remember, I'm not streaming tomorrow, but I will be streaming Thursday and Friday, so make sure you're tuning in. Blimey, though. I'm noticing a lot more people tuning in on YouTube at the moment. Oh, we're up to 60 people watching there. Hi, YouTube! Do me a favor and open up the Twitch at the same time. So, I'm noticing there's a DayZ streamer who's playing AoE4 right now. Who to raid? Ooh. Is Lash still doing a subathon? Should we send Lash some love? Oh, wait, is Warman on? Mareka? Hey, Maka Mareka. Oh, yeah, she literally just came on. She's watching some videos. I don't know. All right, guys. I'm going to raid through to Warman. Go hype her up. Have some fun there. Spam those pigeon emotes. I need to contact my artists because I think they should be close to having the other ones done. So hopefully we've got 16 new emotes, animated emotes being added very soon. Perfect time to subscribe. Why aren't you already? Remember, guys, get those primes in here as well because in a week's time, the value of them is actually going down. So use them while they help the streamers out the most. But that's going to be it, guys. Much love. Thank you to everyone watching on YouTube. Thank you to everyone watching on Twitch. Hopefully you'll all join me. Same start time on Thursday when we will catch up with the meta on the ladder. All those people like Marine Lord, Beastie, Dumu, whoever's on, we'll be watching them because I want to see what they've got planned for when we kick off the group stage of Master of Realms. If you want to see more Master of Realms games on this channel, definitely follow because Mondays and Tuesdays for the next few weeks, we will be recapping, we'll be checking in on the series that did not get cast by EGC TV. And of course, you'll be able to catch me there on the weekends as well. So hopefully I'll see you all soon. Stay safe, have some fun, and go party it out with Warman. Till Thursday, folks.